Trudeau.
All I know is it's not what they tell us. 100%.
Maybe Trudeau was full of shit with his little story. I don't think he talked much about what he experienced there, but he was skiting about how important he felt, and how important his father was, that he was able to like venture into areas that common person doesn't get to, and that was he was talking about. I'm pretty sure he was talking about the North Pole, far north of the 60th North Parallel.
Who was that, sorry?
Trudeau.
Trudeau, yeah. God, he's a snake, isn't he? That guy. Wouldn't trust him. Anything he says.
He reeks of fucking 1980s antagonist, cop show antagonist,
Yeah.
just a slimy, weaselly background evil character. Fucking,
He looks like a dodgy
loves
lawyer.
cocaine. And yeah.
I feel like Trudeau is like really, really. Oh shit! My neighbours. Oh, I gotta go. And they got the ambulance out here. What's that, guys?
Everything's alright, man.
What's going on, Twadwazzle?
Not much. How's it going?
Matrix in here as well. Kembo. Everyone's in.
Yeah, we got all the fun ones in.
Shit.
Yeah.
Got Nathan tomorrow night.
Yeah.
I'll have to be on my phone tomorrow night listening in. Hopefully it'll work. I'll be over at mum and dad, so yeah, I'll have to listen if I'm still up.
Is Matrix speaking?
Yeah, he is, yeah.
See, mate. I can't even hear you, man. What's going on? I can see you.
He is a little bit quiet, but I could hear him.
Sometimes it's super
Holy
quiet, other
shit.
times it's not. I can turn my volume up if you want.
Wow, you're coming in real choppy for me. I'm gonna go out and come back. I couldn't even hear you, but I saw you lining up, and then when I turned you up, it was just all choppy.
Oh, right.
That's a little better, but you're still pretty quiet.
I had trouble with my mic earlier. For some reason, it just turned itself off completely. Didn't even register the Discord had my mic connected. So I spent about 40 minutes trying to work out what was wrong. Turned it off, unplugged it, reset it. I've run out of things to do, and now it's quiet. So that's a good thing. It means I'm not destroying someone's ears.
Oh, sorry if I was talking over you, man, because I didn't even hear you.
No,
No,
I've
no,
just
that
been
didn't happen.
listening in.
It makes you wonder though, doesn't it? With the North Pole, like Big Roots raised a good point because people live near there. Like it's not that far away. It's not like Antarctica. It's not like
Mm.
they travel fucking months to find a place. Years even. On new land. It was like right there. It's just a hop, skip, and a jump. They fucking get in the boat and go there and see what the fuck is there. Right there.
People probably have, but I don't think we can go there anymore, can we?
Ah. So that's what I'm saying. I might even later on. I might have a look into some of the recorded history of it, like what they consider to be actual history of navigation within that region.
Yep.
In the stories that versus what they aren't willing to accept as being true, like 4 continents and mysterious lands with mysterious people and mountains of magnetic mountain and whirlpools and all that. They don't accept all that as being history, right? That's not presented to us as being okay. If it is, then where the fuck did it go? Is it still there? What's going on? Well, you call them just tall tales.
We're told a lot of things are tall tales about sea monsters and whatever else, but when you see some of the shit they show you down in the ocean that does exist, it surprised me, yeah. Just do everything. Yeah. I believe our history's been changed.
100%. I think it's been bastardized to the point where we can't even tell shit from clay.
Yep.
It's interesting to see the movie Meg. I'd never seen it before. I've seen it recently. Yeah, with the whole fucking, the density layer happening there. Like creatures that exist underneath a certain depth. Like that we think it's that's the bottom, man, but it keeps going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
100%.
There's shit that lives down there that won't come out of that density layer.
Yeah.
It's happy down there.
So we can't go down there. Like we can't even send shit down there.
Yeah.
So much pressure under the ocean.
Right, yeah. Some of the ocean is like that, then there could be shit that lives down there that does occasionally maybe venture further than it really is used to and encounters ships and things, or submarines. Maybe. Yeah, NASA has all like camps. They have a camp like that's under the ocean. They send people training. They say anyway, it's training camp. Fucking like domes and shit. Yeah, Joe Rogan interviewed an astronaut and he was like showing pictures and everything, like this fucking facility that NASA has in the ocean. They send people for training. Yeah, he's talking about how he encountered this huge ass freaking, what was it? It was some sort of fish or shark or something, but it wasn't dangerous. But just the sight of it, and this ran in and it's so big, and it was just fucking in his pants, basically, underwater. Yeah. They have these domes and shit. Like, they're there. See if I can find the clip.
Sorry, I dropped out for a second there.
Oh shit! I think my elderly neighbour's just had a heart attack. Bless her. Hope she's all right.
What, you tell her it's flat and stationary?
Oh god! Definitely didn't do that. Mate, she's been ill since. In fact, I'm not even going to say what. Since when? I'm sure you can imagine what I was about to say.
I'll have
Yeah,
two
same
guesses
as
and
my
I bet
mum.
the first one's right.
Same as my mum, yeah. My mum ended up with, they thought it was a heart problem. So they were doing all this testing for like 6 months, but couldn't find anything wrong. Just about to give up. And then they did some other scan and found out that it was lung cancer near her heart. So they chopped it out and it's back again straight away. So now they're waiting for it to grow to decide what to do.
You know, that's the same with my mum. She was diagnosed with bladder cancer 6 months after the fact, and we cleared it with the. Basically, she did a keto diet, and she got a scan, and they said she was completely cancer free. But when she did a diet, mate, she did it proper. You know, no carbs, no sugar, intermittent fasting. She was on black seed oil, THC oil. We did the works with her. But after she was cleared, she went back to her old lifestyle, and within 6 months, well, about 8 months, it was back. It's just really weird, isn't it?
Yeah, no, my mum won't do any of that stuff though. She's just waiting for the doctors. And I said to her, listen, why don't you fast? Why don't you do a few of these things that, I don't know if it'll work, so I'll just wait for the doctor. And I said, yeah, but it doesn't hurt doing it while you wait. Yeah, do something while you wait. You never know. Nah, won't do it. But anyway,
Yeah, it's frustrating. Very frustrating.
Years and years ago, well before bloody 2019, my great uncle was diagnosed with prostate cancer, and he was into what was it, colloidal silver, and what was it, apricot seeds, I think it was. And apparently, there's is it arsenic or cyanide or something in apricot seeds inside of them, and for some reason,
Right.
it attacks cancer cells. And the doctors gave him, they turned around and said, mate, you've got about 3.5 months to live. go and sort your will out, get
No,
everything
where's
done.
Liam?
8 years later, the old bastard was still going.
Yeah, mate, those apricot seeds. I read a book. There's a guy called the Kung Fu Lawyer on Instagram. He did a speech at one event that I went to because he cured himself, and he basically put it all down to the apricot seeds. Yeah, he's got a book called the Kung Fu Lawyer. If you type Kung Fu Lawyer in, you can read his book of how he did it. In fact, I'd argue there's more than one way to skin a cat.
Yep, 100%.
Still doesn't make it easy, though.
I think looking at most people, stress is a big factor in most of the stuff that's diagnosed. Because you look at people that have got a very low stress level, they never seem to ever get sick. And look at those that stress to the shit house, something's always going wrong with them.
It's cortisol in the body.
I don't know, I don't think it's like when it comes to proteins and stuff and, releasing proteins, I think that comes down to the epigenetic markers and stuff, like literally your terrain. I think you can pick up these markers off your parents. And then you may or may not produce those proteins depending on the environment. I think it's all very circumstantial on the terrain. I feel like we're dancing on the edge of a subject we shouldn't really be talking about with the YouTube bot in here. Don't want to get a strike on the channel, do we, for talking about something too powerful?
Yeah, natural healing comes under naughty things. We better not talk about that. All right, we got any ball tards in here?
You're funny, bro.
I'd say Ben might be. I could be wrong.
Or no, I'm in between. I'm investigating like a detective.
How's your investigations going? Were you talking to Roots before?
Yeah, just like 30 minutes ago.
Oh yeah, cool.
Yeah, I've been looking into like some of the history and the some experiments and stuff like that. I've been on True Earth Wiki a lot.
So, what does your own instincts tell you? When you walk outside, do you feel motion?
No, I do not, sir.
Do you see curvature?
No.
Interesting.
Yep. Didn't Einstein say that himself? Didn't he say everything on Earth appears to work in a way as if it's a stationary plane? I think he said that in context of the Michelson-Morley experiment or like that.
Words to those effect. Yeah, the Earth is always treated in a state of rest, I think is the exact quote. Which is a contradiction to the claim of Coriolis.
Who's Coriolis? What is Coriolis?
Coriolis is just basically the word we use for how kinetic energy is affected by two reference frames. So if you imagine a merry-go-round and you're on the merry-go-round and you throw something out to somebody out standing on the ground, there'll be an apparent deflection when you throw that straight. It's going to deviate from the appearance of the observer who's not on the merry-go-round. So this Coriolis effect is a real effect, but they claim that we have this in the atmosphere. So we have a rotating and a non-rotating reference frame in the atmosphere, but we don't experience any of that. You know, if the Earth is treated and the atmosphere is treated as, I mean, if you know anything about flight manuals and aircraft, that they in all the manuals it says the atmosphere is treated as no rotating, and then in science the Earth is treated as at rest. So there is no motion that can be detected, although they do claim there is a Coriolis effect.
Yeah, but then they contradict themselves on top of that, and then they state that there is no Coriolis effect when objects leave the ground because everything's caught in the atmosphere. So they claim
Well,
both
it depends
at
on
once.
who you're talking to.
It's happening and not happening.
Yeah, it depends on which global we've got in the house.
Yeah, but you'll hear it in the same conversation. No, there's a Coriolis effect that does this and this and this to bullets, and you say, well, what about planes? No, they're caught in the atmosphere.
So, Ben, if there was a Coriolis effect, that would mean there'd be a rotating and a non-rotating reference frame within the atmosphere. So, you know, we would expect to see planes, aeroplanes, hot air balloons deviate due to the rotation of the Earth. And even if it's really, really high, you know, we should expect to see this with high-altitude planes or high-altitude balloons. We just don't see that deviation. We don't experience any kind of rotating reference frame at all.
Yep. Well, you said something about the arguments of these physicists and stuff to reduce into sophistry or vagueness. Can you explain a little more what you mean by that?
Wakeness, did you say?
Vagueness.
Fakeness.
Vague.
Oh, vague.
Yep.
Well, yeah, my spin is that they use compartmentalization for that. So, for example, relativity, you know, they'll try and apply relativity to everything that's larger scale. So they'll basically say, okay, there's no consistency in nature. You know, if something is true, then it should be evident at all levels, I believe. But what they're trying to get us to believe is that no, actually, with relative size or relative motion, there are situations where you're unable to tell the difference. And while there are small and local situations where it becomes harder to tell the difference, like relative motion, for example, I believe it's a lie to say that, okay, you know, there's no way to determine or, you know, to be able to know, because I believe science is a way of proving causation. So they've basically tried to undo this foundational understanding of natural science and replace it with theoretical science, i.e. relativity. So now they can make up all sorts of ideas and just say, oh, well, because it's so vast or so big or You know what I mean? There's always an excuse why they can break the laws of nature with theoretical science.
Mhm.
And that's a belief
Yeah.
system. Everything's a belief at that point.
Yeah. Well, that's personally my own biggest issue is the worldview. It's the whole worldview that ties into like philosophical and spiritual implications. Because basically it's occult. Basically it's hermetic, it's occult, it's esoteric. And that's opposite to my worldview. So that's why you see that the globe Earth model fits into, which then is a big problem. Because as you say, right, it ties into this whole thing. Well, everything is not as it seems, and then actually all that is level. Well, actually it's not level and it's flat, but it's also not flat, and it's all relative to this and that. And then we go into quantum and things just pop into existence out of nothing, and it's all just a big illusion. That's personally for me, that's bullshit, and so I don't believe in that. You know what I mean? So.
You only have to just go out into nature and just sit down for a while, and just look around, walk around. Not, it's not what they're telling us, man. It's not a spinning ball. You won't go out into nature and find it, what they're talking about. They're showing you. You won't find it.
Yeah, apologies, Ben. I did miss your last comment as well.
No worries. Yeah, I thought there was just no response to that. Yeah.
Do you want to catch me up? Sorry, I don't know if you want to just quickly say it again in a shorter sentence.
Oh yeah, no, I was just saying that personally for me, like the worldview collides. Because the globe Earth model ties into the whole worldview, which just says everything is an illusion, everything is like relative and goes back to something which is occult or hermetic, which goes against my personal worldview, right? So for me, it's a big worldview, philosophy, or spiritual problem too, right? Because it's not like the globe Earth itself doesn't have philosophical or spiritual implications. That's all I was saying.
Oh yeah, well said. Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is all about worship of the sun, in my opinion. Heliocentrism is putting Helios, which is the sun, at the center of everything. And this idea came about when this idea came about. The sun was the center of mass. Now they've changed that. A lot of the model doesn't work. There isn't enough matter in the whole universe. To have your heliocentric universe. But I believe this is ultimately about sun worship, and they're replacing, our idea of a creator or the Most High with the sun. And while the sun has always been respected, we had all the ancient cosmologies treated the sun as, God's son. It was the most cherished thing that mankind had. But I just think they've distorted it. And they've created now a cosmology. They've merged this paganistic sort of ideology in with science and created now a god, really, that a sun god that replaces the Most High. And I think that's what this is all about: worship of the sun.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I see. I see I see how you can make that connection to pagan worship too. Yeah.
I mean, there's nothing wrong, and I personally believe this is the best way to be. There's nothing wrong with just being empirical. and just saying, you know what, our senses and our systems to be able to detect vestibular system, etc. You know, these things are where we can rely on these things in every situation. Why do we now have to start, you know, questioning our senses, our understanding of the natural world? Why? Do you know what I mean? What for metaphysics? I'm sorry, but I'm going to need some evidence before I'm going to go into that thought experiment. And I know we all started there, but to become conscious of it, now it's your choice, isn't it?
Can you repeat that last point where you said, do you understand? Like, can you repeat the last thing you said, the last point? Where did we start?
I can't remember what I said. I was saying it's a conscious, when you become conscious of the fact that all of this is metaphysics, then it's a choice, isn't it? So you can't blame anyone for not, you know what I mean? Like, you can't blame anyone, but once they're aware of these facts, that actually, you know, all of the evidence, so-called evidence that they have is all belief, and actually it can't be verified in reality. Once you're aware of that, then it's a choice. You either choose to, you know, have a belief. It's like a new version of a religion, isn't it? You either choose to join the heliocentric religion by choice now, because you're now conscious that it is a belief, or you decide to step back and say, well, you know, I'm just going to go with what I know to be true, knowledge, what can be demonstrated. And I think you can't go wrong. You know, you can't go wrong if you stick with natural law, natural order, natural science, causation. We can prove quite a lot. We can prove that there's no curvature, there's no motion. We can just prove to you, well, I say prove, but we can demonstrate logically that space is a violation of all the laws of science. Well, certain laws of science to do with gas laws, entropy, energy. There's no way you could have an open system next to a vacuum without some sort of containment for the gas. In fact, you can't even have a gas pressure without a volume, and you can't have a volume without containment.
Oh, and then they say, well, the containment is like the atmosphere, right? The containment is like the, like the atmosphere, whatever, right?
The gas containing itself. The problem is we don't have any examples of gas containing itself. We know how gas behaves. As soon as you get a pressurized system, and then as soon as you it's like a can, isn't it? If you open that, there's a violent movement from pressure to low pressure, and there isn't any gas that doesn't do that. You know, these laws of science, or gas laws, are consistent, and we are supposed to be able to build a foundation off this knowledge. Yet what they're telling us contradicts everything we know about the gas laws and entropy and energy. So what kind of state is that going to leave you in if you genuinely believe this stuff, but it goes against all of what is empirically provable? I'd say you're fucked. You know, no offense, but you can't know this. You can't know this with knowledge. You can only believe it. But you can know with knowledge. You can't have a gas pressure without a volume, and you can't have a volume without containment. You can know that to be true, empirically. It's even in the equation. PV equals nRT. The V is the volume. But you can only have a volume, a set volume. You know, we have a PSI. If we've got a PSI, that means we have a volume. Can't have a volume without containment. And gas can't contain itself. And even if you wanted to invoke gravity, I'll help you out here. The next thing you might say could be gravity. Or gravity. There's no experiment you can do where gravity can contain gas.
Hmm.
You know, gravity is not a force. And if you do want to pretend it is, then that force of mass attracting mass is not what we see with gas. Gas expands in all directions. It doesn't you don't see balls of gas in cans of propane or whatever gas you've got contained in a container. You don't see them ball up. They're bouncing off the edges, creating that pressure. So you can't make sense of the heliocentric model unless you invoke certain relativistic ideology, which is metaphysics.
Interesting. Yeah, I'll need to think about that more. Yeah.
Yeah, theoretical physics, right? Because, like, hey, I think that this thing that I am experiencing is happening or is due to something that I'm not experiencing happening and I can't experience happening and never will experience happening. I can't present it to you as happening, except to assert that what we are experiencing is due to this other thing. I can't prove.
What a head fuck. You know what I thought about the other day? If gravity was the container, then shouldn't the container be affected by gravitational waves? And you know, and they get the electrical storms, solar waves and stuff. Wouldn't all this affect the container if gravity was the container? Gravity is subject to force, masses, and you know, and if they're changed by gravitational waves, solar waves, etc., then you would experience a change in the volume or the psi. I mean, that's what that's what I would assume if gravity is the container.
Correct. So that means at night time, you know how every now and then you've got the sun and the moon close by? When you're on the opposite side, that means there'd be extremely low pressure and all sorts of other weird shit happening, zero tides. There'd be all sorts of mental stuff going on.
I didn't even think about when the sun and the moon are both above the horizon on one side, how that would affect. But yeah, like, wow.
If they're claiming gravity and gravitational force, good luck to yous.
Yeah. Instead, we see the Earth at rest, as perfectly still, calm. Reminds me of a contained environment. And how the hell? This is for Matt. How the hell is it, Matt? Sorry, no. Ben, sorry, yeah. How the hell do you get a pressure gradient without a container? There is no way you can have a pressure gradient without something for the gas to press on. Now, mass attracting mass isn't the same as a container because mass attracting mass will be pulling the gas in one direction. So it wouldn't act the same as a container. We wouldn't have the gas particles going in all directions like we see in the atmosphere. There's every bit of gas at every altitude, but there is a You know, like a rest gradient. That's only
Well,
possible in a container.
if it's mass attracting mass, you wouldn't be able to do this observation anywhere near a mountain. You'd have to be out in the middle of a flat plain with absolutely nothing around, not even yourself, because mass attracting mass, it would pull to the side of the container and mess all your shit up.
Yeah, right, exactly. Exactly.
Now it becomes fun, doesn't it? You start realizing, hang on a minute, mass attracting mass. No more plumb bobs because they're all spinning out, not doing the right thing.
I mean, just like snowflakes being so low density, shouldn't they be attracted to big buildings? Because relativistically, that's a huge mass compared to a snowflake. So shouldn't all the snow be landing on tall buildings? Or at least attracted to the sides of the buildings as they fall?
Correct, yes.
Dude, the whole cosmology is a contradiction. I mean, they say that, right? So that hydrogen atoms, right, have a propensity to want to repel away from each other when there's enough of them in an area. At the center of it will be this massive amount of pressure suddenly forming to the point that it can fuse these things together. So now it's pushing them together. These things that naturally don't want to be together, right, somehow form this massive body, which at the center of there's massive amounts of pressure. To them wanting to be together? No, they're still not wanting to be together. So what is it about a whole area, big area of them that suddenly they're getting pushed together? When those particles naturally don't want to be together. I don't get it.
Liking that story to a night out at the pub.
Yeah. Good one.
You wake up in the morning and you're like, shit, I just don't want to be. We can't be together. But I love you.
My mind's gone blank. What would a glober say now? What would an anti-flat earther say to what T-Dub just said?
Oh. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. Gravity.
You're wrong.
Refraction of gravity.
Refraction.
Refraction of gravity. You don't understand.
I think you got that bang on.
The funny part is he was in here only probably 15 minutes ago. Stuck his head in, looked down the list and went, shit, too many angry Aussies in here, I'm out.
Who was that?
Mackie, he stuck his head in for about 10 seconds. I'd say he had enough time to look down the list and go, I don't want to deal with this shit, I'm out of here.
I usually look down the list before I join and see if he's in here and go, oh, I'll see who's in the other room.
Yeah, I hardly ever come across here because there's too many that just annoy me. It's like, look, guys, just be honest. Instead of being friggin' weasels.
Yeah, I had to restrain myself yesterday talking to Eggshells. I got to the point where I was like, listen, this is going to turn into an argument. Let's just leave it at that. Because I caught him being so disingenuous, moving the goalpost, trying to compartmentalize perspective from atmospheric conditions. And it was just so slippery. I just couldn't even deal with it.
Bullshit, though. Like, he's different to Mackie, yeah? Mackie just straight out lies, but I'm not convinced at the moment that Eggshells just lies purposely. I think he's just, unless he is just completely being slimy, but most of the time I get the feeling that he just believes his own bullshit and he just has that clogged disc and can't get past it.
He's so
but if I said to you,
sophistry that he doesn't know where he is half the time. That's what I think his problem is. He's trying to
Yeah.
overdo it, and he's confusing himself.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, because what kind of intelligent person who can fully explain perspective as an isolated idea, then he can fully explain all of the atmospheric conditions and agree with the things that can make things disappear bottom up. And then proceed to say, well, if we were just talking about perspective, then we would expect to see the sun and you can't explain this. And it's like, you've just explained that you understand that there are more than perspective at play when we're talking about observations through the atmosphere. And now you want to go, okay, if we just go back to isolating perspective, that's not what we see. You should expect to see this. And it's like, well, now I'm going to have to go back through the atmospheric conditions and ask you, have you taken these into account when you're taking your perspective into account? Oh, well, I'm not taking atmospheric conditions into account. Is that genuine? Because I'm smart enough to understand that
Well,
you need to take it into
no,
account.
it's not. That's where I was sort of thinking maybe it was CogDis, because he even went through that list of mine and said, yep, it's got to do with your angle you're viewing at. I agree. Yep, I agree. It all converges at the ground level. But then 10 minutes later, I hear him talking to Scott Mackey, and he's talking about how this can't happen on a flat surface again. And I'm like, didn't we just get an agreement of this? So, yeah, I understand what you're saying. Yeah. Sometimes I do find it hard that these people don't really believe in Scott Mackey, yeah? How do you just keep coming in here day in, day out and just trying to be dishonest? I mean, they know they're not getting anywhere. I don't know.
He's a closet flat earther. I'm telling you, I reckon I've got this covered.
Yeah.
I thought that for a while, but I think that less now. I don't know. If he is, he's taking a long time to come out the closet.
He said one night on here that if it wasn't for his friends and family, that he would be FE. He's concerned that his marriage will get broken up or something.
Yeah, you've got to remember that as well. You know, I've got a brother who basically said to me, I know, Earth it can't be demonstrated to be curving, and I know Earth can't demonstrate it to be moving, and I know space can't be justified without NASA pictures. He said, but I choose to believe it. And it took me a while to figure that out, that it was more of a social thing for him. So maybe it's something like that.
Yeah, there's quite a few of them. Like, there's even people that have dropped in here that are full-blown flat earthers, but they do not accept the badge just because of their positions in society, because it'll ruin their job or whatever. And it's not like we haven't seen it, so I'm not going to pretend that it doesn't happen. There's people that have lost jobs because others have gone and ragged on them about being flat earthers. Whoop-de-friggin' do. It's a shit go, but yeah, there's quite a few of them that have said that because of their positions in society and that kind of thing, that they won't ever accept it. And it's like, that's crazy, man. Why don't you just take a step back, accept the truth, and you probably find more people will join you.
Yeah, it depends on your motivation. Like, a lot of people that come in here, they're not looking for the truth. They're like gamers and stuff, or politics debaters. And I'm thinking to myself, if I just stumbled upon flat Earth, being a ignorant politics fan, I don't think I'd be able to take it in a Discord. You'd have to come here purposely looking for that conversation. I think, otherwise they're just not ready, are they?
See, because my angle, I've come from a full-blown conspiratard. So someone dropped this on me. I just looked at it and went, yep, that makes fucking sense. Didn't take much to spin me. Yeah, it was like probably only about a week and a half of pacing up and down the corridor until it clicked in.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but it took me years, mate. Took me years. Some people are better than me. Fair play to them. Me 2-3 years, and then I sat on Discord and didn't say a word, mate. Didn't say a word. I just wanted to listen.
Well, that's like
So
me. See, my first channel that I dropped into was FED. So the smart player drops in there, 3 whole episodes, didn't say a fucking word, just in case. And I'm glad I didn't because they carry big sticks over there and they swing them hard.
oh yeah, mate, there would have been friendly fire if you'd have spoke up on your first visit, I reckon. I've seen that happen. That happened with Flatman. I don't know if you know Flatman. He went to first visit on Discord was Nathan's show, and then he, his confidence. If you know who he is, Brendan. He
Yes.
just got, yeah, but he didn't know shit, and he got straight in there, started with his overconfident self, and they destroyed him. I'm surprised he stayed around actually after that. He got handled, he got dealt with, mate, and it wasn't nice. And actually, I thought it was outrageously rude, and why would you do that to someone who is genuinely a flat earther? But they're just ruthless, aren't they?
Well, that's like one day there, only a couple of weeks ago, I asked Nathan, do you know how like the sun and the moon produce an enelema when you photograph them over long periods of time? I asked him, do the stars also produce that? Because remember, it's because of the Earth's alleged tilt that we get this pattern. So therefore, anything that's not connected to the Earth should produce this pattern. And he said no, and then decided to grill me afterwards on why I would ask such a question. And it's like, dude, I'm a flat earther. I'm asking this because someone else asked me, and I thought, you know what? These guys have been into this stuff for a lot longer than me. I've never heard of it. I knew the sun does it.
An
I knew
interesting
the moon
question.
does it. But I've never ever heard anyone say, "Oh, by the way, the stars also do it too." Therefore, this proves tilt. And I thought, you know what? That's whether he saw it as this bastard's trying to get me or what, I don't know. But I copped a bit of a grilling afterwards, and I'm just like, dude, sit down, man. I'm on your side. Like take a chill pill, have a beer, have a cup of tea, whatever you do in your spare time. But you don't have to attack me. I just thought it was a
Yeah,
fair
it's not right.
question.
Yeah, it's not right. It's like like if someone's been in the game for 10 years, you need to be a little bit more forgiving with people, I think. You know what I mean? Like why can't that just be why can't we just be charitable? Especially with our own peoples, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know if you were there this afternoon, Matrix, but there was that other dude that came into 24/7 earlier that was a flat earther, but he's a 99%er.
Yes, I was there for that.
That's
What's
why.
a 99%er?
Yes, yeah.
Oh, that he can't be 100% sure of anything, but he copped it pretty hard, off all the flat earthers in the room. I think Alpha gave him a bit of a schlacken, and he just wanted to talk to a glober, And in the end, I sort of thought, well, we've come to a bit of an agreement here, and Scott Mackey was the only glober in the room, but that was why I sort of offered up Scott Mackey just to, he's a flat earther. We can see he's a flat earther. He's not 100%, but he's only been in the room 2 or 3 days. He needs a bit of a chance to sort of hear the arguments, see how things run. You'll learn a few things. But you don't want to just absolutely smash him and then chase him off. So I wanted to give him the chance to sort of do what he came to do and have a chat with a glober. Unfortunately, it was only Scott, but yeah.
Like, I get that with the newbies. The problem is a lot of these older guys, and I get where they're coming from because I've heard all of them say nearly the same thing. A long time ago, if you mentioned FE, there was death threats and all sorts of stupid shit. And I get where these guys are coming from with that side of it. And they just see someone's attacked us, let's just hammer them, get it over and done with, and walk away. Whereas I think with some of these guys, a more softly approach does go a long way. Like that fella this afternoon, like I've got no problem with Alpha. His technique is great. And it's even more fun
Oh,
when he's
yeah.
got 2 or 3 of the idiots lined up and he's got the mute button there, unmutes one. Have you got an answer yet? No, bang, unmute the second one. What do you think? No, bang, and he's just railing them. That shit is funny, man. I'm rolling on the floor laughing. But
Oh no, 100%. No. I'm not saying Alpha did anything wrong or anything like that. I just wanted at the end to, they'd come to the conclusion that, he couldn't disagree that things could be proven 100%. I still don't think he's 100% convinced, but like, he's a flat earther. He just needs to learn, and we want him back in the room. Yeah, let's let him have a chat with some people, and yeah, that was all I was thinking.
hypothetical
Who talking?
genius.
All right. Okay. Oh,
I think he should be locked
has
down
some.
to Sundays only. That would be more his style for some of
Yeah,
the topics that he brings up. But yeah, he's one of us. But probably we might want to just point him down to the bottom of the server and say, "Look, dude, go down there and have a read for a while, and then come back up when you need some oxygen."
yeah. Well, the other thing I wanted to do too was because he had admitted that now AI got him cornered. Yeah, AI, he had to admit that yes, there was things that could be proven 100%. So then I wanted to hear how he was going to have his discussion, yeah, just to see how that went as well. That was the other reason why I sort of said, hey, why don't you have a talk to Scott? Because straight away, the first thing he said is, I don't like to say that things can be proven 100%, but I believe this. And I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, cool, no worries. So, yeah, that was the other reason.
See, those 99%ers, it's not their fault. They've literally been brainwashed into thinking we can never be clear on anything. And I think it started when they started trying to say, "Oh, you can't prove things with science." Like, yeah, that's the groundwork they put in for the globe.
Oh, this is the
and
new age
introducing
thinking.
relativity.
This
Yeah.
is even going through the churches, yeah. All these new age churches, it's everywhere. And it's basically the fact that, you can't empirically state something that's offensive because everyone can have their own truth.
I would firmly assert that it's been in the church the entire time for about 2,000 years now, especially considering the that globe, the Pope's ball, the Popey ball. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well,
I think it's become more prevalent, like it's a teaching now.
I should correct myself. It's not about 2000 because it didn't really start becoming popular until 400 AD, so it's less than 2,000 years.
Yep. But I believe it's more prevalent. Like it's actually being taught now in the schools. It's being taught. It's always occurred, but it's something that now is being taught.
It's being taught like a standard practice amongst everybody instead of allowing any to think outside of it. It's just, this is it, and if you question it, you're insane, which is military-grade gaslighting.
Yeah. Like there is no proper debates anymore. You look at all these presidential debates, they're not what they used to be, yeah, because it's just a big show for everybody. It's a big heap of promises and a bit of bad mouth. There's no facts in it. There's no proper debating. And everyone gets too offended now because everyone can have their own truth. Everyone can believe what they want. There was even a thing here in Australia. They were talking about full stops being offensive to this generation because when you put a full stop, it's like you're making a statement. And they were talking about removing full stops from, I don't know, I read in the newspaper, man.
You're Gen X, aren't you, AJ?
I don't even know what it is, Gen X, whatever. I'm fucking 44 years old, man. That's whatever
Gen
that is.
X. Yep.
Kids just say old.
The ones that come after boomers.
Yeah. When my kids are a bit younger, they'd always come and say, "Hey, Dad, what was it like in the olden days?" Like, what do you mean the olden days?
told my son once we didn't have Netflix and we only had 4 channels when I was a kid. When he asked me, "Oh, what did you do?" I said, "Oh, I used to just go outside all the time and play." And he'd be like, "Yeah, that was it." Says, "Yeah." He says, "Oh, that's really bad. I'm sorry."
That was it. You'd be too fucking scared to go inside in case your mum jammed a foot up your ass.
Yep. Not allowed inside, drinking out of the garden hose. Just come back when the street lights are on.
Where have you been? Over at a friend's house, and you've just been on your BMX. You've been halfway across fucking town.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If your kids ever ask about the olden days anymore, what you want to do is show them a black and white photo and say, "Look, we didn't even have color back then."
Yeah. Yeah, they're all too old now. I think when we were growing up, when I was young, we only had 2 channels. We had ABC and was it 7?
Yeah,
Bloody
Yeah,
hell.
that's what it.
ABC, and well, I grew up in Newcastle. I moved there when I was halfway through first class. And when we got to Newcastle, they had ABC, Channel 3, which is also Channel 9, Channel 7, and SBS. And I thought all my Christmases had come at once because they had heaps of channels.
Yeah, I think when did they do that? Probably when I was about grade 3 or grade 4. I remember sitting up till maybe a bit older actually. Yeah, maybe grade 4, sitting up till midnight because they were launching 2 new channels, UHF channels, and you had to have 2 dials on your TV.
To dial them in.
Yeah, you had to put it onto U, and then you had to spin this other dial with all these numbers on it to tune it into the extra 2 channels.
And that's every time you wanted to watch it. You had to spin those channels up.
Yeah. For the extra 2. Otherwise, you could just click to like 3 or 7 for ABC or whatever it was for those 2. And then, the other 2 you had to go to U and then turn this other knob, and you could get the other 2 channels.
ABC was 5A, and then when you went to 5A, there was a central knob inside the clicker, and you had to rotate that to tune it.
Yeah.
And that was on a Panasonic National TV.
You old gits.
And the only reason I know that is because when we hear people say that they've got a remote control for their TV, I was the remote control for the TV.
Yes. And then later on, I got a push button TV in my room, and I used to lay in bed with the broomstick and hit the buttons I wanted.
I remember when Mum and Dad, after they had that little national TV, they got another TV, and I got the old TV in my bedroom, and it was like, oh, this is awesome. So when the movie Alien came out on TV, myself and Dad sat on the end of my bed and watched that friggin' movie. Fuck me dead, I didn't sleep for a week.
How old was you?
I was only about 11. Holy shit, eh?
Yeah, that's a scary one for that age. Mate, I
Yeah,
had nightmares for a week. You're going to laugh at this. I had nightmares for a week because of Michael Jackson Thriller. I'd sleep in my mum and dad's bed, mate.
You know,
That's a scary ass image burnt in my brain. You know, when he turns round at the end and his eyes go funny and he goes, that burned in my brain for like years.
the other one that rattled me when I was younger, the movie, The Never Ending Story, the wolf, Nothing or the Nothing or whatever it was called, when he was in the
Oh, yeah.
cave, you know, you see those eyes and then he jumps out. That rattled the shit out of me when I was a young fella.
Yeah, that's pretty scary when you're young, definitely. Mate, Pinocchio scared me when I was a kid, mate. You know, when they went to Pleasure Island and they all turned into asses? That shit me up, mate.
Just hearing Pleasure Island scares me now.
I think I used to think that if you smoke cigarettes, you grow a tail for about 3 years.
And all the kids walking out of the movies, patting their noses, and haven't told a lie since.
See, these films, even though they shit us up, they still had good, like, morals behind them. So it was, you know, at least it was like, oh, you know, the idea of all the kids going rogue, eventually they'll turn into asses. And that's still a good message. But if you watch the kids' shows now, they literally encourage bad behavior. And just this sort of lack of morals. I've just noticed there is no guidance in the kids' programs anymore.
Yeah, not that I watch many kids shows, but I think the last lot of anything I had was forced to watch was something to do with the Wiggles, only because my nieces and nephews wanted to see it, not because I wanted to. But a top tip for all young players out there: if you have a young niece or a young nephew that wishes to go to a Wiggles concert because they are Emma Wiggle supporters or whatever other shit they like, go. You have no idea how many yummy mummies go to a Wiggles concert.
Yeah, I can imagine. I see it at soft play, mate. When I take the kids, I'm like, wow. So this is where they are.
Yeah, I had to go to one. I was dragged along there, and I'm like, this is gonna be shit. There's gonna be like 4,000 kids, and all these adults stand around looking friggin' stupid. But I get there was like 4 blokes and about 600 Sheilas and about bloody 1,000 kids all packed into the middle of this thing, and it was a great show. And I still don't even know what was on stage.
Hilarious. Right, I'm gonna have to go off. It's 1:30 for half an hour. I'll catch you guys in a bit. Have a good one.
So, yeah, mate.
Rich is gone. T-Dub's gone.
What do you mean T-Dub's gone?
Who else
T-Dub's
we got?
always about somewhere. Does he actually sleep?
Hey, man. I haven't been sleeping much lately.
I've been sleeping, but I've been waking up at like 3 in the morning and shit like that. Like I'll go to bed at 11:30, wake up 3:15.
Yeah, I did a couple of weeks of all nighters, about 4 weeks of all nighters, and I tried to switch back and keep waking up now at like 4 in the morning.
I had a laugh on the weekend. I went to a where I used to live. The bloke next door was he's moving out, so where he's moving to, they've got excess furniture, so he had a garage sale. Anyways, his sister turns up, and the fella that I used to live next door to, I've been harassing him for a while. You've got to have a look at this FE stuff, mate. I'm telling you, this is the go. You've got to look into it. Nah, you're a nutcase. You're off your head. I don't want anything to do with it. Anyways, his sister rolls up, and he turns around and goes, "Why don't you tell her?" So I go, "Right." And she goes, "What do you mean, flat Earth?" And I said, "Look, this is how it works. Water at rest, or any fluid at rest, does what? Takes the shape of its container and has a flat, level top. 70 what? 1.4% or 71% of the water around your ball. Have a think about it." And she walks away, and she comes back about 5 minutes later and goes, "Hey, Darl," and she turns around and yells at her husband, "I think we live on a flat Earth." Just like that, within 30 seconds, it was just like she walks off and comes back, and it clicked like that. And she goes, "I need more information. I need more information." So you all know how much fun it is to try to use your phone using Discord. It's an absolute shitstorm. So I actually stood beside her and signed her in the other day. And I said, "Look, go to this place, scroll right down the bottom. There is heaps and heaps and heaps of reading material. So just go there, take your time, enjoy yourself." I just put her on a listening pass, but yeah, because she said, "Look, I'm not interested in talking to people, but I just want more information. Where can I go to look it up?" And I said, "Anywhere but Google," and you'll be right. And sort of limits it for some people because they just don't get it. But yeah, so she's having a great old time scouring through hours of material.
Yeah, wow. That's cool.
But I just thought it was amazing how quickly she it clicked. Like she didn't turn around and do what the usual ball tards in here do. Gravity, refraction, and all this other shit. It was just water, flat. Oh shit! And that was the sort of the speed that it happened. It was brilliant.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't really see that too often, that's for sure. Now I should be hassling him.
Already has been. And it was funny too because I was having a chat to her husband afterwards, and that's what he said. He goes, "You know something? I have always felt something is not right, and when I say something, I mean everything. What the government says, what science books have said, what history says, what everything. I don't believe that where we live is truthful. Something is not right." And I said, "Yep, well, this will be a good stepping stone for you." So yeah, have a look into this. So yeah, so the pair of them, I don't think he'll sign on, but yeah, she'll go through and have a bit of a read.
Yeah, no, haven't had any of that. Everyone I've spoken to's fought with me about it. Not many would, yeah. I even got a mate. I was talking to him about gas pressure. He works on like refrigeration trucks for Thermo King. And he's like, don't tell me about gas pressure. I'm a fucking, cold room mechanic or whatever they call himself. I said, oh yeah, so how do these refrigeration units hold gas? And he's like, oh, in the container, I said, yeah, in the sealed pipes, yeah. And he's like, yeah, but you don't need gas pressure because there's valves that release it. And I'm like, yeah, but where's it releasing it to? Into another contained area, yeah? And he still argues with me, tells me not to argue because he's the air conditioning guy or the bloody refrigeration guy. Who knows about gas pressure?
Actually, the angle you should have hit him with? Second law of thermodynamics to do with entropy. Because how does
I did all that.
refrigeration work?
Yeah, I went through all that with him. And he still can't admit it. Don't tell him about it because he just learnt it all at TAFE. And I said to him, what happens if you get a hole in one of your pipes? And he's like, the gas leaks out. I'm like, fuck, exactly, man, my point. He still doesn't get it. I think he gets it, he just doesn't want to admit it.
Yeah, I've been trying to convince me best mate into dropping in, but he won't do it. He just no. He's a peer reviewer, so everything has to be peer reviewed before he'll accept it. Very frustrating.
He should understand that peer review has nothing to do with repeating the experiment, just making sure that it matches the current narrative.
Yeah, but he doesn't see it like that. It's peer reviewed, therefore it's correct. He doesn't. I would never have enough hours in the rest of my life to explain that peer reviewing means someone should actually check it over, not just look at your paperwork and say, "Yep, that looks all right to me. Hand your money over."
Yep. I think I might go and find a movie.
Well, I was thinking of the same thing because I downloaded what's that TV show, The Boys. I've been watching that. That shit's funny as in a sick and
No, I
twisted
haven't seen
way.
it.
Make sure you
Yeah, I
don't
haven't
have any
seen it.
young ones around. It's got some pretty rough language in it.
So The Boys, yeah.
Yeah, The Boys. It's all about these highly commercialized superheroes and the crew of people that are trying to sort them out. Apparently, they're up to like
What?
season 4, but I've only seen. I'm just into season 3 now. So
Yeah, right. Every time I get into one of these seasons, man, I just stop. Yeah, it's terrible. I'll sit there all night. I'll sit there and just say, all right, we'll watch one more. My wife does it as well. And she'll be working. So watch one more episode and then we'll go to sleep. And she'll be like, yep, all right, one more. We get to the end. Oh, we'll just do one more. We end up watching a whole friggin' thing and like the whole lot of it in a couple of days. And we've been up like 24 hours a day.
Yes, I get that. I did that with Breaking Bad. Bought the box set and sat and watched a lot of it.
Yeah, we do it with Breaking Bad. That other zombie one was that with Walking Dead.
So I didn't get into Walking Dead. What was the other one? Game of Thrones. One of my mates gave me all the Game of Thrones stuff. I watched half of the very first episode and turned it off because it was that boring. Just bored me to tears. And I'm like, dude, I'd rather go and watch a grass grow than this shit.
Actually, you know which one was the latest one, which is really bad, I got to say. It was only a few months ago. My daughter wanted me to watch The Vampire Diaries with her. And I ended up getting sucked in.
See, I've never seen any of those. Before Breaking Bad, what was that other vampire show? True Blood. I watched True Blood. That was pretty cool. Um, and now this will show me age. Before that, X Files
Yeah, I used to
off
watch X-Files.
off TV. Yeah, I love that show. Oh man, watched every single episode. Couldn't get, and I've watched most of them twice too. Yep, absolutely loved it. And yeah, that was the last sort of series that I got into. Mainly because I've always worked away. I've always been on the rail, or I've always been away, and I'll miss the first 2 or 3 episodes, and then when I get home, it's up to episode 5, and you sort of watch it, and you look at that going, I don't get what's going on. Oh well, back to drinking beer, do what I do best.
Yeah. Yeah, I watched all The Sopranos as well. That's another old one.
Well, anyways, mate, I'm going to go and put my feet up and watch another episode because
Yeah,
they go for an hour. That'll keep me entertained for a while, and I might roll into bed after that. So take it easy,
no
yeah?
worries, man. Yeah, have a good one.
Alrighty, catch up.
Catch ya. See ya.
Turn your camera on.
What'd you say?
Turn your camera on, but wear a shirt.
I don't want to turn on my camera.
Oh.
It's quiet in here.
You want to go to Krill's chamber?
What is it?
Hold on. Try to what? You want to go to Freedom?
Yeah, we can go.
What's up?
Hey.
Yeah, man.
Go on, get it out.
What do you get today, man?
Nothing new under the sun.
Can you tell me about like some new discoveries in flat Earth science?
Nothing new under the sun.
Is there any progress in you guys' field?
Yeah, the progress would be people accepting some sort of change, hope and change. But we are progressing reverse, like on the globe model, is always progressing ever closer to World War III. They got a doomsday clock. The particle physicists, whatever, made a doomsday clock, and we're the closest we've ever been to midnight, which is when a thermonuclear world-ending event exchange. So the something new would be a not that. It would be like, oh, okay. So yeah, maybe someday. Maybe start with yourself. Maybe start today would be the day you go into a Discord server without trying to invoke some sort of thermonuclear destruction of ideas you don't even understand to begin with. Let's see what happens.
Oh, sorry. By progress, I meant like progress as in discoveries in your field. You know, new observations.
Yeah,
new
same
theories.
answer.
What's the discovery?
Yeah, nothing new under the sun. A complete and full explanation for why nothing changes around here. The same triggered, freaked out that you came into this channel day one is the same freaked out and triggered you came in here day whatever this is, and will perpetuate in
Well, you're projecting now, man. You're very calm.
Yeah, you joined this channel because you're triggered. And as soon as you leave, you're triggered too, yeah.
I just asked you about discoveries in your field, man. That's all.
Same answer. Same answer as yesterday.
I didn't ask you yesterday.
And the day before.
I didn't ask you.
And the day before that.
Not even that bro. Grit. You're breaking now, man. I just asked if there are like new discoveries.
Same answer. Same answer.
I'm not getting it. I don't know what the answer
full
is.
and complete explanation for why there's a march towards the end, to mutual extreme destruction. Full and complete.
That's like the object you want to understand with flat Earth, total destruction.
Environmental conditioning. Yeah. Why is there a doomsday clock that's mere moments away from life ending?
This has nothing to do with flat Earth, man. That's not what flat Earthers believe.
Environmental conditioning.
There is no such thing as a flat Earth belief that is fallacious in itself. The Earth is what it represents itself to be. It's very simple. It doesn't matter what you, Grim, think. It doesn't matter what Clay thinks. It doesn't matter what Crit thinks. It doesn't matter what anybody in here thinks about the Earth. The Earth has a specific way of representing itself, right? Visually.
But that's just your opinion, bro.
Measurably. No, it's not my opinion.
We have a way of representing.
So you don't have the opinion that that's the case?
Derived from a conscious being. The object itself is not a representation of anything. You're wrong. You don't have a representation of itself on its own in reality. You have to observe it for it to have a representation. Yes.
Philosophical
The Earth doesn't represent itself. It's inanimate and unconscious, dude.
No.
You said something delusional.
The Earth, no.
You just said many delusional things, sir.
Listen, no.
Yes.
No.
Delusional, hallucinatory and delusional things, sir.
No, delusional is if a human being goes against what their senses, their God-given senses, or wherever they come from.
I'm just saying the thing you just said that the Earth represents itself is somewhat moderately.
The Earth represents itself to be a topographical stationary plane to your senses.
That's your opinion.
That are given to you.
Doesn't.
If what is
it represents itself for shit.
What is crazy to do is then to say, actually, it's the complete opposite of what I observe. Actually, it is a spinning, wobbling tilted space ball.
Walking evidence of that shit.
okay, so this is quite interesting that on today, the 4th of July, they're going to see fireworks up in the sky that represents the two wars, 1812 and 1776, and the victory. And you're not going to be able to understand this. You are so outside of functional normal that there isn't any way to get inside your worldview and explain anything to you. Because you don't understand representation.
Great. What's a new discovery, man, in your field?
Nothing new under the sun.
Nothing new. Okay, so there are no discoveries. Right.
Yeah,
you
that's
guys are
the
doing
discovery.
nothing. This
Discovery
is a completely useless field. There is nothing happening.
Yeah, discovery is nothing new under the sun. A full explanation.
What the fuck does that even mean, man?
Grim,
You're not even trolling.
It might be Grim. It's very simple. It might
And
be
you
useless.
play-
Grim.
Yeah.
It might be useless to you since you're willfully going against your observable
Well, that's your opinion, man.
world. Yeah, you're going willfully against what is observable in the world you
But
live
that's
in.
your
So
opinion.
therefore, and no, it's not my opinion. It's
Oh,
obvious.
you don't believe that? It's not
Okay,
your opinion?
what do you observe? Do you observe a spinning ball
Wait.
or a? One second. We make it very simple. What do you observe? Is the Earth spinning right now?
Well, that's your opinion, bro.
Is it moving? Is the Earth underneath your feet
You know,
moving? Is the Earth underneath your feet moving?
Underneath my feet,
Yeah. Are
to
you
a degree
spinning?
it is, yes. Yeah, it is.
No,
It is
it's
moving
not.
to a
No, it's
degree.
not. No.
Okay, see,
He just
torture
lied.
is
He just lied to you.
intellectual.
He
Sure,
just
you
lied
know,
to
if
you
you
'cause
understand
he's
my
literally sitting
feet
on his
are...
computer talking to you.
Hold
So
on, hold on,
Grim
man.
just lied
Yeah,
to you.
yeah.
So, no, you just don't think you...
torture-
First of all, you look like a
torture is
crack addict,
intellectually
man.
honest.
I'm
That's like
sorry.
the first
I'm
point.
sorry.
The
I
second
can't
point
defend
is
you on this
that
one, Grim.
if you
Yeah,
think of having like
torture-
atoms in your
Hold
feet
on.
and atoms in the...
Hey, Torture, we're live on YouTube. I'm not sure if you want to broadcast.
Well, I'm alright with that. It's just thank you for telling me. I gotta be more careful what I say, but he left.
Grim is such a horrible man, man.
Yeah,
You look good, man. You look good. You look
Yeah,
like a
just so
decent
you
human
know
being.
that we are. I mean, two things: that we're live on YouTube, and also once we get closer to 25 people, I'll ask you to turn your camera off.
Okay, got it. Thanks. Just remind me when I'll do it, man.
Okay.
See, this is all you get with Grim. Either it's ad homs or just, trying to avoid someone to be finished with what they're saying. See, the problem is this. We have two opposing sides. We have one side that claims that everything is opposite to what their senses tell them, opposite to what they observe with their eyes, opposite to what they actually measure regarding Earth, opposite to what we see with water and so forth. This is the one side. The craziest thing about this, they are the ones who then blasphemously call us the crazy ones for just accepting what is given unto us, which is within my own radius as a human being, that I observe the Earth to be a topographical stationary plane, not a spinning, wobbling, tilted space ball flying from an ever-expanding void of darkness. That are fantasies that I would put in contradiction to what I observe. Therefore, I can't live as a walking, talking contradiction. This is not how I live. I live as a truthful human being who can look into the mirror and say, this is me, and when I look at the world, this is the world. I don't put an idea of fantasy upon a established observation. Very simple.
Yeah, Clay,
I don't put my trust in humans.
I've heard you talk about flat Earth a lot. Yeah, that as well. Yeah, I've observed that as well. I think you're one of the first few individuals that I've had give like a good, solid, foundational or founded argument for the flat Earth, or at least not talk about it in like a logical way, if not give an actual coherent argument. But yeah, everything you're saying is true. I agree with you. That's kind of the thing that people want to peg to the wall and kind of ignore when this kind of comes up. Because I'm kind of the last person to make fun of flat Earth, even though I think probably not true. It doesn't matter to me. I don't know or care what it is. I just look around me and I see a flat Earth, right? I don't see a curve. I don't see a sphere. I don't see, I don't see any birds.
So what's the big deal, right?
Up, right? You know what I mean?
Well, the point is, everything we see reflects what we say, and then the only time when it comes to invoking something else is when you trust into a government agency, for example. If you have belief and faith in the government agency, go on, man. I'm not even mad. If you want to believe NASA with its background and history, go on. I'm not mad about it, but don't call me a crazy person if I just accept what is given unto me. If it's God-given or if it's whatever you believe in, right? I believe it's God-given. This is a belief. There is something I invoke belief in. But whatever, I can affirm like everybody else because I can compare myself to another human being. We have the same senses. I can observe water the same way as Torture can. Therefore, why am I called the crazy person if I don't put my faith and trust in the government agency, for example, where a few select people who obviously I've listened to, I have not ignored these people, I've listened to the supposed people who claim, hey guys, I went into a realm that you haven't been to, it's called space. And I'm like, wow, okay, let's see, are you consistent with what you're saying? Then I listen to the astronauts. The one side says, oh yeah, we can totally see the stars. The other side is very inconsistent with what the one side says. So I'm like, okay, if there's just a few select people in space, why is it that there's so many anomalies of contradiction and inconsistencies with these humans? This makes no sense. If I ask a car mechanic how an engine works, another car mechanic in China will tell me the same way how an engine works. Maybe in different words, but at the end it will have the same outcome. But if there's a few select people who can't even get the story straight, why should I put my faith and trust in these people? I don't put my faith and trust in inconsistencies. I only accept what is consistent, and this is why I'm such a simple man. And I know sophisticated people in this day and age, full of television, full of all these media in their brain, obviously they can't accept such simplistic idea of viewing the world. But that's not my problem, that's not my fault, that is their problem. And if they want to live with that problem, go on, make your life harder than it needs to be.
Yeah, people don't really want to engage genuinely on a conversational level, do they? I noticed that over a period of time. You'd expect it to be the other way around. You really would. You expect them to try really hard, right? Make a claim for themselves when they talk about this stuff, but they don't. Especially atheists.
No,
I don't know why.
I mean, this is the point is why the point has we have gotten to is people are arguing against something that is very well established. I mean, we live in a society where people look in the mirror and they don't even know who they are in terms of biology, for example. So, see, this is where the core of the matter is. We live in a time of deception and confusion. People are inherently deceived because they can't even trust themselves. They look in the mirror and say, well, I don't really know who I am. And that's where the problem begins. How can a person like this then go out and understand what the reality is that they have been born into? If they have been already so confused to indoctrination that they come to a point where they don't even accept what they are. Can you imagine that? Being in such a denial about yourself. That is torture. These people are mentally tortured, and then society goes out and they even want to furthermore help these people by saying it's okay that way. You can be confused. No problem. Man, what a day and age. Imagine explaining this to someone from the 1800s. They would just look at you like, is this guy crazy? In the world, man.
I would say for the most part, yes, right?
Yeah, because back then people had morals, people had decency, people had self-respect. You can see it on the way how they actually treated each other and how they actually have worn the clothes, right? How they treated their own body, for example. But the confusion will even go higher. This is just the beginning. The beginning of the confusion. We go to an even greater extent than this. unfortunately.
R.
Oh je, hört sich gut an, Mama. Bleib schön im Bett, trink Tee. Aber ich komme dich dann nicht besuchen, weil ich will nicht krank werden. Ich habe Urlaub ab jetzt und ich will wirklich nicht flach liegen. Komme ich nur das Auto tauschen, ob Papa zu Hause ist. Ja. Tut mir voll leid, dass du krank bist.
Ah! Wie ist dein Was mache ich hier für einen Scheiß? 100 knots. V1, rotate. Positive climb, gear up.
was a time women spent meditating and spiritual searching. The ancient Mayan calendar is slightly even more accurate than the Gregorian calendar we use today. They calculated the moon's orbit of the Earth incredibly precisely, 29.528395 days to our current 29.530588 day measurement. They could accurately predict solar and lunar eclipses and had amazing knowledge of astrology and the stars. Archaeologist Eric Thompson asks, what mental quirks led the Maya intelligentsia to chart the heavens, yet fail to grasp the principle of the wheel? To visualize eternity as no other semi-civilized people has ever done, yet ignore the short step from Corbould to True Arch. To count in millions, yet never learn to weigh a sack of corn. The Mayan calendar measures cycles of expanding consciousness and completing one's purposes in life. Gauging the passing days like this changes the way one thinks of life. Modern societies tend to see time as a ticking time bomb till they die, a clockwork of standardized gears cranking until they get older, rusty, useless, and stop turning. The Mayans, like early Christians, believed in reincarnation, which fits with their calendar. They believed all of life was a spiritual evolution and an expanding of consciousness and purpose, so each day correlates as such. For instance, as I write this, today is the second day of the new Jaguar moon of intention. Each moon has a spirit animal and purpose. Today's Solkine is Skywalker the 13th, which means explore, space, wakefulness, the aspiration to unite heaven and earth. Today's power is activation. Today's action is bonding, and today's essence is service. Each day also has a color, a chakra, and a symbol as well. Now this may sound odd or appear as some New Age foolishness, but this is a method of timekeeping used all over the ancient world. To associate the nature of time with the evolution of consciousness seems to me a much evolved outlook. The Maya knew about the 25,920-year precession of the equinoxes, in which the position of the rising sun against the stars changed slightly for 2,160 years past each constellation of the zodiac. They even perfectly calculated the end date of this precession as December 21st, 2012. Jose Arguelles wrote, "The Christians set sail westward and discovered the New World. In a place called Yucatan, they discovered another people, the Maya. These Mayans also had a calendar, a heathen device that was more accurate than the Julian calendar. The Christians learned from the Mayan calendar that their calendar was 10 days off. What to do? The Christians burned all of the Mayan books in 1562. Interestingly enough, 10 years later, in 1572, there was a new pope. He named himself Gregory the 13th, and declared that his first act as pope would be to correct the Julian calendar. 10 years later, 1582, Pope Gregory the 13th had achieved his aim. If you went to bed on the evening of October 5th, 1582, when you woke up, it was October 16th, and not October 6th. Pope Gregory the 13th had made up for this 10 days, and the Julian calendar was now known as the Gregorian."
For the 200th time, Zanuck.
Hang on.
He already destroyed this argument for himself earlier today by claiming that you can't leave reference frames, you can't leave reference frames. Like, he's already destroyed himself numerous times on this.
I love you, Chocolate,
I don't know
but
why
I've got
this
to jump
is... Yeah, go ahead.
Mike West is in the house. Mick West, even.
Oh, I seen him in the check-in. I didn't think he was real.
Yeah, no, he is real. Bev has been talking to him on Twitter and has managed to get him in, so just so you all know that he's probably going to come down to the live stream soon.
Oh, fantastic.
Oh, that would be way better than fucking
Yeah,
with
behave yourself, Zanuck. You'll be the
Is he like
first.
famous?
I'll be what?
You'll be muted if you don't behave yourself.
I'll always behave myself.
Yeah.
Isabel got muted a second ago.
I'll be the judge of that one.
Hey, Chocolate, can we just talk about one thing before we let this topic go? The leaving of reference frames?
No more reference frames, please.
No,
My
this is-
ears are bleeding.
There seems to be a misunderstanding. I just wanted to explain it in case there's ever a question.
No one.
Maybe
no
you
one,
could
No one
DM.
cares? Okay, I'll leave it out then.
Yeah, we are fine. We cannot eat any more reference frames because they are not healthy.
Yeah, if you confuse me more, I might actually start believing in the globe again.
I'm not trying to confuse you, just letting you know about how you can't leave a reference frame. It's not possible, but you can go to another reference frame if you'd like to. It still exists.
Stop explaining.
Observation point.
No, we didn't ask
Is
you
this
that.
an all-inclusive
All about
reference
observation
frame that we can go to?
What's that?
Could we talk of rainbows while the McQuest is coming?
How about corpuscular rays?
How about these observations and long-distance measurements that are defying the very model that you are preaching here, Zanuck?
Okay.
How do we deal with those on a ball when they directly contradict the supposed curvature that we should be seeing, according to their story?
In the measurements of large mountains at a distance?
Well,
as well
yeah,
as
just long-range observations in general, right? I mean, there's
McWest is coming. Sorry, got to reiterate, McWest is literally coming in a minute now.
Nice. I'm ready.
Fantastic.
Hello, buddy.
So, yeah, those are interesting observations, right? And a lot of them aren't very accurate. They're looking at, I see the light that should be 100, 200 feet below the horizon. How do we see that? And the answer is, from my perspective, not perspective, no.
Yes, perspective.
Refraction has only a small effect, but there could be something called diffraction, which could actually allow those. Yeah, diffraction can actually
could be.
I'm admitting that I don't know, and I'm interested in that test, in replicating it myself.
Could it be that we see what there is without anything?
Yeah, until it's shown otherwise, that's the logical base assumption, so that's where we leave it. I'm sorry.
That's the first step in science,
it looks
right?
like a beaver. It looks like a beaver. It smells like a beaver. It has a tail like a beaver.
No, but how come? Then answer me this. Then. Answer me this. So when I shine that same laser to an 11,000 foot peak, 123 miles away, what do you think we'll see when there's less refraction or diffraction involved? Do you think
I
don't know.
The fact that you shine the laser on
it does not matter.
100 and however many miles away just means there's no curvature.
If we use a laser targeting device to aim a laser at a target, we'll probably hit the target with the laser if you've got a direct line of sight to it. Okay. Now, refraction over vast distances will have to be taken into account, because quite possibly if you're viewing this mountain over a vast distance, it's going to be refracted to you, the observer, anyway. So you'd have to take account of it, wouldn't you?
But you've shown 200 feet over 20 miles, so we got to see, a huge amount of diffraction or refraction that's going on over 100 miles, right?
Well, yeah, more distance, more atmosphere, right?
Okay. Well, that would play into my case here, in that when we show a mountain 125 miles away, why is it angularly much lower than it should be for that given distance?
I don't know, because you're comparing a geometric function to refraction.
Yeah, but
this observation of the mountain, you're observing it, the light is being refracted through that atmosphere. More distance, more refraction possibly, right?
3 degrees? We're talking about a refractive index.
Refraction over long distances is 7 to 8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah, if you're able to shine a laser on a mountain that far away, you shouldn't be able to see it due to the alleged curvature.
Refraction, two factors, right? You have your angle of incidence as well as the material you're shining light through. If it's air, it's very low refractive index. Then you have the angle of incidence on top of that. That no way accounts for the amount of sink those mountains would have at 125 miles. They're 11,000.
How come they're visible? How come they're visible?
We're seeing we're seeing them being angularly at 7,000 feet. Where did 7,000 feet of that mountain go?
Mick West in the house, people. How you doing, Mick?
Yeah, Mick knows this. Mick knows this very well.
I know. Yeah, I do actually. I know all about the refraction problem. It's very interesting.
Welcome to the server.
Yeah,
thank you.
Yeah, I'm pretty familiar with it too, Mick. It seems like the only time you can get light to bend down is in a tank full of sugar water.
Oh no, you can actually do it fairly easy in any type of thing where the refractive index is higher the lower you go down.
Can you demonstrate this?
Yeah.
Ooh, no. Well, then do it. Yeah, I'd like to see. I'd like to see laser light bending down in air. Can you demonstrate that, Mick?
Okay. Yeah. No.
Just gonna make a small announcement, guys. Just to make a small announcement, guys. I understand we've got Zanuck and Mick West in, so if we could just dial it back 10% and try and keep them here as long as possible before we start getting involved.
Okay. Yeah.
Emotional
You should get married.
No, I'm just asking a simple question. McWest here is very informed about the... No. McWest here is really informed about the refraction problem. So I've asked something very simple of him. Can you demonstrate laser light bending down in atmosphere, not a tank of sugar water? Please.
Yes, I can.
Cool. I'd love to see it.
All right. Well, I have a video showing how to do it, actually. But really simply, the way to do it is just to kind of cool the air lower down, and the laser light will bend down towards the cooler air. And the easiest way to do that is with a large ice pack, just like the type of thing you put in a cooler or an ice chest. You take that and you shine the...
when it's really cold, and conditions are just right on the lake for us to observe a mirage of a skyline that's about 36, 40 miles away. So those are perfect conditions.
Well, I wouldn't. I mean, obviously conditions vary, and sometimes they're better than others. But yeah, if a lake is very cold, the light will bend down towards that because it cools the lower air and makes it denser. And more dense air has a higher refractive index. A light bends towards the higher refractive index, though, towards the denser medium. Which is why on a hot road, when a road heats up, the air expands, it becomes less dense, and the light bends up, which is where you get that kind of mirage refraction. It looks like a mirror, the typical like mirage, like pool of water in the desert type thing. That's because it's hot down there, but when it's cold, it bends in the opposite direction.
Is it the same reason that I saw an experiment done with laser and the iron? Iron was heated, normal like an iron what you iron your shirts or whatever. And this iron was put next to the laser, and it changed the direction of the laser.
Yeah, it is. With hot things, it's kind of tricky to do because hot air moves around a lot more because it rises. Cold air just sinks, so it doesn't move so much. So you get a lot more turbulence with hot air. But you can do it. I have a video. Can I post links in here? So I've got a...
Maybe post.
Give me 2 seconds. I'll give you the appropriate right.
Hey Mick, I got a question for you.
Sure, yeah.
The flat community has done is they did an experiment out there at the Salton Sea, and they basically it was really simple. Guy sitting in a chair with a camera, guy across the Salton Sea 20 miles had a mirror and was changing the mirror angle up and down, up and down, up and down, and they were shining the sun off the mirror to the person holding the camera, and they did see a flash when they got the right angle from 20 miles away, which would be about 150, 200 feet below level. So my thoughts, and that's what I kind of was interested in, because refraction would only account for so much in air, as we know, 0.003 or something.
It varies though based on the conditions.
Right. But in this case, it was a fairly warm day. They saw the light flash from the camera. We all saw it. Is it a chance, because the light is traveling over an object, water, that there could be diffraction involved?
No, diffraction happens around the edges of things. It doesn't really work over a surface like that. Diffraction is when basically when a wave kind of spreads out when it goes up to a corner or something like that. So it's not really an issue, other than I suppose atmospheric diffraction, which is just kind of glow, which really isn't an issue here. What they're seeing there was an actual line of sight from the camera or from the guy's eyes all the way to that mirror. And indirectly to the sun, because it's reflecting an actual beam of light. But because the lake is cooler than the air, the water just above the surface of the lake is cool, and it curves around that curve of the lake.
It seems like
Hold on. So it curved that much around over 20 miles, it actually followed the surface?
Yeah, well, it's not really that much when you think about it, because the Earth, being so large, the curve really isn't very much. It looks flat because it's curving so little, so it doesn't really bend the light very much.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. So the angular change is not that great, but over long distances, it was enough to where it would.
Yeah, exactly. So over 10 miles, it's only got to bend a few feet, which is hardly anything really.
This implies duplication of the image. a real image that is giving light rays that are coming more or less straight from the object, and a duplicated image from the light rays bending up and refracting. It's a bit too much to beg the person to believe that a duplicated image, essentially, of the actual object is being shifted up and over a curve with the actual object with the straightest rays possible coming from said object somewhere else.
There are no straight rays coming from it. They're all being bent. If you took like the object and drew a ray in every single direction, all 360 degrees, the ones that go across the lake are going to be very slightly curved. The ones that are a little bit above that are going to be slightly less curved, and then the ones going straight up will not be curved at all. So the curve is so small.
What's it got
a bending of the?
This is
not on your regular air.
I can understand.
We're not talking about sugar water, Mick West.
We're talking about the atmosphere, which is much less of a refractive medium than sugar water. So it only bends a really, really tiny amount. The reason you have to use sugar water to demonstrate it,
it's been proven it's not been. There is no refraction at night, Mick West. Are you kidding me?
There's refraction anytime that there's a difference.
No, there is not. No, there is not, Mick West. Quit lying.
Let's let West respond. We're starting to harangue him a little bit. Mick West, you had to respond?
Yeah. Lasers at night, no refraction.
Oh, well, yeah. Why are you?
Yeah, right there. There's the there's the data. Show me where there's refraction in that data right there. It actually shows none from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. Literally. That's why tests are done at night, Mick. That's why these laser tests are done at night. Okay.
I have a question. There seems to be quite a lot of changing the angle for a lot of the time there. At some point, like over a small height variation, sometimes things equalize because at some point the refraction bends down, at some point it bends up. So there's some time during the day when it gets
bends up. We've seen it. It bends up because of the humidity rising off the water. If it does, that's why they choose a frozen or a partially frozen lake to minimize that effect. Thank you very much. Prove that it bends up in our atmosphere. Show me, or it bends down in our atmosphere. Please do.
Well, yeah, like I said, I demonstrated it.
It doesn't. We can demonstrate it goes up, Mick.
But I've just said that I personally have demonstrated, and I have a video of me actually showing
not in the atmosphere.
Atmosphere. I had to use like an ice pack to cool it locally because, well, you're accusing me of lying when I actually have a video showing me doing this.
Are you? Yeah, I'm accusing you of being very deceptive. Yes, you are.
We don't need to
just like Dr. John D called you out big time for your calculator and all the other lies and bullshit that you produce.
Oh, let's
I'm not going to take it lightly with a shill in here.
If you're just saying I'm lying, then like, how are you? Why are we even having a discussion here? Like,
are you a government agent?
No, I'm not. I'm just some guy.
Well, Mick, going back to the refraction, when refraction happens, not all colors. Oh, there's a bit of an echo. Sorry, but not all colors of light refract at the same time, which leads to an unstable, hazy image when there's been like miraging and different effects. Now, when you go to a cold layer of air, there is some stability, but you have what essentially amounts to a faded, duplicated, hazy image that is unstable. It is a bit too much to beg the person to believe that a stable image would refract and curve over air. And with the sugar water that you saw, that you showed in a video, or maybe somebody else showed in another video, you see what appears to be the laser hitting a critical angle and bending away after reflecting off of a layer versus say bending down through a cold layer. So you have slightly different phenomena, one where you have what appears to be somewhat of a reflection off of a layer of density versus going through a different layer and quality of air going through the medium. So we have a couple things here that are a little hard to believe is really happening with the atmosphere. You'd expect a hazy, unstable image, and you'd expect some duplication because some of the different colors of light refract differently if refraction is happening. So some of them would be refracting off of your eye this way, some of them would be refracting off of your eye this way, leading to an instability of the image, would it not?
Yeah, and that's why Dr. John D used two different color lasers on his test. He tested for your refraction and found nothing.
The amount of refraction the
Jesus
different colors
Christ.
is about the same. It doesn't really vary very much. Now, if you look through something like a magnifying glass,
No
or some
shit, and he took this into consideration over a distance.
I'm addressing the issue raised by the previous person, and he's saying that different colors refract by different amounts, but they really don't refract by very much difference. When you look through something like some glasses, the light is being refracted a lot. It's being bent a lot, but the colors really don't change very much at all. You get a little bit of coloring around the edges called chromatic aberration, which you see in photographs sometimes, where the blue is bent a bit more than the green. But really, the difference isn't very much. So the color thing isn't really an issue.
Yeah, but isn't that how we establish the difference of rate between a refraction that's happening? Is by using different colors. So it's not a matter of if it's happening or not. It's the rate at which it does. That's why we use different colors, right, Mick?
Yeah, well, that tells you basically how the wavelength of the light affects it, and that leads to a thing called the green flash. Are you familiar with the green flash on the sun?
Yeah, it's when the sun's setting, right?
Yes, we're familiar with the green flash.
Yeah, and that's the difference there between the red light and the green light kind of shows you really how much the sun has been refracted. You can do the math because we know the different refractions. It's only like 1% or so for the difference between the red and the green. So you can tell by the size of the green flash how much the entire sun has actually been refracted. It turns out it's been refracted by an amount that's about equal to the diameter of the sun. So when you see the sun just above the horizon, in reality, under the conventional model, it's actually just below the horizon. It's being refracted upwards by the standard atmospheric refraction.
Well, another problem with the way that this refraction is applied, you can have 1% from the origin where the light ray is put out, or you can have 1% by the time it reaches the observer. And depending on if you apply it at the start or the finish, you're going to have differences of, miles.
That's not how it works.
If it just goes a degree off of the observer's eye, that's hardly anything. But if you started at the origin, that may go off a couple miles. So how's this refraction even being applied at the start or at the finish?
It applies over the entire path of the light.
Which means that you're going to have a lot of miles that are going to be added to the calculation when really it may only affect the observer and be even less, even smaller than that.
You have to look at what the light goes through every single step of the way from the start to the end. You can't just look at the start or the end or something in the middle. You've actually got to look at the entire path of the entire beam of light, which is why I actually use ray tracing. When I in my more complicated calculator, the refraction simulator, you've actually got to step through the atmosphere one step at a time and see what happens to that one small step, and then bend the ray of light very, very slightly, and then move it again. And I do tens of thousands of calculations on that one beam of light to see exactly how it bends.
In Lemon, when I post that picture of the ship disappearing, you see only the smokestacks of a 200-foot tall ship. You think if you had a laser pointed at the bottom of that ship out to shore, you'd be able to see the laser when you can't even see the boat from the shore?
Yes.
How much refraction would you have to see the bottom of that boat 20 miles away? All you see is the smokestacks up top.
It's still there. It's just compressing at the eye line of the observer. Something that's above your eye line physically will only compress down to the eye line and no further, and stuff that's below your eye line will compress up to that line but no further. Otherwise, you have an error condition where something can look like it's above you when it's actually below you. It's just the logic of the way that the eye focuses rays.
Okay, I get it. I get it.
There.
Lemon, nothing has changed proportions. There's no compression. There's no distortion.
There's compression down to the eye line.
No, there's nothing there.
Usually it's compression down at the bottom.
The bottom's completely visible and not changing shape whatsoever from the moment it was seen 3 miles away to here it is at 20, 25 miles away.
How about this? How come the flat Earth just makes sense at all? How come it's not just the most retarded thing ever when you look into it? Why, just Mick and Zanuck, why do you guys think that we believe it so much? Why does it make so much sense to us? Can you I want to know if I'm wrong. Am I so confused? Is it because our observations make it look flat and that I'm just wrong because I haven't been high enough?
Essentially, yes.
So when are we going to go high enough?
You don't need to go that high. There's the experiments you can do at a fairly low level, like the Bedford level experiment done by Wallace. back in the 1800s was actually
One
a
that
really,
proved
really
the
good
flat Earth?
experiment.
No, this was even conflated in court.
No.
We can't go back and forth with these two scallywags. That's not going to happen.
No, but Mick,
And
let's just
Dr.
talk about
John
us.
Dee
No,
redid the Bedford
let's talk
level
about-
experiment
let's talk about me.
No,
anyway.
he didn't
Why-
do it. He didn't do it.
No, but
Dr. John didn't do it. He had bad weather and he's never been back. So,
But do I think it's?
and-
I've never seen the globe, so why should I believe it? Like, all my observations are of a flat Earth. Do you agree? Your observations
well,
are all of
you've
a flat Earth,
seen-
right? Are your observations?
You've seen
of a flat
things like No, my observations are of a globe. The observations I've taken show that there is
look
wheels
flat
on a
to
globe.
you, and it's just
Yeah,
so
you've
big
never
that it
seen
is.
curve in
You've
your
never
life
seen
before motion with your
You've never
observations.
seen anything. None of us have.
Hollywood, yeah, I get it. Everything you look-
No,
everything
he just
you
wants
see-
to beg the question and apply a model to it. He's like the model thief.
But you've
I
never
know
seen it,
he's
right,
enforcement
Mick?
agent.
Mick, you've never seen the globe, right? Right? Like
I see
us.
it
You've
every
never
day.
seen-
Here it is.
Nobody has seen the globe.
You see it every day, dude? Are you serious?
You don't see shit, man.
You go to space every day?
Hollywood, if you see the picture I just posted,
Guys,
Just
taking a bit
gang
out of
and-
hand. I think what you're trying to say is, are you trying to ask him what does he observe, rather
Yeah.
than just repeating the question and shouting it? Just ask Mick. Mick, what do you observe on a day-to-day basis that shows a ball?
well, I think Mick and everybody would agree that.
Oh,
when you
no,
look at that-
Zanik, shush. That was directed at
It's
me.
not Mick.
My
I guess you're
problem
asking,
is
like-
I see a flat Earth every day, and I can't
I know,
deny that
I know.
anymore.
We understand that, but Mick, what do you observe?
Well,
that
I
is-
see a lot of evidence that to me shows that the Earth is actually a ball. Like the simplest thing
No, but
is
not
when.
the evidence, the observations. What do you observe?
Okay, the observations, like I observed, say, Catalina Island. Like something I used to live in Venice, Venice Beach in California, and there's an island off the coast. It's about 35 miles off the coast, and it's about, I think, 2,000 feet high. And when you look at it from the beach at Santa Monica or Venice next to each other, you see that half of the island is hidden behind the horizon.
What's the horizon?
I just posted.
Hold on, Zanik, shush. What's the horizon?
Horizon is the line formed by the edge of the
I can't
curve.
hear. I can't. Shut the fuck up.
Santa Monica all the fucking time.
Shut up.
You're talking about.
I want to know what the horizon is.
Your horizon is about
Oh
3
my
miles
God.
ahead of you with the naked eye.
The horizon
Binoculars,
is a
take
horizontal
binoculars, go back
horizontal
to
line.
Who's this
That's why it's
next? Go
called a
up mute you as
horizon
well.
and
I'm
not a
asking Nick a
curve.
direct question. What's the
Horizon is
horizon?
not a physical thing.
I'm not asking you.
By the curve of the ocean.
Platypus. No one is talking to
it's
you,
what
dude.
you see of essentially
I don't think he
the
can
sphere
hear
of the Earth.
anybody.
Who are you?
All right, so
Who's
so I
talking
can
to you, bro?
understand.
Yeah, shut your
Me.
ass up.
Sorry,
Alright.
y'all. It's just that we have to collectivize a little bit because it's one, group against one man. We just have to collectivize a little bit.
Let Jedi ask his question to Mick.
But we
Alright,
should let
so-
but we should let Platypus talk at the end because he also has been and seen Catalina. So I want to hear both sides.
I live in LA.
Yeah.
I got a picture.
I want to
on
know.
the chat.
Oh, me.
Check out the
I wanna
picture I
know
posted in the chat of Catalina.
Well, you all know what the horizon is under the standard model. You
No,
understand.
I understand the horizon is the limitation of my view. So that's what the horizon is. You're reifying this apparent location into a real location, the apparent leading edge of your sphere. That's what you're doing.
But
The
philosophically, that's
horizon
what,
is
that's what
the
you do with all
limitation.
observations.
The horizon is the limitation of the observer's view over the Earth. It is not an actual location. It is not the leading edge of a sphere, and nothing is hiding behind it.
So this guy just
But
claimed-
it
so
matches
this guy just claimed that
exactly
you
the
saw
standard model.
Wrong.
No, it doesn't match exactly the standard model. This is what long distance observations are. I mean, if you're at the beach and you're observing something that's 35 miles away, and you can't see the bottom of it, I'll give you your 6 foot tall. This is a very narrow angle of view to the thing you're observing 35 miles away across a
Right,
flat
that
surface.
Says you can see curvature.
That's not how vision actually works, though.
What do you mean? I've just pointed out you're observing something from 6 foot above the surface of the ocean that's 35 miles away. It's
Nick,
reduced
so you
in
can say
angular
that
size.
You've been to Santa
The
Monica.
bottom
angle.
Next person who ever
The
talks to me is going to
You've
get
seen a
muted.
big bulge. You've seen the water curve up and block your view of the shore of an island 30 miles away. You're telling me there's enough curvature across 30 miles to see a giant curve and have the ocean bulging in front of you, and then you don't see the shore?
Oh, it's just a smooth curve of the ocean.
Well, hold on, because I hear this argument too, like, oh, I see the curve. Well, where do you see it? I see boats going over it, straight ahead. If you're seeing something 35 miles out straight ahead, imagine how long a distance of horizon you're actually seeing, and how many hundreds of miles you're actually are in your vision. Like, there should be something else. There should be left and right curve too, if it's real, but it's not.
No, the horizon is flat.
Yeah, but if you're saying it's curving like away from you, it should also be curving left and right. Visually, you should be able to. If you think you can see the curve away from you, then you should also be able to see the curve left and right, because of you're seeing way more distance. You're seeing way more distance.
That's not how it works. That's a different curve.
It's a different curve, but it's still a curve that you can actually see.
It's based on your angle of view, is what it is. The higher up you go, the further you can see, and it's got dip to do with a curve. It's got zero to do with a curve. You can prove this to yourself by standing on your damn kitchen floor and laying on it. Put your eye next to the floor, and you can't see very much of it. You stand up or even raise up a few inches, you see more of the floor.
Yeah, but you can see the same amount.
This is what happens on a flat surface.
Literally. Yeah, but we're talking about the surface. We're talking about
0.05 arc radians at 30,000 feet. There's nothing to see as far as curve around you. We see the effects away from you. There's a difference.
Well, you know what? Here's the reality. No one has ever seen. Yeah, you're right. No one's ever seen the left and right curve, and no one's ever going to see it because it's not real.
Because you're not-
All you can do in any curve. All you guys can do. All you guys can do is take a perception.
0.05 arc radians.
Say that's curve. All you can take.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Hey, hold on, Hollywood, hold on one sec. All right, guys. I know everyone's a little excited because Mick is here. Let's try to keep it constructive, though. You know, like if Mick's making a point or Xanix's making a point, let them finish, and then continue with the point. Don't bounce a different idea because this is getting really hard to listen to. All right, guys. Let's stay on topic.
I'm happy to answer any questions, but like it would be good if we could actually stay on the one question for a second. Like, say that the side-to-side curve. That's a great question. Why can't you see the side-to-side curve? You can actually see it if you go up about like 700 to 1,000 feet and take a photograph of the horizon with a rectilinear lens, one that keeps straight lines straight and doesn't bend lines, and then you look at that in Photoshop. You'll be able to detect an actual curve. If you take a large straight edge up to about 1,000 feet. And you look along it carefully, you will actually see the curve of the horizon curving down a little bit at the ends of that straight edge. So it is actually visible. You won't see it from the beach.
Are you looking for an airplane? Sorry, are you looking for an airplane window when you make this observation with a straight edge?
No, you wouldn't be able to see it from an airplane window because it's
right.
too
So you know that you've got distortion at the edges of those two planes of perspex that are convex in nature, especially when pressurized.
Nothing.
So you're making this observation through a curved surface.
Infrared photographs.
Not talking about. What I'm talking about.
Can I get a concession to this?
Yeah, at about 32,000 feet.
About what happens
through a curved lens.
An infrared camera to take pictures of objects that were about 1,000 miles away.
So
It's really
through a
hard to
lens,
do
through
on a
another
curve
two
with
curved
a
lenses.
ball that's spinning, but for some reason we were able to do it.
Yeah. So through the camera, the aperture of the lens, which is curved.
Maybe
And then through the window.
that would allow us to see things thousands of miles away at only 32,000 feet.
It wouldn't. So you're misidentifying what you're seeing.
Platypus, I just need to make this clear. Do you hear Jedi?
No, I don't.
You don't hear Jedi? Yeah, you'd like
I'm
to.
talking
You
to
should
I'm
unmute
saying
him.
you're misidentifying
No.
what you're seeing. If you think you can see something 1,000 miles away from 30,000 feet, you're not. You can only see about 250, 300 miles or so from 30,000 feet. So you are misidentifying what you are saying.
Why another moderator can't hear me, or why I can't hear another.
Mick, I also posted a picture of a HUD display that shows the level line and then the horizon below the level line, which would only be possible if the surface below you was curved.
Dude, that could
Because
so
level-
Or sloping away from you, but yes, essentially, yeah. And this is something else you can take. You can take a water level, like two tubes that are connected, and you can see that the horizon drops below eye level, which would only happen if the Earth was a sphere.
It does.
So parallel horizontals that
miles
big.
away of the Himalayan range is not possible on a globe ever. 2,800 miles away.
I'm not sure what
From above Dubai.
the
Above
question is,
Dubai in the air on an airplane, and even the
Come on,
pilot
that's a lot.
admits it. 2,800
The
miles
pilot
away, and then
admits
tries
it.
to explain it away.
Hey,
from
Mick,
Dubai.
can I just get
Yes, from Dubai,
Can I just ask Mick
Himalayas
quickly?
and Mount Everest, from Dubai, 2,800 miles away.
I think that's probably misidentifying the mountains that you're saying, if that's in fact what's being
watch
claimed.
it. Watch
So,
it.
Mick, did you?
But you say that about Jay Tolan when he clearly pointed out the 700-mile one was perfect.
Hey, Mick.
I mean, but you're going to say though that was no, it wasn't clouds.
Jason Tolan actually shows the curve of the Earth. You can actually see the horizon curving in his videos.
Do you disagree with
Have you
Neil
measured
deGrasse
it with a
Tyson
straight
when he
edge?
says that you can't see curvature at 100?
Are you going to try to pull the crap like FTFE, where he tries to show curve by zooming in with a program that shows the actual table that the thing was sitting on curving too? Are you kidding me?
I'm not sure what you're referring to there, but someone asked about Neil deGrasse Tyson.
man.
He was wrong.
So how did you come to have better knowledge than Neil deGrasse Tyson on this issue?
But it's not about knowledge. He just said something that was wrong. I'm sure that if you actually asked him in detail about what he meant, he would explain it to you.
Well, he was pretty clear about saying that from 120,000 feet you couldn't observe it.
Yeah, he
So
was saying that it
that's a
looked
big
flat, so you wouldn't see much of a curve. But it's
No, he
technically
said
wrong. Yeah, it's
so
wrong.
you say
So he is
1,000
wrong.
feet. You say 1,000 feet, and he says you couldn't see it from
You can't really see it with the naked eye very easily. You have to use like a long straight edge and look very carefully and have good conditions, like clear air and a
So have you
clear
done that?
horizon. No, but I've seen a lot of people doing it online.
Do you have
What
any?
about,
Do you,
is it possible?
I'd
Is
be
it
interested
possible
to
that
see
it's
that.
a circle of vision what you are seeing, not the roundness of Earth? Because we have a circle of vision. We see in circle.
We don't have a circle of vision. We have eyes and we have cameras, and they share the same thing.
you have
Yeah, but
peripheral vision.
from your
though.
point of view, you see.
It's
the
irrelevant
same-
though. Like, let's
You see
don't
the
talk
same
about
amount-
vision because vision's irrelevant. What's relevant here is photographs, because the photographs look like what we see. So let's talk about like how a photograph is made. You can
Do you
make a
wanna know how to-
photograph.
That's not true, Mick. A photograph is not what we see. A photographic is a distortion of reality, actually.
It looks
Did
like
say that right, didn't I?
if
That
you take a
helps us
photograph of
see-
something and hold it up in front of you, it will look like the thing that you're looking at. Will it not?
But all lenses are curved, so they're going to add curvature. Even the rectilinear lens, it's going to add it after bigger distances and bigger elevation. All lenses are going to do that if they are convex and curved.
Whole camera.
Different cameras will take different images depending on the air clarity of the day.
Pinhole.
This can be
know
observed with 12-hour time-lapse footage of things in the distance, and the
You know what a pinhole
midground and the
camera is?
near-ground undulating throughout the day, including the horizon, depending on the air conditions, right? So it does appear
Camera.
that things do undulate. So you're going to tell me that everything that you see at vast distances is exactly what it is all the time? Or is refraction definitely coming into play?
Refraction is usually coming into play, but what I'm saying is that what we see with our eyes is just essentially the same as what we see with a camera. There's nothing special about our eyes other than them being round. If you take a pinhole camera which doesn't have a lens at all, it produces exactly the same images as a regular camera.
Up close, but up far, not the case.
Hey,
Yeah, at
do you-
distance.
Wait,
So, Mick,
Why would it be different?
Hold on, real quick. Mick, do you have any alternative viewpoints, or are you going to defend the official narrative on everything at all costs? Because I know the official story and all this stuff. Are you going to provide us with anything like, or do you have any like conspiracies that you kind of think are real, or anything like that? Like anything alternative?
Hollywood, you must be new to Mick West. Mick West was actually a big debunker for chemtrails in 9/11, so. He's on the far
He runs
side.
a website called Made
I
Up.
think there's a lot of corruption in the world.
Mick West is the antithesis of a conspiracy theorist. He's specifically here to shoot down any conspiracy and tell you that you're just an idiot.
That's why I called him a shill.
That's what I'm saying. Wait, hold on. Do you have any alternative viewpoints
Can y'all all
other than the
stop
official
talking at the
narrative?
same time?
I just want to know, do you have any alternative viewpoints other than the official narrative on everything?
I think that there's lots of corruption in government, and I wouldn't trust
Just give me
anything
an
a
example.
politician says.
Be specific. Like one thing that you're concerned about.
Well, like say the prison industrial complex. Like I think politicians pass laws to increase sentencing based in part on lobbying from the prison industry, and the prison industry gives money to politicians, so they will pass laws like the drug laws
That's
that
not
end up with more people in jail.
That's his official narrative.
What about JFK?
Well, the thing is with these photos, they can add curvature, and even these gyroscopes off of which you have the pendulous vanes in these flight equipment can be affected by pressure and electrical environments that can change the way that the vacuum pump operates, which operates with the gyroscope to provide the high-powered spin for the gyro to operate. So the 3 inches up and down that you may be seeing may due to mechanical error of the gyro going through different pressure environments, affecting the vacuum pump and affecting
it with the water level.
precession and spin.
You can do it with the water level, though. You don't need to use like the gyroscopic level. So you just take up like 2 tubes filled with water, and you can view level, like the horizontal level from that point, and you see the horizon is below that.
Depends on how you're looking. Since there are no such thing as lines, you could be looking at the top part of the quote-unquote horizon line, the middle part of it, the bottom part of it, and if you're off by even a hair's breadth, it may add up.
Along local level. Say you get a carpenter's level. Like a big, you know what a carpenter's level is, right? It's one of those long, 4-foot long levels with a little spirit level in the middle.
Yeah.
And you set that up so it's perfectly locally level, so it's flat and horizontal. If you look along that, you will see that it's above the horizon. If you are high enough, if you go to say 6,000 feet or something like that, just look along that level, and you will see the horizon is below that. Easily verifiable.
Yes,
that is something I have done.
I've done that, mate. Do you want me to get that
View
video?
distance, okay.
Can I just
There's a visibility concept that you're just totally disregarding.
Can I just ask a couple of questions again to Mick? So, Mick, firstly, have you ever attempted to reach out to Neil deGrasse Tyson to correct him on his misunderstanding about where you can observe Earth's curvature?
Yes, I did. I tweeted at him.
Oh, did you?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And
also post explaining why he was wrong. I think if you search for Mick West, Neil deGrasse Tyson wrong or something like that, it will pop up. I'm
interested to read that. If you post it, I'm going to give that a read. But also, because I think Flatopus's question is quite interesting as a kind of starting point for some of these things. So if I just shoot a couple of topics at you, can you just give us your opinion on what you think the story is?
I'm just posting a link to the Neil deGrasse Tyson debunk that I did.
Okay.
But Mick West in the chat.
Well, quickly, just let me finish. I just want to ask a couple of ones. So what about JFK? What's your stance on that?
I think the Warren Commission was correct.
Okay.
You should see the video of the driver pointing and shooting him to death in the car.
Did I just hear Mick West say the Warren Commission was correct?
Hey, Mick,
was your dad? Oh my God!
Right, just a couple more and I'll be done. The moon landings
happened.
Happened as they described, right? 9/11.
Yes, 9/11 was done by terrorists flying planes into the buildings catching fire and collapsing. World Trade Center 7 was hit by World Trade Center 1, caught fire.
You're an absolute buffoon. You're an absolute.
Just getting a quick gauge on that.
Hold on. On the link you said that 45,000 feet. Whoa, that's a curve.
Everything the news says is real and 100% true all the time.
Okay,
My name is Mick West, and there's nothing here
let's
to.
go back to some flat Earth stuff because I just wanted to get a quick gauge on some of those. So, Mick, sorry, go on, Lemon.
I'm sorry. My bad. You're saying?
Hey, we shouldn't torture him because for all we know,
let
he's
me
literally
go on to my point.
he's being forced to do this.
Yeah, no.
So I kind of feel bad. No joke.
Right?
I mean, he makes some money.
No, that was
I'm pretty sure. The government's paying him.
I don't make money. I'm retired. I actually, I used to be a video game programmer.
He's just been threatened.
I mean, I guess I'm pretty sure he retired.
But Mick, you agree that right now people
Look,
around the world...
can I just address this real quick? Like you say, I'm being paid, I'm a shill, and I'm scared, I'm being forced to do this. Can I just do you know
that's
what
a
my
possibility? I never said you were.
Right.
It's a possibility.
Okay. Well, let me explain why I'm doing this. I used to be a video game programmer. I programmed a game called Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, which was very popular back in the day.
I used to like that.
Yeah. So it was a very popular game. I made quite a bit of money doing it, and so I retired from the video game industry, and now I just do things that I basically am interested in and enjoy doing. So I have a variety of interests.
Well,
this is one of them.
So did you know that all video game worlds are flat?
That's not true. There's quite a few video game worlds that
most are
around.
flat. Though. Would you agree? Most are
Yeah,
completely
they
flat.
are. But you
the
know,
water's flat.
as
Everything's flat. Like, yeah, I can show you a cool
Well, of
video
course
of
they are.
like,
Why
a lot of
wouldn't they
different
be?
maps, and they're all flat.
Like I said, I used to be
Sorry,
I used to be a
Mick.
video game programmer.
Wait, so
Mick,
wait, so
Mick, could
what
I-
is this? Your
Could
dad
I
was
jump in and ask
FES?
a question?
So because the
Really?
video game is flat,
Hang
the
on,
Earth
guys.
is flat.
Hang on, guys.
I'm seeing this.
Okay, guys,
Anybody-
I've got to ask this question. Was your dad FES,
Anybody
Flat Earth
stop.
Society, Mick West?
No, okay.
Huh?
There
My
was a
dad-
question. There was a question
My dad,
in the chat that wanted.
Because if he was, then you're part of the problem.
Hello, can I finish? Can I just ask
Weird that
this
he doesn't.
question?
He can't answer that
Yeah,
question.
yeah. Hold on.
No,
let Emma,
you guys hear Emma?
Speak
They just asked him a question.
When
Could you
somebody
please answer?
pauses and lets me answer, I will answer.
Guys, just
All right. My dad was a member for 1 month of the Flat Earth Society because he did it ironically.
1 month, huh?
Oh,
That's
that's
interesting.
ironically.
Emma, go and ask your question.
Well, I'll be.
It's too late now. Everybody bloody jumped in and answered it anyway. So thanks, guys, for talking all over me. Bunch of assholes.
Yeah, guys, everyone,
I think
chill out
Mick
and
dropped-
let's try and do it one at a time.
I think.
Okay, well,
Well put, Emma.
the thing is, with the flat Earth, it looks like we have a bunch of lenses that are adding curvature. Even if you look up at that fisheye, fakery up there in the chat, that matches almost perfectly the globe that they give us. It looks like they go up as far as they can before they hit the firmament, turn around and take a picture of as much as they can with a distorting lens, put black background on the photo, and pass it off as the Earth and the blackness of space. It's so simple. Why didn't we see this before? We've been duped.
He's gone anyway.
Funny. You know what's funny is that he's putting all these pictures that could be photoshopped.
Yeah.
Wait, can I ask Mick a question here?
Yeah. No, he's gone.
Wait,
Oh,
wait,
he's
what
gone?
happened? Did you scare him off with the question about his father or something? What was that?
No, exactly. We were all shouting over. Like, I think this is what I warned when I said
Yeah, I
calm
think
down.
maybe
I
it
think the
got a
fact that we
bit
were all
much.
shouting and talking at him probably made him leave. Which is the point why we
No,
needed to be
he
respectful
didn't
and shut
just
up and let
leave,
everyone
he
ask
got
the question
banned.
one by one.
What? Oh, he got
Banned
banned.
him.
Yeah, this
You're
isn't
not
okay.
paying
Yeah,
attention
for
to
the
chat,
okay.
are you? Somebody
Yeah.
pulled the trigger.
Yeah,
Why?
for the record, just so people know, this isn't Mick West's first time here. Okay, he's been here before. He comes in very seldom, but he does come in here. Okay, and yeah, just before he came in here, there was like 20 people in the chat, and then when he came here, like 40 people joined. Okay, so yeah, I mean, it's a big deal when someone like him joins in. We all kind of want to get at him, because he's a tool. Mick West, the tool.
He's literally a fucking tool, like you said. Nothing but the guy sits on his ass and does nothing but try to debunk conspiracy theories all day long, which he fails at.
Well,
So,
he presupposes
he says he made
the
all
Earth
this
is a
money
radio.
making video games. Shit, how do you know that's even true?
Look,
He could just
look
be
at
sitting
this
there
totally
being a
impossible.
paid show.
I don't care
We don't know.
about
Look at this picture I just posted. Look at his leg.
He
His leg
presupposes,
on that picture.
he presupposes that the Earth is spherical and has a certain radius.
Dude, he just
Out of
told
that-
everyone.
Out of that, he builds up to what he calls the terrestrial refraction. I don't know if he's doing it personally or if some crew
Hold on.
Metabang side is, right? But that's what he does.
Look at the picture I just posted from Mick West, supposedly with them and with Tony Hawk developers and whatnot. Look at his leg where he's sitting down next to the other dude. That is so funny. 2:47 Central Time, whatever.
Do you know what got me? It was the 35 mile away island. I don't understand how I even got that. I mean,
Well, these discussions are for people listening because they need to hear both sides so they can make an informed decision. Platypus, weren't you saying something about California or whatever?
Yeah, I was gonna say he set me off with that comment where he said that you're standing on the beach in Santa Monica and you can only see half of Catalina Island. That entire
35
idea
miles away.
that you're seeing curvature at 35 miles away at sea level, which is ridiculous. We'd see sideways buildings pointing in every direction. That just makes no sense.
Well, Platypus, you know, he was kind of being a little deceptive because what he's saying is true. Because there are times during the year that you go to Santa Monica or something like that, and you can't see all of Catalina Island. You can just see some of it because it's hazy. But there's very clear days where you can see it perfectly from top to bottom. I know my friend Judas, he actually has videos where he would zoom into the shore from like Santa Monica and stuff like that, like the actual shore, and you can see the boats.
I mean, we have that video. Don't we have that video of that timeline about the water looking like it's rising and covering that island across? I forgot what video is that, but
it's a Skunk Bay.
Yes, exactly. That's Skunk Bay. So it would be the exact same thing. It's the exact same.
Dude, I can't believe you just told everyone with a straight face that planes brought down the towers. I mean, this is this guy. I mean, this is just unbelievable. I know Valley Girl's smarter than McWest. This guy's just an absolute tool. He should be banned on site.
What else did he come in here to talk about?
Yeah, true.
He just came in here to push his load lie. That's it.
Although
That's
you
all
think
he
he should
came
be
in
a
here to
ban on
talk about.
site, not all of us have spoke to him before, and it would have been nice to ask him some questions that people haven't asked. Although you might think he's viable ban on site,
No, he is.
not all of us
Bambi.
have
This is
spoke
the
to him
case.
before.
No,
It would
no,
have been
his
nice
dad
for
was
us
a
to
member
ask
of
him
Flat
a
Earth
couple
Society.
questions. There
McWest
was a
is
bunch of
banned on
people-
site. He's an
I
idiot.
didn't finish.
Yeah,
my
I don't.
thing. There was a bunch of people who were trying to ask questions and were getting talked over. A few people are really upset in the text chat because they were being screamed over when trying to ask a viable question.
Yeah, well, his dad was a Flat Earth Society
I don't
member.
give a shit.
McWest is a ban on.
Are
Yeah,
trying
okay. Yeah,
to ask
this is
questions.
no. It's ban on site. Okay,
deciding who we
Flat
should
Earth
talk to,
Society
basically.
is ban on
But
site.
he
Yeah, Flat Earth
wasn't a
Society is
member
ban
of
on
Flat
site.
Earth Society, though.
Oh, doesn't matter.
I
Doesn't
guess
matter if
it's
he's
pretty
associated
obvious
with
that you
anyone who.
Hold tight, hold tight. Just
Then
try and
Mark
calm us
Sargent
down.
wouldn't be
There's
welcome here,
gold to be moderators. Come on, guys. We all know where this is going. Lots of people wanted to ask questions. Lots of people have, understand Mick West and don't want him here. But at the end of the day, it would have been nice to let him hang himself with words. He did twice hang himself because he was reifying an apparent location using misplaced concretism. Reification, right? Which is what they need to do when they presuppose are. So let's try and remember also what's going on as well. Not many people know these things, and it needs to be pulled apart. His Earth curve calculator.
In the
The
first
presupposition that it works on, and blah blah blah.
Yeah, I definitely agree.
The part is if he is in here, and although you might not like it, it's not as if he's here every single day. So if you don't like the current conversation with him being in here, he's not going to be here long. Feel free to jump out the live stream. There are
not
people who
worthy to
want
be
to
here.
hear this
It's not
discussion
worthy
who
to be
now
here.
no
He's
longer
too
have the
stupid to be
option.
here. Bambi,
I mean,
it's stupid to be here.
It doesn't matter. I mean, the good thing is we haven't recorded. We clip those and just start posting this stuff. So look how his dumb conversations are. I mean, that was been perfect.
But what about our mission? This helps people see both sides. They need to see this themselves so they can make a proper decision. I mean, it's not like he's, infiltrating and destroying the server from within, hopefully. I mean, compared to most of the Globers that are, real zealots, this dude was a dream. He was calm. He was collected. He answered questions, I mean, we also have to be careful.
We could have got a lot more out of
He's
that
better than
with
Xanax.
calm conversation.
Why
But
Xanax.
there you go.
We could have
Why
got a lot
didn't
more.
To be fair, I like Zanuck more than Mick West.
True.
That whole conversation could have been much more productive, and we honestly ruined our time there.
I don't think
Yeah.
so.
Never mind.
I don't
Listen,
think so. I was
listen.
talking- I
It
It's
doesn't
alright.
matter. He
Who
can
banned
either
him?
come back or
Now
not.
somebody message him and tell him to come
Here's
back.
the thing. Here's the
Somebody
thing.
banned
It's
him,
really
didn't they?
hard to. Yeah, it's really hard to have a conversation when there's 80 people in here and there's one McWest. Okay, so it's ideally, it's like, it's easy to say, hey guys, just one at a time, give them a chance. And there's 80 people in here wanting to get a chance to ask McWest a question,
But
and
you have to
he
take
left
control.
and got banned on his own volition.
Yeah,
So
I don't think you understand. There were people who wanted to ask questions, like myself and other people who were staying quiet until the opportunity
Right.
came around for them to
What
ask.
question would
The
you
moderators
ask?
need to moderate them better.
Yeah.
Well, see, okay, so Bambi, so now you know though.
Guys,
So, but now you know.
Moderators
Now you know.
talked
Now you know.
all over several
Hey, listen,
times.
guys, let's just move on because he's gone now, so it doesn't really matter. And if there's
I
50
doubt he'll
odd
come
people
back.
in here, there's plenty other people to speak to. And if anyone's got questions or topics they want to bring up, now's a pretty good time. So It's not
Yeah,
the
you
way I
can't
look
come
at it.
back if he's banned. Listen to what the moderators are
just can't
saying
come
when
back
it
if he's
comes to that
banned,
sort
so.
of thing.
I mean, to
the
keep
guy
the
has a huge.
conversation fresh and vibrant, we need to have people come in with all of their concerns, as long as the server doesn't get infiltrated and destroyed. So we need to be
But
able
Lemon,
to, honestly
Lemon,
deal
why,
with
why,
people.
Lemon,
Yeah,
why did he leave?
What was that?
Why did he leave?
I heard there was a banning, so I don't know. I was in the middle of a comment, and then I didn't hear a response, and I was like, "Oh crap, he probably
His
left or something."
statements were so ridiculous, and like 10 people jumped upon them. So ridiculous that he couldn't even answer it.
Yeah, he was hanging himself anyway, so leave it to the mods to decide, and we'll see
Well,
what
I
happens.
mean,
but-
well, the thing is, we are Legion. I hate to have that satanic reference to the demons of hell, but we are a group. So we need to collectivize in a way that we don't just, overwhelm one person. If somebody has covered your question, then me included, be quiet, shut up, let it be covered by one other person so we don't have 10 people asking the same question, and, keep it down to one thing so it doesn't get repetitive, eat up the airtime that is precious among 80 people and one person. We need to collectivize along certain routes so that we can have a productive 80-on-1 conversation.
Lemon, it wasn't that bad though. Just ask him a couple of simple questions.
You need to elect somebody to do one-on-ones. You just
And
that's
you
how you
know-
gotta handle it. You gotta get Eric Dubay and.
Can I just
To be honest, we're usually pretty good with this stuff, but it's really hard when you get someone in like that to come in. It's bound to happen, man. It happens even when like other flat earthers come in that are kind of like well known. It's just something that can't really be avoided. But the best we can do is work for at least having a decent conversation, I guess.
Well, what I would like to point out, okay, because this just stands true. Mick West, right? Mick West.
At some point, I'd like
is-
to make a point. If someone would let me
Okay, I
at
got
some
you.
point.
I'll wrap this up real quick, Emma. I promise. Okay, just to make this clear, McWest is this server's literally arch nemesis, and here's why. Okay, he doesn't believe in a single conspiracy. Okay, this is a server for a hotbed. Okay, this is a hotbed of conspiracy topic. Okay, so when we get McWest in here, okay, Mr. I don't even believe a single conspiracy, Mr. Iron Wall of Defense, that no conspiracy will get past me. Okay. It's just you're gonna get tensions flaring. He is the arch nemesis of this server. Okay,
not a lot of globe earthers, not all globe earthers like
don't like
McWest either.
Asshole.
Yeah, I don't like them.
All right, Emma,
Seems
can you speak
okay.
now, please?
Emma, what
Oh,
are you
sorry,
saying, sir?
Lemon, everyone, stop. Emma,
yeah.
can you speak now?
I would just like to say that we played right into their hands because that was planned. That whole thing was planned. You don't think Mick West just suddenly decided, out of the blue, on Twitter, to converse with Bev while everything else is going on? So no,
Of course, there's an agenda. Either he was
it
trying
was
to
a
feel us
complete-
out or see what's up.
No, it was a
nowadays.
complete plan because they're all going on the everybody's nasty. And what happened? They came in here and now we've literally, it looks bad on us, even though
We
it's not.
proved them right.
I don't think it does that.
Well, the
No,
word got
Well, you
spread
haven't seen
around.
what's
I-
been
I
going
think-
on
I
in the
think that
background.
should've- we
I'm
should've
telling
done
you
that.
this. I'm telling you this from experience of stuff that's going on behind the scenes. That
Well, the
a few
thing
of
is-
us are watching, and he came in for a reason, and he got what he wanted.
Well, it's very disheartening because right now the move is to demonize flat earthers. Even O.M. Benjamin's appearance at the Flat Earth Conference may be used to peg, flat earthers as, crazy anti-Semites or whatever. There is a move to demonize flat earthers and push them out of society on some level. And if we can't get it right here in a friendly space, there isn't much hope for out there in the real world either, with people that are much less, prone to give us the time of day. We need to set the example. Show that, hey, we can have a productive dialogue even if we don't agree with everything that they're saying.
I understand what you're saying, Lemon, but do you think that he didn't have productive dialogue? Did you hear the shit he was speaking?
It was very productive. He wasn't yelling. He wasn't ad homing. He was maybe his answers were BS or whatever, but he was answering and being productive. If we can have other people on here that a straw man even more than him, I just don't get it.
Well, that's
I mean, even with the Flat Earth Society,
I mean,
the Flat
that's-
Earth Society with good information.
But
Yeah,
the hard
Lemon
part is
pretty
to
much
find
summed
an
it up.
individual like him because he's clearly trained in this. So he's well versed and good at what he does.
Right. Well,
So
if
it's
that's
nice
the
to be.
case,
It's nice to have a worthy opponent, but I
right.
kind of get
Well, if
why.
that's the case, let's not give it more time than it deserves, especially when there's so many people in the room. Let's open it up. Is that Gem Panda in the house? It's a full party tonight.
I am indeed. I would be a very, very poor man's Mick West, I feel. But,
well,
but I'm here if you need.
I wouldn't give it to these arseholes the time of day. They're a waste of space. Gem Panda, total waste of space. Mick West, waste of space.
Well, here we go.
If you want to read
Gem
about
Panda.
what they talk, just go to school.
Gem
Everyone
Panda,
knows
give
what
us your
all
top
this.
Gem Panda.
Waste of time.
Hold on.
Let's show
Gem
them.
Panda, Gem
Back to
Panda.
having a
So
discussion.
you're saying you don't get paid as much as Mick West?
Yeah, are you just tag teaming in? What are you doing? Like, is this how this works? The Globe guys just tag.
The word spread through other discords, guys. Don't. It's not a big conspiracy. This one.
I just thought it'd be interesting to hear what. I thought it'd be interesting.
We're
to
under
hear
attack.
Mick West.
No, you're
I thought it'd
good.
be interesting to hear Mick West get challenged on a few things and see what he had to say.
No, they do what I do.
Too bad he ran off with his tail between his legs.
Yeah, we've got people from Gems in here that
got
watch
banned,
what we
ran off.
do, and then
Hey, can I say
you've got
something?
me in here that watch what they do. So you know, it's all good.
Yeah.
Can
So
anyone hear
Gem.
me?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Did you?
I
guys
just
hear
want to
that-
say, like, Mick's been unbanned, so if he wants to come back, he can.
I
But,
don't know him. I don't have any line of communication with him.
I'm
there
just
you
saying,
go.
if anybody can get the word or whatever,
I'll get
he's
it,
been
guys,
unbanned.
don't worry.
Well, there you
Anyhow,
go.
I also want to comment on like him generally. He's obviously a crazy shill, and he does believe in conspiracy theories because he believes the official government conspiracy in 9/11. So he is a conspiracy theorist. It just depends on who the conspiracy comes from.
Ooh.
Yeah, so just let the guy talk, you know, let him.
But he said a lot of things which are utterly just nonsense, and
Yeah.
he needs to be challenged on them.
Yeah.
Things
But he's not a
that
conspiracy
pinhole
theorist,
camera
Indio.
is just like an
His-
eyeball.
No, he,
Or
yeah,
a
his
camera
this
is
is-
just like the human eye. It's
Yep,
just,
this is
that's
for the,
just ridiculous nonsense.
Yeah, this is for the audience, guys. So when they come in here, we want them to say what they say so that the people can hear them. The audience all the people who are listening. So when we challenge them on those ideas, they could hear how ridiculous it sounds when he's presenting the globe nonsense. So it would behoove us to let him come in here and kind of spew his nonsense so we could tear it down. You know, one at a time even. Like Lemon had the right idea, so he was calm, collected. We could do this. I mean, just let him come back in here, let him say what he's going to say, take one question at a time, and then answer him appropriately. We could shut this down. I mean, if we do it collectively. I mean, I do believe that we can do it. You guys are very intelligent. You're able to, take any argument down. I've heard all of you, speak your mind on the thing. So it's not really a big deal to let Mick West come in here and, say what he's going to say.
Yeah, you guys have to understand like what his argumentation is. He's the ultimate hand waver. He will just make claims and assertions without any type of evidence to back it up. And the best bet is to just expose it. Just demand his evidence for those things. That's people like him. You're not going to change his mind. All you can do is expose him as a disingenuous person. That's pretty much all.
Well, yeah, I mean, he does run a website that's an anti-conspiracy website. Yeah, he is like an ironclad like wall who doesn't let conspiracy
banned from
even
his
like
website.
get past him. So yeah,
I'm banned from his website because he had this long post about Canada in his forums. And I stated something about how Snell's law is not applicable in a single medium. And he banned me for that. So,
yeah, he's totally
not an honest
mainstream.
person.
He's not. I don't like him. I never have, but
Sure,
he's
yeah.
way mainstream. Like
Right.
won't bend at all. Does not have an open mind at all.
Right, and this is the place where Indio could have got his word in right here. I mean, when he comes into this server, you could have told him, "No, why did you ban me for putting this on there?" And people would have to listen to his response for that, and he would have got exposed in that one single argument. So there's we got to let him gonna speak what he's gonna say so that people can tear him down with the truth.
Listen, the title of the post had the word refraction in it, Canada refraction, something like that. And he banned me because he said Snell's law was off topic.
Well, what did he
Now
even
think
come in
about
here
that.
for?
If you
though?
look up Google refraction, the first thing he'll talk about is Snell's law, and saying it's off topic to refraction just shows You know, he
Well,
just
that's what
he just muted me for no
asking
reason.
to apply the refraction at the origin or at the end point, because you're going to have a huge angle if you do it at the starting point where the light, quote unquote, emanates, which makes sense. But if it just, affects the observer's, angle, it may just be like, half a degree, which is nothing, based off of the observer. So, there's a lot of ways that we can apply this. I like to build, him back up with the truth, for the people that are hearing this stuff and don't know what to believe, because there's a lot of stuff to dissect.
Why didn't you put him in Cogdis?
You honestly think that McWest is going to hear the truth?
He may.
Nah, I think he's a perpetrator.
Well, it's a conspiracy in and of itself to not believe any conspiracies. So by that, like McWest is a total.
Yeah.
Well, and then also,
what caused McWest to come here?
Maybe he's thinking about it. But if there is infiltration, a healthy amount of paranoia is, possibly necessary. But, let's just use the truth to fight bad speech with a better speech.
But I mean, Bong has a point, right? Why is McWest, right, concerned with fleas like us, right? Why does he even entertain? Why does he? Okay, well, but dude, we're fleas. Yeah, no, literally, this is like a chat full of like 100 people. Like this is nothing, right? Okay, so why does he even come here?
And to answer Indio's question earlier, to make light of what he was talking about when he was talking about how he didn't want to talk about Snell's law, with the refraction and everything, and it's because of what we were posting and what I've been posting, what Indio posted in here, was it earlier this week or last week, the refraction index. That at the time they took the photo of Canigou, refraction was on its way down and it drops off rapidly. So the amount of refraction they would need for that photo to work out is not possible at that time of the day.
Mick is back.
Hey everyone.
Hey, welcome, Mick.
Oh, yeah, Canigou. That's one of my favorite photographs. It's actually amazing how much of the mountain is missing with Canigou. It's just this tiny, tiny bit that's visible over the top. And it's very difficult to
definitely
explain.
More than 4,000 feet that's visible. You shouldn't even see the tops of them. If you actually calculate in the height of the mountain too, and then put it in with the 16,000 feet of missing curvature, that leaves you with almost a mile of missing curvature to even see the tops.
I don't think so, but like, let's go with
it
that.
leaves 4,000 feet, basically, a little over 4,000 feet. How many feet in a mile? 5,280? Yeah, that's pretty close to a mile, man.
So what's with all the missing bits of the mountains? Why is
There's mountains
hidden?
in the foreground. There's mountains in the foreground.
So what about when you get
125 miles away? There's 1,800 meter mountains in the foreground.
Yeah, but there's other mountains which are only visible over the ocean, where there's nothing in between, where literally thousands of feet of the mountain are hidden apparently behind the ocean.
No, that's the blur line. That's where your eye can't make out what's going on there. Do you understand perspective?
Where
do you
think?
Holy shit!
I do understand perspective.
Where do you think
Hold on, everybody. Hold on. Let's do this right. Let's do it one person, all right? Because this is getting annoying. Indio, go ahead.
Oh, if you look at the image, so I'm going to talk about the 443 kilometer one, right? So I'm sure you've seen that one. From Peak Fenestrel to yes, that one exactly.
Have
So
that
where do you
photograph
think
on
the
my board
horizon-
in front of me.
Horizon is supposed to be in that image? The edge, this leading edge of the ball, you think exists? Where do you think that's supposed to be in the image?
It's that kind of like darkish line you can see just below the peak.
But okay, so that's what you think. But if you look at the math, it's supposed to be 128 miles away. And 128 miles away is the far shore of the ocean.
I'm not sure. I have to see the actual picture you're looking at, but the real issue here is that there are many thousands of feet that are hidden that should actually be visible if the Earth was
and
flat.
I told you why, because there's 4 mountains in the foreground that are 1,800 meters high.
Not with the Pic de Fenestrel to Barre de Ekrin's photograph. It's pretty much all ocean
if you
all
look
the
at the
way.
topographical map, right, and actually look at it, there's mountains that are 1,800 meters tall in the foreground. before that mountain.
Is this guy
So if you get the angular size, it's going to block off 3,000 meters of the other mountain.
Hold on, but is this guy asking it with the naked eye, or is he asking with some type of optics?
It's an image. It was taken. I think that image was taken with a apochromatic telescope in a Nikon.
Yeah, but what the guy's asking, he's saying it should be visible with what?
You should be able to see the whole mountain.
Visible with the naked eye. Is that what you're asking, guy? Or are you talking
If there's mountains in the foreground, you can't see the whole mountain. That's impossible.
Yeah, but if there are mountains that you can't see over the top of, but we're looking at things that are over ocean.
Flat. Yeah, he's saying it's flat, so you should be able to see all of this. How?
If it was flat.
That's what I want to know.
Hey guys, hold on a sec. Let Indian have a little exchange. Let him get some groundwork because you guys are interrupting and throwing in other ideas, and it's taking away from the points.
Well, I'm going to just give my general opinion, then I'm going to shut up, right? So my general opinion is you guys only taking, when I say you guys, I mean people that believe in the globe. When they look at these images, they are only looking at one particular data point, right? They're not looking like the whole prediction of the globe. Where's the horizon in this image, and where is it relative to the peaks, right? And what distance is it away? So we can look at topographical maps. Well, yeah, just listen. All you have to do is come up. You can use your own calculator that you have, right?
Good.
So get the
Google Earth
distance
is
to the
actually really good for this
horizon.
type of thing.
So you can get the distance to the horizon, and you can figure out where that would be in the image. And if you look at it, it's basically the far shoreline, right? And then if you go a little bit further, looking at a topographical map, there's foreground mountains that are 1,800 meters high in the line of sight. And as you know, things that are closer have a larger angular size than things that are further. So if you have mountains that are 1,800 meters high, and there's a mountain that's another 125 miles away, it's going to obstruct a significant portion of that mountain.
But that's not what we're seeing in this image. So in this image, it's basically water pretty much all the way up to Bar de Ecrins from Pic de Finistrels.
I suggest you apply a negative color filter, and you can see all the foreground mountains.
No, I have the picture. I actually have the picture pinned to my wall in front of me. I've had it there for several months because it's one of my favorite photographs, and I can see quite clearly. You can see the water going all the way up to that mountain in the distance, Bar de Ecrins, and you can see that all you can see of that mountain is this tiny little bit on the top, like 200 or 300 feet. Out of I think, like 13,000 foot high mountain. So there's a huge amount of hidden mountain there, if you look at it carefully.
If I may,
we have a different subjective opinion about what that image shows, obviously. So
we should try to find the image, and so we can be looking at the same thing.
Well, if I may, very quickly,
let's go to Beyond Horizon. Let's go to their website.
Well, if I may very
Go ahead,
quickly,
Lumberg.
things tend to converge down to the eye line of the observer. Now, if you've ever held a coin up to you in the sky, you can block out the moon. So based off the stuff that's in the foreground, you can block huge amounts of what's in the background in a way that seems to kind of go against what we would expect with stuff converging down to the eye line with perspective. And so with the focus of the camera, you can make the stuff in the foreground back off like the coin in front of the moon, and the stuff in the background loom up like the moon looming up past the coin, depending on your angle. So I think it's the zoom lenses and foreground stuff being zoomed in, zoomed out, raised and lowered by the zooming of the lens.
But really, how it works though, that wouldn't make the bottom part of a mountain be vanished, because the bottom part of the mountain has essentially the same angular resolution as the top part. Why is it?
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Why does it have? Well, when you've only got like a few hundred feet. When you've only got a few hundred feet of the mountain visible over the horizon, that portion has a way smaller angular size than the lower part of the mountain. So why can you not see the larger part of the mountain?
Up to a point, you are correct. But when the light rays are so smushed and so compressed, no amount of zoom can bring it back unless you have a highly powerful optic that can somehow
can you see the top
separate
of the
these
mountain?
light rays that are so smushed and merging from two rays into one. So all of these are very complicated interplays.
Why can you
we
see
see
the top
more than the tops of those mountains?
Can you? Why is it only the top of the mountain above the horizon?
Equal elevation,
We're not only seeing the
angles.
top.
I don't think you're understanding that. Like,
I understand, and
No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. You have no idea.
Listen, you can look this up in a book called Trigonometric Delights, right? So the equal angle. So So say I have a 100
Programmer.
meter space, right? If it's at eye level, so if it's at eye level, it's subtends one angle. But if it's below angle or above eye level, that angle subtended is going to reduce.
This math, what you're
Right.
talking about, is what I used to do every day for like
Wonderful.
20 years.
Now, do you
Fantastic.
take
You're not
it
addressing anything I said.
Hold on, Fraud.
You're just
Well,
like
we had
appealing
to
to your own
address it.
authority, like you're using yourself.
Can you map the boat that I've posted a video of that's disappearing over the curvature of the driveway? Can you map up that? Can you tell me why that boat is
See, I
disappearing from the
think
bottom
I'm
up?
looking at the
Joe
wrong
Taylor
thing
as well.
here.
Yeah.
So I'm just
It's a little
looking.
boat.
I see it now. That like if that boat disappears behind something, that means that the ground isn't flat.
But if it disappears from the bottom up and the surface is flat, and it also creates some, other
No, it
atmospheric
has.
effects at the horizon.
You
for
know how?
example.
Do you know how cameras work?
Yeah.
How do
Yeah.
they work?
It's time to propose a new model, Mick. You
what, a
need to talk
cameras?
about the compression at eye line. So
Right.
you need
No,
to have an eye line
that's-
go out 180 degrees to the flat plane and talk about convergence rates with angles to that eye line.
Right, I think the issue here is that people are talking about optics and cameras and looking at things, but you don't really understand how optics work and how cameras work. and how
No, I
vision
see.
works.
In the demonstration, I see a boat disappearing from the bottom up, which appears to be a flat surface.
It
That's just
appears to be a
happening.
flat surface.
Well, I use my eyes.
Is it flat though?
I use
I mean,
my
how
eyes.
many
Can you hit it with a laser?
I mean, laser's
Well,
different. We're talking
how
about
about-
observing something.
I
Looking at
observe.
something.
Sorry, go ahead.
Hey, whoever's talking, let Jedi talk.
So it's a different function observing something and shooting a laser at something, because this is an optical phenomena. You observe this happening, and you shoot laser, it
Right,
probably
so
has a direct line of sight. Now,
Yeah,
how
so
many
you're-
videos of this do you want for you then to assert that there's a radius value within every single
Right.
floor?
What I would like is for you to demonstrate that the floor is in fact flat, and then show the boat.
How level do you want the surface? And don't remember that we're making observations over the sea, which is not flat.
I would
it's got
like.
waves
I
in
would
it.
like you to make say use a lever, use a laser, and just show that
Okay.
it actually it doesn't deviate
When
within
would the
say
laser start
1
refraction?
millimeter. No, with a floor you would hardly get any refraction, so it's irrelevant.
Okay, what if we shot a laser over a distance of water?
That's a different thing. What we're talking about here is you demonstrating that your video in fact shows some kind of optical way that a boat would disappear below an apparent horizon on a flat surface, which is kind of what you're saying. That's what the video shows there, isn't it? That you
Yeah, I'm showing you an optical
duplicating.
phenomena, which appears to be, as
Right,
the angle is decreased to the surface of the floor, or it
if that's
increased.
true, if that's true, that would be great, because that means you could actually disprove all these this nonsense optics that apparently people are using in the real world. So why don't you do a bit of work and try to rigorously demonstrate?
I'm just making an observation. You're the one who's come along and having to map and model, apply a model.
Oh, no,
to it.
what I'm saying is that your observation is wrong.
What, my eyes and the camera are wrong, so you are declaring that this can only happen over a curved surface.
Obviously, what you see is what you see, but your interpretation
over a curved surface.
No,
you're saying it can only happen over a curved surface.
No,
Even though I
flat
can probably
surface.
go away and give you another 30 demonstrations, which you will just hand wave away and claim there's an R value in the surface of the floor, even if it's a supermarket floor or an ice rink.
It could be an inclined surface with an angle in it. It doesn't have to be curved as such. But yeah, a flat surface inside a building, anything like less than, say, 100 feet, then you would always be able to see the floor from any position above the floor. Because there's a line of sight from your eye to that point. If you can draw a line from something, from your eye to something, then you can see that thing. That's a fundamental law of physics.
No, that's not always the case. It's demonstrated.
I have tried it in my home with.
First of all, that's
10
not
10
true
meters.
at all, and you know it's not true. I don't even know why you would say that.
It is entirely
so
true.
the Sirius, it's supposed to be 2 stars.
That's a
so
lie.
why do I see 1 star?
But if I
There's a line of sight to each star, right?
Because there's a difference between being able to see the light from something and being able to resolve the individual thing.
How come?
If you look
How
at
come I see how come I see that the sun and the
You just
moon
said we could see
rise
it.
in the sky?
But if you can't
you can
perceive
see
it, if you can't distinguish the difference between two objects, then you can't see the object, right? If there's
Right,
two
okay,
objects
so
there and you see
that's
it as
true.
one, it doesn't
Yeah,
have
so-
to be obstructed by something else, one of those things, right?
Right,
you
so
just
there's an
can't resolve
angular
the separation
size.
between the two.
Yeah, there's an angular size below which you can't resolve things, but you can't say that the top of a mountain, which is smaller than the bottom of a mountain, is visible, and then the lower part, which has a larger angular size, is invisible because of that angular size. If it's big
There's
enough, you
also
should
an
be able to see
angular
it.
size where you cannot differentiate two objects from one.
Sure, yeah. That's the resolution limit.
So saying it's like a
West,
smaller size,
forget,
that's one aspect, but the other aspect is differentiating two particular points of light and seeing them as
Yes.
two distinct objects versus one distinct
Yes,
object.
Mr. West, as
Sure,
you know,
sure.
if light rays get too close together when they're refocused, the object effectively disappears as the two rays merge into one, which means at your eye line, you're
Sure,
making angles going up and down, and as those light rays are converging up toward that line, you're going to get disappearance and convergence, which would make stuff appear to disappear over a curve if you had that paradigm in your head, or just simply converge at a horizon line optically over a flat plane.
Horizon line is kind of like an irrelevant thing for that, though. Like, let's say you just were looking up at 30 degrees. Where's the horizon line now? Is it always at the
If you
same
look
place
infinitely
relative
in
to your
that
vision?
direction, Mr. West, if you look infinitely in that direction, that would be your new horizon line. But over a flat
Okay.
plane, guess where your horizon line will tend to be? In the forward direction infinitely.
So, if I were to look down at the ocean instead of looking at the horizon, would that mean the mountain would now be visible because it's now above my horizon line?
You still need a wide enough angle. Are you looking forever in that direction, or is there a flat plane beneath your feet that is limiting how big the bottom half of your vision is? You're only 6 feet tall-ish, so you're only going to have 6 feet or less from your eye line down
All
for
right.
the bottom part of objects to converge up toward that horizon line, going straight out
That's
over the flat plane.
not actually how it works, though. Like, what if you were to look up so
Angle
you
of
can't
view.
actually see? What if you were to look upwards so you can't actually see the ocean at all? So the horizon
Okay.
is just below your field.
Wait,
of view.
you're saying the way we see it is not how it works.
Line
That's great
below your
that's not what I'm
is there a
saying.
6 feet barrier below your feet angling up 30 degrees as well, infinitely in that direction? Then yes, you would see the same behavior. But if you're looking 30 degrees up and the ground is not in the way, the convergence changes. Now you have infinite room up, infinite room down. The only limit would be how fast it converges toward that point.
Why does it look the
Center
same
point-
regardless of which direction you point the camera?
Hey, real quick, Mick West, we have two members here that have been wanting to ask you some questions. I just want to make room for them before we get onto a quick topic that might last forever. Emma or Bambi, feel free to ask your question now.
One.
It's okay. My
And-
question was answered way earlier.
Okay, sorry about that. It's because they've been asking on DMs.
Sorry, I was muted and trying to talk. That's embarrassing. No, what I wanted to know is I've heard a lot about you and communicating with Dr. John D.
Yeah.
What kind of flaws did you see in what he was doing? Like, what do you go against?
Well, he seems to have this really strange misconception of how refraction works, and saying that you can never get downwards refraction. And when he actually did his experiments, he was quite good actually. The way he did it, he measured the temperature at various levels, but the temperature variations he actually showed in the video were actually enough to create the amount of refraction needed to bend the laser light around the curve. This is the.
Oh my God!
What he did.
Holy shit.
So wait, lasers.
this was the
I didn't know that lasers are able to bend around curvature.
They don't.
They are, yes.
Yeah, but
That was
He did.
on
Good
a
God,
molecular,
man.
on a molecular level, can you show me lasers bending around a curve?
Well, I can just show it. I can show it in my garage. It's quite easy to do.
All right, yeah, all right. So, all right, let's
Let me explain. I want to hear the explanation. How do you do it?
All right, you. Does anybody here actually have a laser?
He changed the temperatures around the laser, trying to create a refraction, is what he did. But the thing is the temperature medium at night,
it's not.
the air has already mixed and is stabilized, and you're not going to get that change.
That's
at
not
night.
the question, though.
West.
The question was like,
yeah,
can a laser be bent by the air?
Upward, but not downward. No, she was asking about down and around the globe.
So
yeah, I was asking
why
if it could bend around a curve. It's not going to bend upwards around a curve.
Oh,
the
yeah.
Earth doesn't curve up.
bend down?
Yeah,
So
model, it bends
so
down.
you know the basics of how refraction works. Like things get bent towards more dense mediums. Like when something goes into water, it bends down towards it. Yeah. So
the problem is the light has to go from the.
Can we have him answer it, please? Go ahead.
I'm not really sure how to answer it because it is quite demonstrable that a laser light will bend towards cold air. And you can demonstrate this, like I said, I do it in my garage all the time. You just take an ice pack, you take a laser beam, and you shine it across the top of the ice pack, and it will bend down. Now, you do have to be careful doing this. Like, you have to actually have a very long line of sight because it doesn't bend very much. But you can actually demonstrate it. And we do know that at night, the ground is colder. Well, not at night. Like during the day, the water is colder than the air. This is something that is known. Water is colder than air.
Not in the South Pacific.
Most of the time.
Not in the South
obviously
Pacific.
there is, yeah.
Not where I live.
All right, in
Excuse
Brighton.
me, I live in Florida. It's the opposite of that.
No,
buddy.
listen, he just backed himself into a corner. So when we do this, when the air is colder, then I guess you're going to have a new excuse, right?
Yeah, no, it varies. Like sometimes the light will bend up and sometimes it will bend down. And this is
but
something
you gotta
that
quit
Dr.
faking
John.
it. This is why you guys get called pretender clowns. You're just pretending that you know this. When did you become the expert on refraction over water? After the flat Earth took off, right? Yeah, coincident.
Flat Earth Society is in the heezy.
Bill, God.
Anyway, he has no argument with Dr. John D. He can't even argue with the guy. He's a total joke.
Mr. Webb,
one at a time.
I'll be happy to argue with Dr. John D. Like he has some other photographs where he took pictures of a headland, like a cliff.
You do realize that we have somebody that was here for that test, the peer-to-peer laser test, in this Discord right now.
Well, no, that's great. That's great.
It's actually on site for it.
Yeah, I thought the test was
None of your shit's going to fly when you talk about all this garbage about refraction when they were there to observe this crap.
Being there doesn't actually change.
You're also forgetting this shit doesn't happen at night. I already showed you the refraction index. But you're going to refute what mainstream science shows you, right?
Oh, no. It's a very simple thing. It's the temperature gradient of the air, and that varies throughout the day. So,
at night it mixes and it becomes stable. And that's why it's nil at night, Mick.
No,
That's what that graph literally shows.
But no, that's not what Dr. John showed, though, is it? No, just one second. I want to address this one point. So this one point first. He said that there was no refraction at night, but his actual own measurements showed a temperature gradient of about 3 degrees over the first, I think, 2 or 3 meters.
Okay, and they accounted for that. They took into account for everything.
They
and
did
found, and guess what? Yeah, they did. Yeah, he did.
Shouldn't be any
Ask
refraction.
CJ. CJ's right here, man, in the Discord. Just ask him. Just ping him and ask him.
Hey, Mitch. Mitch, I have a question for you. So all this talk of refraction, why not get a test that doesn't have refraction as such a major component? I posted one in the chat. I'll do it again real quick. And that shows high altitude view of the horizon versus the level, with the moon in between the two. Then you get rid of all your refractive problems, right? We're in the high atmosphere, very little air. Level.
Still get refraction if you're looking towards the horizon.
The horizon could be all over. We still see the moon, which is quite a bit further than the horizon. So the horizon has to be below it.
Hold on. I have to add, that's a heads-up display.
Correct.
That can be. You can take a camera and point it at a different angle to the heads-up display.
Can't. That's not how they work.
You're supposed to view those things directly. They're not from angles.
If you're not looking at it directly, you can't see it. They go invisible. That's how they're designed. Otherwise, planes would be crashing.
Hold on,
when pilots are slouching in their seats. It doesn't work that way. This is a way.
Yeah, that's the thing. Pilots
still
would
put
have
a
to
camera-
not slouch at all. That would be unrealistic.
It's not. No, it's not
unrealistic.
Yeah, their eyes
That's
are allowed to
making
move
it dangerous.
Okay, one at a time. One at a time. Yes,
That
one
makes
at
it
a time.
dangerous. So why would they design something like that that's dangerous like that?
That's why
it is. It's bad. It's poor designing. That's the way it is.
You understand how they.
Mr. West, back to
You're
the
garbage anyway, Zanuck. You spew that shit in here every day, man. We don't need to hear anything from you right now. Literally.
Mr. West, back to the refraction. The conditions that we typically find these laser tests in are over water, and water absorbs heat faster than the surrounding air. So you're going to have a warmer layer of air over the water, typically, which is going to lead to upward refraction with cooler layers above. So in the
water is
condition of these lasers, that's going to be your typical
You
condition.
can't just keep talking if I've said something is wrong. If something is wrong, there's no point continuing. If you made a mistake, like you said that water is going to be warmer than the air, the water is not always warmer than the air. It's quite often it's cooler than the air. If the air above the Salton Sea is 100 degrees, you don't have water that's 100 degrees, do you? You have water that's about 70 degrees.
That's because the air above it is warmed up by the water, which absorbs heat from the air, releases it into the air, leading to a warmer layer over the water.
You get a cooler air over cooler water. If the water is cooler than the air, it's going to cool the air.
We have somebody that wants to ask a question. Bambi, I think, was in the middle of asking her question. Go ahead, Bambi.
Yeah, it was about the experiment you did. Like I was going to get you to explain it and what you did, and if you've got any proof of it. But we started shouting over about how lasers don't go up. But that wasn't the question I asked. I wasn't talking about lasers going upward. I was going to ask if you've got any evidence that you've done, or do you want to explain it and break it down to how it
let me explain just what I did in a little bit more detail, and I can post the link to the video of me doing it. What I wanted to demonstrate is if a laser is shone over something that is cold, it will bend down. And this is because the air is cold and it's bending down towards the colder air. And the way I did this is I set up a laser at one end of my garage, and I set up a mirror at the other end of the garage. And I set the mirror up so it reflected the beam of the laser back, so it was right next to where the laser was. So you could very easily see any deviations in the beam of this laser. And then I took two things. First of all, I took a lighter, like a cigarette lighter, and I held it next to the laser beam. And I saw that the beam was deflected away from the hot air, because the hot air is less dense. Then I took an ice pack and I held it underneath the laser, and I saw that the laser beam was deflected down because it's deflected towards cold air, because cold air is more dense. And we know that in the atmosphere, these two types of things exist. We get hot air, we get cold air, and sometimes we get air which is colder lower down, and sometimes air that is warmer lower down. So it bends one way or the other. So we can demonstrate that this bending actually exists, and that that hot air and cold air can bend laser light. And we know it exists in the atmosphere.
Consideration the temperature and the heat of such things. What if we were to take that into consideration and
that would be great. That would be great. And the problem is that Dr. John didn't actually do that. He did these measurements, but he basically said, and the measurements showed that there was no refraction. But that's not true.
You've done this to prove it. If you're making that claim, you've done these measurements.
Yeah, you said you had a link where you didn't post it.
Every meter you've done these measurements, Nick. Every meter you've done these measurements, Nick.
Also forgetting the fact that the air is already mixed after the sun went down, so you're not going to get your damn refraction, Mick.
Dr. John did the measurements.
You keep avoiding that one specific point.
Nick, where's your measurement?
Dr. John.
You to prove refraction. Where's your measurement?
What?
Come on, Mick.
You are saying that Dr. John is an expert.
I am asking you where your.
Well, he has a PhD in spectrophotometry. What do you got, Mr. Gamer Boy?
I just have a BSc.
Yeah. You got nothing. Exactly.
The experiment you're talking about. The experiment.
That's what you got. Now you tell me
that
where your experiment is. You tell me where you have measured the atmosphere to prove that it is happening. You say he hasn't measured it, so he can't. It isn't. Tell us where you.
Mike, can you put your link in the live stream, please?
Yeah, sorry. I was
put
trying to answer
video
this guy, but he won't let me get a word in.
Well, first of all, you haven't even looked at the
You
experiment.
will answer what I told you to answer. now, or this is over.
Hold on. 'Cause I still haven't got the link of him doing
I'm not
what he
sure
said he was doing.
what you want me to do. Like,
I'm
we know that.
asking you to show us the measurements that you have taken to prove
Okay,
it is
okay,
happening.
right. But like, do you think that the air doesn't get
The
colder?
measurements you have taken, Mick, where are they?
Oh,
The measurements you have taken, come on.
the measurements of what?
The measurements you have taken.
Well, let me
To
post the
prove
link
that
to my
it is
video.
happening.
Let me
That's
find
what
it.
I want. That's what I want. The fucking
tell
video.
me.
Post it, please.
Yeah. Let me
You
see.
tell me. You tell me. I'm
Refractor.
driving. I'm not watching a video. I am driving.
Okay.
You will tell me.
He can explain it to you in a minute,
describe it.
meme, but I want the fucking video, and I've been asking for a very long time. Please let him send the video, and then he can explain it to you.
Meme, you're also coming in a bit distance. I understand you're driving, buddy, but you're a bit like far away. Not coming in very loud.
So yeah, Mick, if you can please send the link into the live stream and then just explain.
No,
your
I am. I'm
numbers
just
and
looking for it.
stuff
I have so
me.
many videos
I
that
know.
have the word refractive. I had it. I already posted it before, but I got booed. Oh, here it is.
Dude,
Oh,
do you
man.
ever understand?
Just post it when you get it, and then for meme
I got
because
it,
he's
I got it,
driving,
I got
can you
it.
just explain it to him? Thank you.
This is
All right, so Nick, real quick, where we post things, I don't know if you're familiar with this Discord, but there's a channel right under the live stream. It's called live stream. Oh, it's above the live stream. Sorry, it's live stream 1 voice text. You can drop it in there, and that's where
I
it's.
just did.
I just did. Awesome.
He's got it, Jose. When I gave him VC verified, I explained that.
Yeah. So that it's basically it's what I explained earlier, and it's showing that that you know that's my garage, and it's showing the light bending towards cold and away from hot.
No, where have you measured this across the great distance we're talking about?
I used Dr. John's measurements. He posted it in his video. The temperature gradient. He actually measured it. I haven't done it. I'm using Dr. John's measurements. Why? What's wrong with his measurements?
I'm asking you about Dr. John's measurements. I'm asking you about yours to prove that it is happening.
Well, I haven't done a long distance laser measurement like
Thank
Dr.
you.
John measuring the
Thank you.
thing.
You haven't done
But
anything.
he has though.
You haven't done anything. Yeah, but,
But
what I'm asking
you
you
haven't.
is, where is your measure
I've done
to prove
experiments
that it is
that.
happening? It's
You
just
know,
you saying
yeah.
it. It's just you,
You know-
saying it. It's just you saying it to counter something that you
I think
say
you're
you
repeating
should be accounting
yourself
for.
now.
Well,
I
you
think
don't
you
have
made
to
your
say
point.
it.
This is this. Can I ask a
just
question
made
now?
him mad, that's all, dude. And
Can I have a real
fine,
quick
that's
one
fine.
question for Mr. West? Mr. West,
Good, yeah.
please. So I heard your father was part of the Flat Earth Society, and I was
Only for a
wondering,
month.
is the
Only
Flat
for a
Earth
month.
is the Flat Earth Society like a bunch of globers that are actually going around trying to make Flat Earth look stupid,
Some of them-
and
well-
how are you not part of it? You know what I mean? And what do you think of Flat Earth Society?
I tried to make you look
Thank you.
stupid.
Question.
And my dad just did it ironically. I think he did it in the
He did it ironically,
70s.
but he told you that the other side needs to be done. That's what you said on JRE. Don't you lie. Don't you lie, you limey.
What am I lying about? I'm not sure what you mean there.
You just said he did it out of irony, but that's not what you said on JRE.
That's what I said. I said.
Well, I'm curious where your loyalty is. I'm
I said he was
curious
doing it as a joke.
I'm wondering if you're more, if you're a Flat Earth Society, or
He's
if
not
you're,
going to tell you his loyalty, Bong. He's not going to tell
or
you his loyalty.
right, like I'm just wondering.
Let's just break apart his fucking stupid experiment first. Let's just do that. That'll get him out of here. So let's get back to your experiment, supposed, right? So your laser, what's the intensity of that laser?
Well, it doesn't really matter what the intensity is. It's a visible laser. It's just a laser pointer, but
Okay,
it
so
works exactly the same.
Right, so right, it's more exciting. So you said you held it up to a flame, right? You're next to a
Yeah.
flame. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Is
that's,
that
like
flame
40
putting out more energy than that laser? You would consider at that point it connects.
Probably, yeah. Because it's just heating the air.
All right, but can the
ice pack isn't putting out any energy.
Here's a question for you. Can the laser light heat air? Is that possible?
Not very easily, no, because its air is transparent.
All right, so if you continue to increase the intensity of that laser, what will happen?
Not sure where you're going with this. Could you explain what your point is?
I'm trying to. If you can answer me that, what will happen?
What? Can I increase the intensity of the laser? No, it's a Logitech laser pointer.
All right, but
No, he's
is it
asking,
possible
what
to
if
do-
you did?
Right.
It wouldn't make any
What will
difference
happen?
whatsoever.
It
Zero
wouldn't-
difference.
Wow, you hear this guy? Wow.
Well, Mr. West,
It's true. It's true.
it's a problem because if you take the supposed globe and surround it with concentric rings of air layers, then you would have, say, a what you're trying to say is basically a warm layer under a cooler layer toward which the light refracts. Okay, that's fine. But over long distances, you're essentially saying that that light goes up into the second layer and goes back down into the first warm layer to hit the eye of the observer. That's a little hard to believe because that would have to take for the thing to go
I'm
up,
not sure what you're saying,
But he
sir.
just doesn't. This guy doesn't understand
That-
lasers. There's no point arguing with him. He just
So
doesn't have.
it's gotta
Doesn't know
go
what
back-
he's
Wait,
talking
what-
about.
It's
What
got to go.
don't I understand
But
about lasers?
here's the whole problem, guys. With his whole entire thing, he's changing with the experiment that he's doing. He's changing the temperature around it, right?
Exactly.
Okay, but what's going on at night with these laser tests is it's stable. It's not changing anymore. So we're not going to see this. This is the problem. You're inducing this refraction. This is not
the
happening
image is also
naturally
stable.
because there is no mixture of air where you're having that huge change
Right,
at
but
night anymore.
The-
Literally,
the
you're not
air-
having that
yeah,
much
that's-
change. So guess what's not going to happen? The refraction.
But Dr. John,
Jesus
measured the
Christ, this is
temperature
why we
gradient.
posted that damn graph, man, that you're going to deny again.
Well, are you going to deny Dr. John's
This guy
measurements?
doesn't know it. He doesn't know what.
No, the graph he's talking about, Mick West, is I forgot who did it exactly, but it was a bunch of people that got together and they were trying to test the refraction. They tested it for about 72 hours, 3 days in a row, and they got the conclusion that I believe that the most amount of refraction they got was when was it, Reg, exactly that they got the
Middle of
most?
the day is when you get the most amount of refraction, and in the evening and in the mornings it drops off rapidly, and at night there's none.
And that's why we have to match these conditions one for one, Mr. West. Otherwise, they have a theoretical sugar water abstraction.
None there.
It's
And
not
if you look at the
a real-
reason why, sorry, Lemon, hold on. If you look at the reason why, you'll notice it's the temperature difference, just like you said. The reason why, though, it goes and it bottoms out and it's nil is because the temperature in the air has already
Sure.
mixed, and now it is constant. There is nothing changing.
But would you agree then that you would have to measure
doesn't-
the actual temperature gradient at that time?
Can I
They did take the temperature at the time they were doing the laser test.
They did do
actually
it,
did. They
and
took
they found
1630
that there was a temperature gradient.
But do you understand
Can
that
I
there's
point
different
one
types of
thing?
Excuse
lasers?
me? Not at night, there wouldn't be.
They found it
Do you
in
understand there's different
Dr.
types of
John's
lasers?
experiment.
Hold on. Do you know that there's different types of lasers? Right? Do you understand that?
Well, sure, yeah, different wavelengths, different ways of generating them.
And
Different kinds of Logitech
what are different types of lasers used for? What can be the use for a laser? Can it be used as a weapon? Is that
They used to illuminate things and they used to heat things. And they used for a
Alright,
variety of other reasons.
So
but-
why would a laser that's used to heat things be affected by what the fuck you're talking about?
Well, this is the thing with lasers. They're targeting devices. We can use lasers to point at shit and paint targets and say paint
go in-
because that's what the military. That's what the military do. Now,
essentially
military
a light.
use
It's a bright light.
lasers. Yeah. So military use lasers to paint targets over distances that should have to take into account the curvature of the Earth and now your light refraction. These are from vessels at sea. Now, it seems, with a little bit of research, that quite a lot of their ordnance and weapons that they use for the shit out of stuff requires a direct line of sight targeting system up to and including about 100 miles. So if they can aim lasers at shit up to 100 miles away, you know, that's got a direct line of sight and is directly in front of them from a vessel at sea, and the targeting device is somewhere about 40 foot off the surface of the water. Excuse me. So if that's happening, practical, everyday use, I think we're fine shooting lasers over 25 miles, right?
You
that's
wouldn't be
only
shooting
sort of
things that are
distance.
at sea level because you wouldn't be able to see them.
Well,
from,
well,
from a boat.
according to you, but right now I've just pointed out, I said military, I should have said Navy. I did say vessel. I did give you a height of 40 foot above the surface of the water, aiming at a direct line of sight to a surface-based target. Now, this is 100 miles, it seems, with a little bit of research. Many of the ordnance they use require a direct line of sight.
I think
Seems to
you're
repeat
probably
myself, if you're not
referring
hearing
to rail guns. I think you're conflating two different things.
me. No, I'm not. I'm actually not talking about railguns.
All right, so like post a link then.
Yeah, I'll go and get two. But what I'm referencing is military do seem to have lasers that paint targets that require a direct line of sight at distances where Earth curvature and refraction should have to be taken
All
into
right,
account.
that's great. Let's go with that then. Let's post me that evidence, and that will prove it.
Yeah, okay. I'm surprised you haven't looked into this before yourself, Mr. Mick West, who knows everything about light refraction and what lasers do. We're talking about a test that's done over 25 miles or one that's done over 10, or any other laser test or line of sight test that requires, like I just said, a direct line of sight. That's easy to understand to light refraction. No flat earther is denying that light refracts through the medium of the atom. Can it be demonstrated to curve around the curvature of your Earth? Not just a little box where you've got an ice pack underneath it, because we're talking about the majority and most conditions, depending on the air clarity and conditions of the day. Direct line of sight is required when shooting lasers at shit.
Oh, it's,
can you hear me?
Yeah, line of sight is, but not a geometric line.
Yes,
we can hear you.
So I want to put in my 2 cents about this. Like the experiment, that would be what you would consider a special case. That is not the general case of the atmosphere. So the basic claim of globe proponents is that the general case, generally, that air will refract light down because of the weather conditions. And that has not been demonstrated, right? Not been demonstrated in the environments that these tests have been done in. Now, of course, you can make a special case test. I think it was Greater Sapien did one over CO2 in frozen ice, right? So, but he didn't take into account that CO2 has a higher refractive index of air, and it's way colder than any environment on Earth. You know, so these are special case experiments. These are not the general case conditions that we find ourselves in. And I think like just showing that light can refract says really nothing. We all know light can refract. Okay,
so you got to look at the actual
did
conditions.
it refract in this situation? And what do actual measurements and tests of refraction
All right, well,
show?
look at the actual measurements that Dr. John did. I can post them if you want. I've got them right here.
Mr. McWest, I have one point in your carriage test that is wrong, or I have a question for that. You said that in warm air, it's
Just
not
posted
so...
the temperature readings of Dr. John, by the way, if people want to check out them. Sorry, but carry on.
Okay, in your carriage test, the laser...
I'm sorry, like you said, my garage test, right?
Garage,
Yes.
sorry, my English.
Garage, yeah,
The
no.
laser starts in warm air.
Yeah.
Like maybe 20 degrees Celsius in your garage.
Yeah.
And it goes nearby the ice. And it goes into the colder air. Maybe, I don't know, minus something. The ice was
Probably like minus 20, minus 15, minus 20, something like that.
Exactly. Where does that happen in nature? That your laser starts from a warmer temperature and goes through the colder temperature when you point it across the lake.
If you're on the shore of the lake, then the air around you is say like 90 degrees.
How many degrees
Fahrenheit
difference is in the where the laser starts?
What do you need actually? It's quite interesting. You only need about 1 degree of difference to curve like over the surface of a lake. It's quite interesting just how little of a temperature gradient, because the gradient it's not really the amount, it's the amount per meter. So if you've got a gradient of say 1 degree per meter, that's actually a huge gradient. But because it's very close to the surface of the water, you get this very, very steep gradient just at that point, which is why you have these issues with the lasers, and it's why you also get this very thick line of compression at the bottom of images just over the horizon, because closer to the water, you get this steep gradient.
Okay, so I'm looking at
Which is
this,
what Dr. Don showed.
Yeah, well, he didn't measure at 2 meters. He didn't measure at 1.5 meters. He didn't do his measurements at 1 meter. He did them at a single elevation, right?
No, it's this 5 measurements there. Oh, sorry, 4 measurements there. Above the water, 0.5 meters, 1 meters, 1.5, and 2 meters. And the difference between above the water
those are the measurements.
is
I'm talking
1.5
about
degrees.
the elevation that the laser was at, the laser itself.
No, it doesn't matter there because at some point the laser is going to be skimming the
this
surface
is a
of the
vertical.
water.
Listen, it does matter because this is a vertical chart, right?
So either the laser's got to hit the water, or it's going to skim the horizon.
So I think
so if it's skimming the horizon, that means
so this chart is vertical. He didn't shoot the laser vertically.
Correct,
he didn't cross this gradient.
No, it shoots when you go along the gradient. What happens is that the light bends towards the more dense the air, the colder air in this case. This is something.
There's some boundary. There's some boundary.
No,
right?
no. It's actually a very difficult thing, and it took me a while to understand.
I mean, this is all theory, dude. Like,
no,
when it comes down to it, like where's like the data sets that actually show this happening? You took an extreme case, 70-degree Fahrenheit, going over, minus 20 Fahrenheit. I don't know what type of environment that is in nature, because I don't know of it ever existing.
It's an extreme example because it's hard to show. But Dr. John's own measurements
just said it was easy. You just said a 1 degree temperature difference will show a significant amount of refraction. And now
over that distance. It's hard to show in my garage because my garage is only like 40 feet long.
1 degree, right? So say you have 1 degree per meter difference. Okay, so you shine a laser 15 kilometers. That's 15,000 kilometers. Or 15,000 meters. So if you have a 1 degree difference, it's 15,000 degrees at the other side.
No, it's the vertical temperature gradient. It's again, it's like a
vertical
difficult thing to explain
gradient
here.
If you're crossing the vertical gradient.
No, that's the refraction. Look up a thing called gradient index optics. There's a difference between. There's a difference between light going from one medium to another and light going through a medium where there's a gradient. It's actually a very different type of thing. Light, even like you know about Snell's law, and the amount it bends when it goes from air to water. Now you think if something was shining parallel to the surface, there would be no bending. And so you think that if something is shining like at right angles to the temperature gradient, intuitively you would think there'd be no bending, but there actually is, because a light actually bends towards the more dense medium. It doesn't matter about if it's actually going into a more dense medium; it just bends towards it because it's not actually a line as such. It's actually a wave front. Light is a wave, so it will still bend down, even though the temperature gradient is only vertical.
So
it's
so a
kind of
portion of the
confusing.
cone, a portion of the wavefront will go to the medium, and another portion won't. Right?
No, it will.
This is layers, right? This is 4 layers. I'm at 1 meter, so I'm just going off his little data here. This little data set from John D. So say the laser's at 1 meter. He's shining exactly horizontally. Now, and we assume that from the target from the source to the target, the laser is always at 1 meter elevation.
Yeah.
How is it crossing into the 1.5 meter?
It's not. That's the thing. That's the fascinating thing about it, is that it doesn't need to go.
I'm asking you how it's done. How does that happen? I know that there's beam divergence, right? So there's going to be spread. A portion of the wavefront is going to spread out and go higher and lower. But the centroid of the beam is not going to. That's not going to happen.
Light,
the main
light is like a wave.
Right?
No, it's not. No, it's not. Light's not a wave. Light's a particle.
Right, it's a particle that acts as a wave.
No, it doesn't. Particles don't act like waves. Particles act like particles.
Water is made of particles, and water
but light isn't. Light is made of particles. Light's not water. You false equivalence fallacy, knucklehead.
Water is made of molecules, which is
light is made of particles. It's not water.
And
clown show.
It acts like a wave. Though.
Photons are particles.
Act like waves.
They don't.
Stop screaming.
Why do you get like interference and things like that then if they don't act like waves?
Yeah, QE. Look, dude. Okay, we're talking about something else entirely, dude. And you come in here wanting to talk about waves and particles. Look, dude, you're not going to interrupt the conversation and take this in an entirely different direction. McWest, continue talking about refraction.
All right, so yeah.
He was
like,
listen. It is
like I said,
relevant, though.
Hold on.
Hold on, got something.
Mick made a claim. Mick made a claim.
From ray optics to wave
refuting his
optics,
claim.
right?
Huey is refuting his claim that he made as part of his argument.
That light acts like a wave, which it does. I mean,
No, it
most
doesn't.
people-
You can keep on saying it, but you're wrong. To refute light as particles, you have to refute the photoelectric effect, number one. Number two, Compton scattering, number two. Number three, Heisenberg's uncertainty principle. You ready to do that right now?
I don't think any physicist would argue that light does not act
You
like a
can't
wave.
speak. Objection, Your Honor. You
Okay,
can't
QE.
speak to any physicist.
Dude, if you QE, if you
Let him go.
don't,
Let him
yeah,
go.
hold up, no, yeah.
Thank you.
So,
Question and answer. Still-
Say again.
Go on, John.
Dude, QE,
I
stop
had
yelling.
kind of
Okay.
Hey, who are you? Who's
didn't
giving me
understand this,
instruction?
at first.
Who's giving me instruction?
For the sake of conversation, like, let's try to keep it civil. You know.
Hey,
like,
Indio, are you in here?
What?
1 second. Indio, are you in here?
I'm in here. I'm taking care of it. Just chill.
Okay.
All right. So, can I carry on?
No, you can't. Just wait.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
Yeah, because you sound really stupid.
Yeah, because just like when you stop Living Bird when he says something wrong, QE is doing exactly the same thing. So don't get mad about that. Or Mick, sorry, Mick what?
What is a science communicator, Mr. West? Because you are a science communicator, and so is Neil deGrasse Tyson. What is that?
It's someone who popularizes science and explains it to people, I guess. It's like trying
Stupid people, right?
You don't even know what science is. What's
Oh,
up?
no,
No,
just-
wait a
just-
second.
just
Wait a
regular.
second.
Yeah,
He's a
you
science
don't even know what
communicator.
lasers are. What the fuck is wrong?
Wait a second, folks. He's a science communicator. Do you even know what a scientific
Yes.
hypothesis is?
Asking me what a scientific
Yes, I'm
hypothesis
asking
is?
you. I'm asking you. What is a scientific hypothesis? What is an Let's keep it simple. What are the
hypothesis
three
is,
constituent? Hold on a second. What are the three constituent parts of an experiment?
Well, off the top of my head, I don't know. Like, I guess.
And
you
you're a
have the-
science communicator.
Yeah, but this isn't the type of science that people want to be communicated with. I mean, you have
There's
like,
only
the
one type
infinite
of
variable,
science.
you have the variable, you have
here
the
we go.
hypothesis.
I would
Wrong.
Can't word that now.
hold on. I would argue that communicating a scientific principle is different than communicating a scientific experiment.
Wrong.
Science is
Everything.
one
The
method.
whole basis of the scientific method is based on experiment.
That's why, like, Dr. John's experiment was actually a pretty good one.
Dr. John didn't perform an experiment. He even told you that. Now let's
he
get
did.
back. You didn't. You're a science communicator, and you don't know what a frigging experiment is. You'd fail 5th grade general science.
Well, I don't think that's really relevant here. Like,
It is very relevant.
He is also an expert on debunking on what contrails, chemtrails.
Would you
What was
stop
that?
changing
You're an
the subject,
expert,
please?
right?
but like, you talk about like
He
stuff
has
like dependent
dedicated
variables.
his life to debunking and making conspiracy theories look stupid. I just want to know what is.
Hey guys, Bong, let's stay on topic. Let's not switch it up.
So we got two subjects on the table. One, you don't know what the hell light is. Number two, you don't know what an experiment is.
No, I do know what light is.
No, you don't. It's not a wave. It's a particle. Now,
That acts
if you
like
want
a
to refute
wave.
that, listen. If you want to refute
He
that,
has to appeal to physics, to physicists.
I'm
He's
appeal-
not going
what
to
physics?
answer
what physics?
Like,
He-
why
Oh
are you
my
saying-
God!
because
Why
you are
you
not
every
qualified
single
to answer the
oh
question,
my
Mick
God.
West,
You can't
because you
fucking-
are paid. So you're not qualified to answer that question. Am I right?
I'm not paid. No one's paying me.
Not
so you
paid,
have
he's
to
just got
appeal
an
to
idea, he's got-
physicists, right?
Bloke who's
So you
got an
can't answer
idea.
the question.
Why are you asking me questions?
All right, listen, let's deal with this right now. Richard Feynman, Nobel laureate physics. The first thing Newton believed light was corpuscular. Turned out that it had very strange properties from that point of view, and it was then explained that many of these strange properties was because, in fact, it was a wave, which was wrong. Turned out he was right. It was a particle. Richard
acts
Feynman, lectures on
like
quantum
a
electrodynamics.
wave. Yeah, I know. It acts like a wave.
It doesn't act like a wave. Particles aren't waves. They don't act like waves.
Can someone mute him for one question?
Yeah, QE, can you stop yelling like a fucking kid, dude?
I'll tell you what, brother, Mr. Kid. Let's meet up, man. Me and you. Who said that? Who said it?
I said you should be muted, you fucking.
All right, you know.
All right, hold on, guys. Hold on. Hold on, everybody. This is what's going on. Hold on, everybody. Look, we got a bunch of the people that hate QE in here interrupting. All those people are getting muted because literally I'm trying to hear this discussion between Mick West and QE and everyone else. Kind of let them go at it for a while and stop interrupting. Please.
Yeah, I'm going to pull over up here. I'm going to go ahead and ban everyone who's been interrupting QE like that because I know y'all don't like him. Okay, congratulations.
From the chair of physics at Yale, Professor Shankar, everything is really particles, all things, electrons, photons, protons, neutrons, they are all particles. So let there be no doubt about that.
Of course, yeah.
Clown
everyone
show.
agrees with that. I'm not disagreeing
you said
with
it's a wave.
that. I said it acts like a wave.
That is horseshit.
It's demonstrably true.
It's okay, demonstrate it.
Well, constructive interference, for example.
No, here we go.
A wave. The wave function is not a wave. It's a mathematical construct. You're talking about the wave function, not a physical wave.
So Young's slits, the Young splits experiment.
Young splits. It's not a split. It's a slit.
I know slits. Young slits experiment.
Yeah.
Demonstrates the wave particle duality of the nature
There
of
is
light.
no wave particle duality.
Well, the experiment seems to disagree with you.
Oh, really? Professor Shankar, chair of physics at Yale. So we have to play this game in two waves. It is particles, but its future is determined by a wave. But the wave is purely mathematical. You cannot put an instrument to measure the energy due to that wave. It's a construct.
You can see the effect.
It's a construct. You're mixing up the concept of a wave with the wave function.
If you can
Just
see it.
misplaced concretism. It's reifying something that isn't real into something
You're
that is real.
reifying the wave function. It's not a physical reality. It's a probability amplitude of possible outcomes. That's all it is.
Exactly.
There's no physical reality.
Exactly.
But you can see it, though. You can see the effect.
You can't see it. Show it to us.
It's visible.
Right now.
Someone posted.
Can you?
I can see the green codes falling down like Neo from the Matrix.
But let's not yell and hurl insults, man. Just for the PR point.
From the University of Tennessee, in one dimension, wave functions are often denoted by the symbol psi. They are functions of the coordinate x and the t time. But psi is not real. But a complex function does not have real. See, don't rumpus me, you clown. You don't even know what an experiment
is. You're denying reality. You can actually see.
Kiss my ass! I just pummeled you. Pummeled you.
Are you denying that you can see the effect of Young's
Oh my God. But the wave function itself has no physical interpretation.
There's a physical interpretation. You can actually see
the University of Tennessee, the professor of physics at Yale, Richard Feynman, and now we got Mick pseudo-fucking West telling us the opposite.
All right. Well, if you want to deny the evidence of your own eyes,
deny the evidence. Fine. Bullshit. You don't have any evidence. You just got clobbered, and you already denoted. You don't even know what an experiment is, Mick.
Wikipedia.
You want to know what denying the evidence of your own eyes is, Mick? It's looking at the sun and the moon and thinking that they're different sizes. That's denying your own eyes.
This guy doesn't even know what an experiment is. He doesn't even know.
It's a little weird. It's a little weird that you don't know what an experiment is, and you just said that you teach it.
The thing is, like,
science. You don't know the parts of an experiment.
the vernacular of an experiment is just something that you do to test or to demonstrate a
Yeah,
hypothesis.
but you need things in this test to conduct it, right?
Oh, you don't. You this like you get the idea that you need a dependent variable and an independent variable and control.
Idea, that's a scientific method. Yeah, we get that idea from the scientific method when we're trying to demonstrate cause and effect relationships without personal bias.
Now, he said
But
you don't
you
need
can
that.
demonstrate very simple things, like you say, does light does it act like a wave? If it acts like a wave, then if you did a double slit
You guys listen
experiment,
to him.
there would be constructive and destructive interference. And you do the experiment.
That's a wave function for the 10th time.
It's something that actually happens, though. Does it?
What's
does
a
it happen
function?
or not?
happen.
What's a function? Hold on a second.
that's
What's a
like-
function? Hold on a second. What's a function, mech?
In what context? A function is it's basically a mapping of one variable through a mathematical operation to another, like a
It's a
sine.
mathematical construct. It's a function, a complex function, mech.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Is this QED?
You ain't asking me shit. You don't even know what a hypothesis is.
Hey, Quantum.
You don't
Hey,
have to know all that stuff. You can still do some decent
Quantum,
experiments.
we're on the same side of this fence. But I realize it's like sometimes you have to realize when you're dealing with people that are trying to disprove like
No concern trolling, we're just
naturality.
diverting.
Jedi, you hear
Come
me
on.
right? It's like you start to
Yeah, I
realize
hear you, mate. Yeah, I get
at the
you,
end of
but
the day,
come
like,
on.
these guys came here to try to prove to us something that we can prove ourselves with math and logic and science. So at the end of the day, we don't have to start to get upset or like get rivaled or triggered by that.
Yeah, but they're pretender
Make
clowns.
sure. Oh, I already know.
He's
that.
just
But
doing
at
his
the end of the day,
job.
we should always.
At the moment, what we're doing is we're talking about light and it acting like a mathematical model.
But
Now, a mathematical model isn't real, is it?
It doesn't matter if it's real. Like,
No, I understand
when you drop an apple, it acts like the mathematical model of
See,
gravity.
that's exactly what I just said. I just said that. I was like, that's like fucking Neil deGrasse Tyson saying, "This is gravity drops the mic." Are you serious? Is that it?
Bong, I'm on.
Is that all you got, man?
But I'm trying to say, like, at the end of the day, like, if we're on this side of the fence, we should be sitting back in our chair and chilling. Like, we don't have to sweat them.
Oh, you should be.
Like, we have to let them fucking sweat because we already know we've done the math and they haven't done the math. So,
Done
like,
the
I don't
math?
give a fuck what
Done the math.
Yeah, done the math.
Bring
You know
Neil
what math
deGrasse
is?
Tyson
Done the
here,
math.
West. Bring
Okay,
Neil deGrasse Tyson here.
Mick said he doesn't have to have independent and dependent variables in an experiment, right? He just said that.
Well, it depends what
Did
type
that
of.
happen?
If you want to have a
So
strict
Penn
interpretation
State
of a scientific
University.
experiment.
Let's go through these. Can we go through them, Mick? So we have Mick that says you don't have to have Mick.
Yeah, but
Can I speak,
You don't have to.
please?
You don't have to be frustrated by guys that are just talking shit, trying to fucking waste our time.
Can I speak, please? I'm gonna refute Mick.
Go.
Pseudo McWestian 2 space. I'm gonna refute him right now. Are we ready?
Space. We live in three space.
Not according to your friggin' fairy tale gas model, but I digress. We'll get to that in a moment. Experiment.
the
You
gas
said
model
you
was
didn't
good.
need Mick. You said you didn't need a dependent and independent variable in an experiment, right? That's what you said.
For the common understanding of what an experiment is.
Yeah, I got you on tape, so that's what you said. Here we go.
Maybe on
Experiment, Penn State University. There should be 3 categories of variables in every experiment: dependent, independent, and controlled. The Institute of Physics.
Would be great.
Yeah, that would be great now, wouldn't it?
That's just one definition of.
That's
an
okay. Let's get another one. Institute of Physics. When
I mean,
planning
that-
an
it's the same.
investigation,
You give me the same
students need.
definition
Please
over
shut
and
up,
over
Mick.
again.
When
No,
I'm
I'm gonna
pummeling
keep
you,
talking.
please shut up.
You're
No,
just going to
hold
keep
on.
doing the same thing over and over again.
Yeah, I'm going to keep refuting your
I'm
dumbass
going to take
over and over.
control, John. Going to take control. If you're just going to turn around in a minute and say, no, I'm just going to keep over talking you, then that's not helping the conversation. Just let him finish. I'm sure he'll finish much quicker if you stop interrupting him.
Yeah, but I
Right.
know he's going to do
No,
the same.
don't even appeal to me. Next person's going to speak is going to be John. He's going to finish, and then you're going to answer.
Institute of Physics. When planning an investigation, students need to identify the variables that they consider significant and then select the ones they want to look at for cause and effect. If possible, any other variables that will affect the outcome of the experiment will need to be kept constant during the investigation. The variables are independent variable, dependent variable, and controls. Anne-Marie Helmutstein, PhD, Biomedical Sciences. When you design an experiment, you are controlling and measuring variables. There are 3 types of variables in an experiment: controlled, independent, dependent. Is that enough yet? Do we need to go a little further for you, Mick?
It's fine by me, because I already said that. That's one
Were you already
useful
aware of those
definition of an experiment,
definitions?
scientific experiment. Yeah. I mean, it's the type of thing
Why
that
are you
Nathan
being so
Oakley
loose in
likes
your
to go
language,
on about it. Because when people talk about an experiment, they don't necessarily mean that very, very precise thing. They
Doesn't
often
matter what
mean
they
something
mean
like
in the colloquial
a
sense,
scientific-
experiment, just the broad
Yeah.
umbrella experiment.
We were talking about
like, you know,
scientific communication.
When I meet a girl at the bar, I want to
How to
experiment. You know.
Scientific
It's
experiment.
science.
And you're
It's-
saying you don't need the IV, DV, and the CV. That's what you're saying.
I think that if you're trying to communicate science, those are not useful concepts to discuss with the general public because
What
they
the
don't
experiment
understand what they
and
are.
breaking it down into a very easily formulated method of where your dependent variable comes from, you know, your naturally observed phenomena, and then how you build your hypothesis, you know,
Generally,
you're answering the question of what causes that. So there's your independent variable. And then obviously you've got a control shit. So there's your controlled variables. You then got to take this forward in your experiment and test your hypothesis. Without these independent variables
has
that are
this
very
been working for
easily
you?
explained, if that
For
you
you,
just
this
stand away
method.
from a lines about doing an experiment. Can you point doesn't involve something that you're trying to manipulate to prove a cause of an effect?
Right, and the gold standard is basically that when you change something that you know is the cause independently, since you're independently changing the variable, you get a dependent variable that acts in accordance with your hypothesis to prove with as much proof as possible the causal relationship. And you have controls in the experiment that shouldn't change if the experiment is properly controlled, all the factors have been factored, and nothing weird is changing in the experiment. If one of your controls changes, well then perhaps there's another explanation you haven't explored or controlled for. Take with gravity.
Let him answer. Let him answer because hold on. Calm down. He said that you didn't need an independent or dependent variable in an experiment. I provided many citations here that said the opposite. Let him answer, please.
We're talking about scientific communication. And when you talk about things like dependent variables and independent variables and control groups, it confuses things for the general public. It's usually better simply to describe what the experiment does. You can keep that other stuff in the background as useful information. Like, this is why we need these things. We need controls. We need like this independent variable. We need a dependent variable. But in terms of scientific communication, it's usually best just to describe what's actually going on and what it shows.
Mick, you baited. Mick, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to stop you. You baited and switched us. I didn't ask you what you were teaching them. I asked you personally, what are the 3 constituent parts of an experiment? And you didn't know.
I couldn't remember off the top of my head at the time, and now I remember.
Man, can I quote you? Can I quote you from Wikipedia? It all stems from a fundamental distrust of science and authority. Are you not trusting science and authority when you say those things? Like, you don't have to explain the variables. Like,
So you're
that all
quoting
about?
Wikipedia? Like, I mean, if you look at the Wikipedia,
Are these your words or not? Are those your words or not?
which words?
The words on Wikipedia.
Which ones? What? I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Read them again.
I didn't write anything.
Right. Yeah, just read them again.
It all stems from a fundamental distrust of science and authority. You are always going to get a percentage of people who are true believers. My goal is to minimize that as much as possible, to stop people falling for it and help them get out as easily as possible. What does that mean?
That is what I said.
So we're talking about the scientific method here,
Accurate.
and we're asking for the variables, and you're saying, what are you saying? You don't need those, or what? You don't
No,
need to
I'm saying
explain
it's
that
not
to us?
productive. It's not productive for communication
not
to the general
productive.
public.
It sounds to me like he's describing atheists when it comes to religion.
But people asked me about science communication. They said, you're a science communicator. What is science? And I was trying to talk about it in the context of science communication.
Do you even know what that is? Do you even know what that is? Makes you a shell.
I'm a scientist.
That's such a corporate little turd term. You know that, right? I'm a science communicator. I'm a product communicator. I communicate what the product is. You're an advertiser.
I don't say I'm a science.
I create
synergies
between.
You're an advertiser with a stick down your throat.
Well, propaganda is important even in science, saying proof for evolution or, proof of the God particle. Part of it is how you disseminate it to the masses to get funding and get support for your projects. But with gravity, we don't really have an experiment that's properly controlled to say we can tell that this is gravity versus, say, electromagnetism or something else. We don't even have proof that it coalesces things into balls for heliocentrism or makes orbits for heliocentrism's extravagant claims. That's why these experiments preferably would be properly controlled with some decent variables, and sometimes you have to revisit the experiments if you discover something after gravity's formulation, like, say, electromagnetism. Just to see if
we're getting off into gravity and electromagnetism. Hold on.
I think you're getting off into semantics as well.
Yeah.
Maybe we should get back to
semantics. Words mean things, Mick. So let's summarize. Yeah, words mean things, Mick. But let's summarize. You are a science communicator that didn't know the constituent parts of a scientific experiment.
The top of my head.
Fail 5th grade general science. Just to let you know. Okay? Thanks.
That's fine. No.
And light isn't
Well,
a wave.
that's the general pattern. I mean, he knew what we were talking about in general. That's not what's important. What's important is the shape of the Earth and these experiments that are used to undergird gravity. Light appear not to have been very well controlled, and so we may have bad theory, built on top of bad theory, built on top of bad theory, leading us to where we are.
You don't have bad theories, Lemon Bird. Just stop. There is no bad scientific theories. Scientific theories are validated, confirmed hypotheses. There's a lot of things that go under the term theory that are not scientific theories.
To the general public, the word theory and the word hypothesis are pretty much interchangeable. Sure, not for scientists.
Yeah,
for the general public.
Yeah, that's the problem.
That's scientific theory. Man. You're talking about colloquial theory
That's intentional.
or scientific theory.
Yeah, and this is why words mean things.
That's just you changing the meaning of words so you can weasel it around and make it mean whatever you want. And that's been intentional. And politicians,
how people use them.
Politicians have been doing that for a long time.
Really? What? There's a word that we use quite often, just band it around, hoping it's going to do something that it probably won't because you can't demonstrate it. Refraction. Words do definitely mean things as well. Yeah, go on, let's get back to this bending of light and you tell us what light is. Let's go.
All right, excellent. So the problem is that, like, I brought up the idea that light kind of acts as if it is a wave.
Wrong. You're wrong, Mick. I just drug you through the friggin'. I just drug you around by the short hairs for 20 minutes over this. Okay, please tell me in the photoelectric context how light is a wave. Please, the floor is yours.
Well, what I'm saying is that it appears to act like a wave.
Appears is not reality. I just told you the wave function is what you're talking about. The wave function is not real. How many more times do I need to go through this?
I thought that the entire flat Earth thing was that appearances are reality.
Oh my
Can't you
God!
just know what you see?
Well, to be fair to Mr. West, the wave function is based off of activity in reality and is a close approximation, ideally, as possible. But it is a mistake to reiterate it as reality if it's math and numbers. It's a model of what we think happens in reality. That's all.
Well, let's forget this whole wave thing then. Let's just ignore that for now. Let's just go back to just observable refraction. Like you would agree that...
Oh, hold on a second. Are you talking about terrestrial refraction?
Talking about refraction as a physical phenomenon.
On Earth, you're using terrestrial refraction. Is that correct?
Oh, I'm talking about light passing through a medium and how the refractive index gradient affects.
Okay. Can you please post? Okay, I got you. Can you please post? Let me pull Discord up in the live stream. I want the formula for refraction, please.
Which one do you want?
Which one?
Law? Because that's not the one that's actually applicable.
Which one? No, we want refraction, terrestrial refraction, Mick.
Ah, dear. So this is where we get into problems with science communication, because it gets quite complicated. Refraction happens because of the refractive index slows down light. So
I don't want to. Mick, what did I just ask you for?
The equation of refraction. But so I guess if you want an equation, I've got to know what are the inputs to that equation and what's the output.
You're the one that claimed refraction, Mick. What do you want me? It's not my job to support your claims. So please give me how they compute terrestrial refraction. That's all I want. We're going to evaluate the formula to see if there's any begging the question fallacies in it.
Right. So fundamentally, the refraction is governed by the speed of light in a medium. The speed of light in a medium is the speed of light in a vacuum divided by the refractive index.
No, it's not. No, it's not. You don't know this. Don't go into the speed of light, Mick. We want the go to Wiki for fuck's sake, at least.
That actually is the underlying formula.
Oh my God!
It's a simplification.
Refraction.
That's actually a simplification.
All right.
But we're not seeing light travel through a vacuum. So why would you invoke that? We're talking about here, right? There are no vacuums here on Earth.
What you're trying to do you know what a refractive index is?
Well, the refractive index
unbelievable
travels through a medium, but we've seen 7.6R, we've seen 1/16 of it of R or whatever or a degree. How about the one that gives the biggest amount of refraction? That'll help hedge in the discussion. How about the equation that gives the highest amount of refraction? Let's go to the limit. How about that?
We just want to see the equation they use for refraction. That's all I asked for.
That is the equation that you use for refraction. It's the speed of light divided by refractive index.
Where do they get the refractive index from, Mick? I want to see every variable in this equation. See, Mick, with equations, right? Every mathematician will tell you that every variable in an equation must be rigorously defined. I want you to post that friggin' equation right now, and I want you to define all the variables. You claimed it, you support it.
You're a programmer. You know that.
There's only two variables here, which is the speed of light. Well, it's not a variable, it's a constant. The refractive index is the only actual variable.
Oh my God.
Now, it varies based on the density of the air, which kind of varies based on temperature and pressure.
It's the optical density, not the mass density.
Humidity. Yeah. The optical density, which defines the refractive index.
There's a square root of epsilon times mu.
So the refractive index
electric
curves
permittivity
around the
of free
globe
space,
perfectly.
and mu being the magnetic permeability of free space. So that's the actual refractive index. The values the values of vacuum is 1, and every other medium is set relative to that.
But I think the thing that's missing here is,
obviously.
I think the thing
that's actually pretty straightforward.
Yeah, hold on a second. I think the thing that's missing here is people are assuming that the refractive index is perfectly following the curve of the globe. Over 20, 30, 40, 50 miles is following perfectly. The refractive index within water or whatever medium that we're talking about is going to be whatever it is. But to assume that it's going to follow the globe perfectly all the way along at whatever distance we're talking about is ludicrous.
It's not what anybody's saying.
It's laughable.
Nobody is saying that. So you can laugh at it all you like, but no one's saying it. So you're laughing at ghosts.
So then at what point does refraction become a moot point? At what point?
It never becomes a moot point.
10 miles? Give me a number so I know, okay, refraction goes up until this point.
Refraction is always there because the atmosphere is always there, but usually
always
you get
there,
extinction.
There's no demonstration.
It's actually
that it's always there.
It's going give me some give me some numbers so I can put my numbers to it.
The refraction you should have is 7 inches per mile squared. I think the max with 7.6R is 6.8 inches per mile squared. That's why it helps to put this discussion within certain boundaries.
That's a simplification.
Yeah, exactly.
I was explaining earlier.
The boundaries matter.
You have to look at
the boundaries don't matter. It's
no, they don't. They don't matter.
Let's put these things within boundaries. Where does refraction bend? How much does it bend? And to what limits does it bend? And if it's beyond the limits of refraction, if we're talking about something that's beyond the limits of refraction, then we shouldn't be talking about refraction anymore.
We need to look in history for the greatest refraction seen in history, and let's put that down as the refractive index. Let's try that, and put this thing within certain boundaries.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, that's not how it works, though.
Well said, Lemon Bird.
You have to use ray tracing.
Of course, that's not how it works. We don't understand.
Oh God, Ray, you still haven't answered my question though. Mick, do you see the live stream?
Yeah, I see the chat.
Yeah. Do you see quantum eraser? Do you see my post right in there?
Yeah, atmosphere is curved, follows the shape of the Earth. Calculations belough. Rough value.
Of course it does.
What are you asking here?
Well, I'm not asking anything. I'm showing you that terrestrial refraction takes into account the radius of the Earth.
Well, that's because the atmosphere is curved.
So, okay, so it's you have to prove that the atmosphere is curved.
Wow.
Listen, can I bring up a point?
Well,
hold on a second. Let Mick prove that the atmosphere is curved.
We know that if the surface of the ocean is curved, we can see that.
Oh, so
wait.
We're not using refraction to curve the curvature of the Earth.
Here, right? That's the only curvature you're about to find.
I don't know.
You just said the atmosphere. Now it's the ocean.
Let's say it's not curved. Then let's say we don't know if it's curved or not.
Sure.
Everybody knows that water does not curve. Everybody knows that.
What I was saying, Mick.
People know that.
What I was saying, Mick.
It's not actually true.
What I was saying, Mick, in the beginning when I said terrestrial refraction, I was trying to lead you to the definition and the equation for terrestrial refraction. As we can see, terrestrial refraction. I'm not done yet, Mick.
I know.
Just one second.
I know what you're going to say. So
just one second. Oh, yeah, but this is for the audience.
Okay, go ahead.
What I wanted to say was I was trying to lead you to give us, because you claimed it. I just wanted you to support it. And as we can see, that terrestrial refraction is computed by already assuming the radius, i.e. curvature of the Earth. So to use that, you must first scientifically validate the radius of the Earth, and then we'll let you use your terrestrial refraction.
Yeah, okay.
So go ahead.
That's fine. No, that's not a problem.
Is that fair? Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
so
but we're not using refraction to prove the curvature of the Earth. We use Earth.
What are we using? Are we using measurements over land?
Okay, we've been talking about refraction all this time.
Yeah.
So why were we talking about refraction? So why were we talking about? Hold on. One at a time.
Cut that out. Timestamp it. 2019. Mick West. Someone quickly.
Well,
that's hilarious.
Okay, listen. He's under. Listen. He's under great stress. We're all pounding on him.
I'm not worried at all. We use observations that are high up, that get above like the worst effects of refraction. So you stand on something like a cliff and you look at a distant mountain. So you're not looking too close to the surface of the ocean. Where you need to use refraction is to explain things like these laser tests or these mirror flash tests that go very close to the surface of the ocean.
Of course. So the ones that are actually measuring the
ground of Earth, that's where we I just want to ask a simple question.
No, they're not.
What model of refraction can make predictions? Is like what you just said. That's a post-diction. That's the Earth is curved. I see this, therefore my model, I'm going to fit that observation to my model. As opposed to, I have a model, I see an image, and now I know how much refraction, and I'm going to make a prediction based upon weather conditions on what I should see and what I shouldn't see.
Yeah,
that type of
and the assumption that refraction is going to follow.
That's a great question, and I have the answer.
Because there are hundreds of models of refraction. Yeah, you are aware of that, right?
Listen, I think that the thing that we need to focus on is the fact that they're trying to assert the fact that the refraction is going to follow the curvature of the Earth perfectly without any fucking deviation is insane.
Hold on, guys. We're doing it again. Hold on, Mick. Sorry, one sec. We're doing it again, guys. Someone makes a point. Someone brings up another point. Now Mick has 2 points to address. Can you first address what model you what model do you use or can you use to make refraction predictions?
You use one that incorporates the temperature gradient, and then you use ray tracing. to trace the path of rays through that through the medium. And the more detail you can get in the variations of temperature, the better. But if you simply do a vertical temperature gradient and then do ray tracing through that, you can predict what things will look like. And I actually programmed a simulator that does exactly that, which I can share the link with.
So,
Let me look
Can you
it up.
show it actual measurements or tests to validate that model?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so let's see them.
Well, you want me to actually? I did it with
Because
Dr.
I know they
Johns.
don't exist because I've seen every experiment on refraction ever done in the last 150
The dog
years.
ate them, Indio.
Used Dr. John's numbers, and it came out to be like basically matching what he saw with his numbers
Indio, he said he had scientific evidence
on
of this.
a curved.
Indio, he said he had scientific
Matching what
evidence
he
of this.
saw.
Can he give us? I'm sorry, Mick.
I'm still wondering how it gets sucked. Like it's sucked into other layers. I'm still wondering that. That you got a vertical
Yeah, that's
temperature gradient and a
what we were talking
horizontal
about
laser.
earlier. That's a great question,
Well,
and I love talking about that because it's something that I didn't understand myself at first, and I actually wrote to this famous refraction expert, what's his Andrew Young. He kind of explained it to me, but yeah, it seems like it shouldn't. If something's going kind of between the layers, as you say, it shouldn't actually get bent down, but it does because
It does
well,
because the math says it does, or because it's observed.
No, you can actually demonstrate it. You can demonstrate it.
It sounds like we're assuming curvature.
I just want to see these demonstrations, dude, of these models. Right?
Well,
These
the
predictive
problem
models
is-
that actually make predictions that are accurate.
Yeah. All right. Let me get my refraction simulator link up so you can see it.
Wait a second. Simulation.
Wait, you wouldn't even give people data on your calculator, but yet you're gonna expect us to believe that crap? Really?
I'm saying
sending
there's
you a
models,
link. I've
right?
got
And then
a
there's
link
reality,
called-
and we validate models by experiment, right? So where are the experiments validating the models?
Yeah, we want the
So
hypothesis,
I know
sir.
who A.T. Young is. I've read everything he's published, right? So I know who these people are.
Where at
Right,
San Diego
so,
State University?
Use ray tracing. You're going to get a bend just from the nature of the equation, right? But that's just the equation. But that's fine. That's a model. So where's the actual experimental validations of these models?
Dr. John's experiment
Controlled
validated it.
experiments.
Dr. John,
I don't
hold
think
on
so.
a second.
First of all,
Hold on
I
a
don't
second.
think
We already talked about Dr. John. Dr. John didn't conduct an experiment. He already said as much. You don't know what an experiment is. That's the problem. Hey, Indio, he said scientific evidence. Can you please have him post the natural go through the steps of the scientific method, please, Indio?
The natural phenomenon that he observed. There is
there isn't one. What's your dependent variable?
Let's see the temperature gradient.
of the Earth.
The temperature. So the temperature grading. Hold on a second. Hold on. So I'm going to write this down, Mick, because I want to make sure that I got this correct.
Temperature.
It's just what changes. Are you doing the changing or is something else changing based off of your changes? That's it.
Hold on a second. He said hold on a second. Hold on, people. Relax.
That's the dependent variable. Actually, will be the image itself.
So we're going from the temperature to the image now?
Get them mixed up. But it doesn't matter.
So wait, 1 second. So if I manipulate the image, what will I get?
No. If the temperature gradient changes and the image changes as predicted by the model, then that validates the model.
Mick, you have to have a hypothesis because a hypothesis is a scientific prediction. So we're only at the first step. Mick. 1 second. Now, the dependent variable, your observed phenomena is now the image?
Yes, the image.
Okay, what's the independent variable?
I don't know. What would you give me an example of an independent variable?
He doesn't even know.
The temperature, the moisture.
Oh my God, Mick! Thank you.
Just want to make sure we've got the right terminology here.
Mick,
So
it's
yes,
your
the temperature gradient.
Mick, it's your experiment. You're asking me for the independent variable for your experiment, son.
Yeah.
Can
So
somebody clip
the
that?
temperature gradient varies. It has an effect, which is changing the image. So an hypothesis. The hypothesis is that there's a model There's the Earth is
No,
Every time you stop reifying shit.
It's
over 5 dozen people in here.
We're already on a ball when this is happening, right?
This is a clown show, Mick.
The hypothesis? Wait, did you really just say the hypothesis is it's a model?
Have you seen my refraction simulator?
Let him describe it. Let him describe it.
Hold on, everybody. Please let him finish. Could you please let him?
Yeah. Go ahead, Vic. Go ahead.
Mick, I'm gonna have you over for a beer.
Cool. So the model, you want me to describe the model that I use?
No, let's just summarize.
Yeah.
1 second. You said the dependent variable was the image. The independent variable was what?
The temperature gradient.
Temperature gradient. Okay, give us your hypothesis.
That if you ray trace light through air that is curved, with the temperature gradient being like the same over every point on the curved surface, then you will get images that match reality.
So I thought you said the temperature gradient was your independent variable. In your hypothesis, I didn't see any temperature gradient being manipulated.
You would take 2 different temperature gradients.
No, Mick.
You can't manipulate temperature gradients because that's what they are.
Then it's not a viable independent variable because your independent variable is number 1, your cause. Number 2, you have to vary and manipulate it.
You vary and manipulate it by waiting to a later time in the day.
Waiting. Very manipulating anything, that's waiting.
So is this proof
Yes,
of
but it
time?
changes. It changes.
Are we going to prove time? If your hypothesis is time, is that what we're trying to prove?
Let's say your hypothesis is that you can see better in
You can manipulate the
Does this have anything to do with the flat Earth?
No,
God, he's Doctor Who!
Flat
All right,
Earth.
guys.
So,
All right, guys.
we have to.
Mick, thank you very much, sir, for showing what a complete imbecile you actually are. Thank you very much.
This isn't
That'll be
about
all for me.
Midwest. This is about the flat Earth. But
Thanks, Huey.
we have to
You're kind of
assume
missing the
curvature.
point
So
here.
it's whether or not there is curvature on the Earth. And so if we do not have reliable sources, say because NASA is lying, or because lenses are adding curvature, we may need to revisit the very basis of our hypotheses that we're, making these experiments off of.
Sure.
I think my simulator does actually fulfill the criteria for an experiment if you apply it to real world situations.
May I ask a quick question, Mr. West? What caused you to join our server today? Like what?
I was
what brought you
invited by somebody. I can't remember his name. It's somebody flat Earth literalist. No, flat Earth level literalist.
Horizontal level.
Thanks, Ben.
Yeah.
I thank you for gracing us with your presence. Yeah.
Welcome. I'm
Even
happy
though-
to
Yeah, no
talk about
problem.
this stuff.
Did he
Yeah,
happen
it's
to
very,
ask you
very
if-
interesting. I like the
Did he
variety
happen-
of feedback that I've got, and I know that you think that I'm wrong, but I would disagree. And I would encourage you to have a look at the refraction simulator because it's quite detailed, and it simulates a number of different things.
So
it even does lasers.
Does this refraction simulator
When
simulate the
engineering
distance with
apply.
which refraction starts to divert from the curvature of the Earth, or does it just follow the curvature of the Earth all the way around 360 degrees?
Well,
when does the refraction stop? Is my question.
It doesn't stop.
So it goes all the way around
It doesn't
360 degrees.
conform. No.
So when does
Look
if
at this.
If it doesn't
Look
go
at this, and you'll
if
see.
it doesn't go 360, it has to stop somewhere, right?
It stops because of atmospheric extinction and scattering.
Okay, but where does it break?
Theoretically,
Where
the
does the
problem is
simulator stop working? Is my question. Simple question.
my simulator is only set up to go to really about 200 or 300 miles because I didn't
Okay,
see much
so we
point
so we
going
have a
beyond that.
limit to the simulator. Okay.
Yeah, actually, let's see. I think you can set it to be quite a long way, but it's kind of pointless because you wouldn't be able to see that far anyway.
2 to 300
And there's
miles
too much
of
variation.
Is that a flat surface or 300 miles of a curved surface?
You can do both. You can set it to be flat or curved, and you can
No,
turn
I mean,
refraction
no,
on and off.
on your simulator.
What's the drop on 300 miles?
Either.
What's the drop on 300 miles? It's that's a crazy amount of drop, right?
Yeah, no, there is a crazy amount to drop. That
So,
would be.
so,
I don't
so,
know.
so you're trying to say a laser that was shot over that?
Oh
distance
no, I'm not trying to say that at
all the
all.
way around and still hit a
Not at
target?
all. No.
It's not going to hit a target.
No, you're not.
So then how is it accurate if it won't hit a target over that distance?
It will show you not hitting it.
It'll show you not hitting it, but then it's not accurate. So that means that the distance that it's actually accurate is less than that. Am I wrong?
If I showed it hitting it, would it be accurate?
At 100 miles.
I'm asking you the refraction indicator, whatever the device you're talking
Simulator.
about.
It's a simulator.
The
Have a look at
simulator is
it.
going to
Have
tell
a
us
look at it.
refraction up to a certain distance.
Let me show you a screenshot
If the
of
laser,
it.
don't interrupt me. If the laser does not hit the target within that distance, that means the simulator is wrong at that distance. That means we'd have to scale it back because the simulator is shit. Maybe the simulator only works for 200 miles or 50 miles or 100 miles, whatever it is. But there's a distance where the simulator breaks and it stops working. So we need to know
Still
what that
waiting
is
on that data to support
with a
it,
laser, because if we're talking refraction bullshit right now, there's a limit where the simulator is going to stop working, and my laser's not going to make it around the curve. What's that distance? If you're telling me it goes 300 miles, I need to know what the drop is at 300 miles, given the numbers that NASA gave us. If it doesn't add up, something's broken with the simulator or something's broken with NASA. Nothing's broken with our math on this side. So somebody has to set straight for us so I get what's wrong here.
Simulator uses like real world situations, so it's trying to like demonstrate what you actually see.
They can go 200, 300 miles, but if it doesn't go 200, 300 miles, then something's wrong with the simulator. Is it?
The simulator uses real world conditions up to an extent, right? Until you invoke that radius, right?
Well, did you account for the temperature of the water, if there's water in there, and the gradient temperature, whatever, of the atmosphere? Did you account for all that? Like, probably not.
Yeah,
Right.
I don't believe
because you just spoke about how you did an experiment where you put cold, the hot pushes the laser towards the cold, right? Did you account for that?
No, that's not an experiment.
It's basically built into the simulator.
None of that is in
Part
your
of the model.
simulator.
Lasers shoot straight to my eye.
No, it is, 'cause you can
altogether. I don't give a fuck about a simulator.
The
That shit's
temperature
bullshit.
gradient.
Yeah,
That shit-
yeah.
you
He
can't
didn't
just
perform.
Simulate something you don't have all the variables for.
Refraction is
Yeah,
bullshit.
he didn't perform an experiment. We already established
Try to
that.
fucking distract us. Refraction is bullshit. Straight up.
Yeah. Yeah, and he has no experiments. He doesn't even know what an experiment is.
I'd love to see this fucking
Hold on a second. I just want to finish up. Mick, friend, sir. Hello.
Oh, I'm here.
Yep, you have been erased. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Terminated.
The problem with refraction is usually it's only talked about in one terms going up and down. But if light goes in all directions, we should talk about, the image refracting this way, that way, left, right, up, down, in all directions. So the model appears to be inadequate in some ways theoretically, does it not?
Yeah, makes sense.
It's pretty much up and down there because of the gradient usually goes vertically. You do get some side to side. If you look at things like the air over a bonfire, you will see all this kind of shimmering, and that's a bit of side to side movement as well. But in the atmosphere over long distances, it's really only up and down.
Sure, but by the simulator, 300 miles, it follows the curvature of the Earth flawlessly. It's laughable at this point, man. The fact that they
What
say it out
curvature
loud
of
is
the Earth?
embarrassing.
Who's saying that?
I don't know who said it. Somebody said it. I don't know. I didn't look at the names, but like somebody said out loud, like 300 miles.
It's a little bit of
simulator's accurate.
special pleading because the picture should be unstable, hazy. How is it stable? Going over the curve of the Earth in one direction, up and down. I mean, this is just too much special pleading, and we haven't even factored in perspective at all and how things can compress to the eye line of the observer based off of the angular resolution of light and the angle that the observer is viewing the object at over possibly a flat plane.
It's all built in. It's built in because I do proper projection.
What curve of the Earth?
Making
What
a
is the
claim
curve
and
of the
actually
Earth
providing
measured?
the data is two totally
Did I miss
different
something?
things.
Built in.
Your bullshit claim means nothing
Holy
without
shit,
data
this guy's
behind it.
fucking delusional. Or he's
Prove your
fucking
calculator's
lying.
even worth anything. Where's
Well,
the data that John
dare
D's
you,
been
bro.
asking for months?
How dare you?
I was
Like, you're
using
fucking
his
fucking
data.
idiots here.
No,
You're not
he's
speaking to
talking
idiots,
about.
kid.
No, did you? Wow, you're not even paying attention.
I don't need to.
I'm talking about your
here.
atmospheric refraction simulator. It has not been validated yet. Dr. John D and you had a thing going around about this.
All right,
you never answered him. You never gave him the data on it yet. So
just posted,
we can't trust that simulator.
See what I just posted? See what I just posted in the chat?
What a photo is not proof of anything.
Oh, that's what Dr. John uses as evidence of things. What I posted is
he's asking for the data for your simulator to validate it, to make sure your simulator is following the proper laws. That's what he's asking for. You're not providing it. You never did.
I gave it.
No, you did.
You can go. You can.
Really? Where's the video of him going over it then? Because it's not there.
He obviously did not. Let me find it. My email that I sent to him.
I have a quick question. I just want to know, Mick, when did you start debunking conspiracy theory?
It's about 2005, but it's kind of stuff I've always been interested in since I was young.
And don't forget, we can find out if he actually communicated with you or not. You know, we have.
Yeah, I've got all his emails here. You a screenshot of my
screenshots of what?
My exchanges with Dr. John.
Screenshot of what? Like I said, it could be anything.
It could be, but you know,
it doesn't have to be you and him. Literally.
Yeah, it could be all lies.
We need to validate that you actually made this conversation with him and not through you. I need to hear it from him.
All right. Well, you can.
I can't trust
CC you on an email if you like.
You kidding me?
No, that's true. That's true. I would encourage you not to trust me. I'm just trying to find where I sent him
the data.
Hey, I just looked at the values in your little calculator here. Is that in degrees? The beam divergence?
Which one? Oh, yeah, that's. Let me. I think
the degrees are radians.
I'm tired of the math that they're handing us, bro. I'm just tired of the fucking math they're handing us. The only
beam divergence for the laser.
It's just a bunch of magic tricks.
Only math I want to talk about is the curvature of the Earth math. No,
I think the laser divergence is the standard laser, which I think is like in degrees per 1,000 meters. I'm not entirely sure though. But whatever, like the standard units of laser divergence.
Large. Well, I'm just going by the screenshot.
Yeah. So it's or per 1,000 feet or something like that. I can't remember what it is. I could look it up, but I was looking up something else.
Well, I mean, there's only going to be one angle
not in that screenshot.
It isn't going to like. Listen, if it exits,
on the screenshot,
45-degree angle, it's going to stay at that. It isn't going to get crazy.
Divergence is greatly exaggerated on the screenshots. You can actually turn that off with one of the options, side zoom. It turns it to flat.
Yeah, I'm not interested.
Anyway,
in that. I want to talk about the measured flat Earth and like why that 8 inches per mile squared. At least that parabolic equation doesn't fucking ever come out the way NASA told us it should. Like that's the only thing I want to focus on.
Because of refraction, basically.
I'm not even interested in talking about. I don't want to talk about space. I don't want to talk about refraction. I don't want to talk about shit.
You know, the problem is
8 inches per mile squared. Why is it found by the people that
you've got a big problem? You've got a big problem.
That's all I want to talk about. Everything else is bullshit to me. Everything else is word salad. Everything else is obfuscation. Everything else is bullshit. Where's the 8 inches per mile squared? Let's talk about that.
Catalina.
Explain that to me in simple terms, because I'm so dumb. I don't get it.
We know how far away Catalina is. We know how high we are off the ocean. We know how far away Catalina is.
What do we know?
How far away Catalina Island is from Santa Monica. Santa Monica.
And what's the distance?
I believe it was 35 miles.
35 miles. And what does that equate to in terms of curvature?
You mean in terms of how much should be hidden?
Droppage.
Droppage. Well, droppage isn't the important.
No, it is.
It's the actual...
I should not see how many feet should be obfuscated from my view. That's what I.
Well, that's not the same as drop. That's the hidden value, which is different because that depends upon the viewer height.
If I can't see it, that means it's no longer in my view. It's obfuscated from my view because it's past the curvature, right?
All right, so 35 miles.
How much? How many feet?
You should have 682 feet hidden.
682 feet.
Or 576 with refraction. Yes.
Is that what we observe?
Yes.
And that's what we do. Mick, I got a picture in the chat for you that shows your point.
You can't invoke terrestrial refraction, Mick.
In reality, Zanuck, hold on, I'm talking.
Hold on a second. He invoked refraction again.
Is that?
Oh my God. We can ignore that if you like. It's
Mick, is that what we observe in reality, or can we actually see Catalina Island?
We can see Catalina Island.
See what I showed you part of the picture.
Well, that's a problem.
If you can find
because Catalina Island is like 1,400 feet high or so.
Okay, well, how much of it can we see?
I just did a
the amount that is expected. Look at the photograph that Zanuck posted.
Let me show you what it looks like without when you're closer in the shore.
Well, I found a video. I just did a quick search Catalina flat Earth, and here's a video that shows flat Earth and Catalina Island from 48 miles away. So what do you have to say?
I've looked at many photos of Catalina.
What distance is this?
About this guy he has a video.
But there's an up close picture.
But his video is just showing that you can actually see Catalina. Of course, you can see the top of it.
48 miles away. 48 miles, not 36. 48 miles.
Did the observation from
not
across
48
the water
miles.
of Catalina Island.
This guy
order in the court, guys.
You can see the amount of Catalina Island that you would expect.
Useless. We need someone that actually did the entire experiment across the water.
I've been there.
Measured the shoreline. Measured how much we could see.
That wasn't an experiment.
Right, so do you deny the existence of Catalina Island, or just how
no?
big
It wasn't an experiment. Is the problem?
An experiment.
Observation.
You're taking a picture of like the mountain. Like, look, Catalina
Twin
Island.
Harbors
Like,
there.
what does that have to do with anything?
We're talking about from the shore
the curvature of the Earth.
What about the video I posted where there's 2 minutes of a guy zooming in from farther away than you guys are saying? And there should be no Catalina Island at all.
Look at that real quick.
Oh, we could do the math on that.
From Santa Monica Pier, how far it was?
You can say your little observation, but I just posted a video with the alternative.
I got the video. I'm watching it now. What are you saying?
See, but here's the thing. It's like
you're saying exactly what I showed you.
Here's
from
the thing.
48 miles away.
Here's how.
Can you hear me?
What you would expect to see.
Here's the thing.
It's showing exactly I showed you. See that?
Hear me out on this one. I'm not even gonna watch the video. Let's be honest. Like, I'm not even gonna waste my time with the video. There's so many observations that people have shown distances that we should not see. So if you post a video that I can see it, I'm like, well, now I'm like, did you doctor it just to fucking make a point? Because like, if we have observations after observation after observation after observation of shit we shouldn't see, why don't you reconcile the shit that that is on our side? Don't bring me another video that I've never that I didn't reference, that didn't come from one of us, didn't come from an independent observer. Give me a video that I've seen on my own. You know, make the Chicago skyline disappear, and then we'll have a conversation. Until then,
where are you based?
Chicago skyline disappear.
Do you have a place where you could go? Do you have a
and then
well? Do you have a place you can go? I mean, I've been to Catalina and done it myself many times.
Skyline? That's not. You can just disappear. I don't know where your video came from, nor do I trust it.
There's lots of videos of the Chicago skyline being hidden.
I'm going to trust you? I don't know who you are.
No.
I don't know who you. I don't know how you make your money. You think I'm going to trust you?
Do an experiment,
Tony Hawk.
The Great Lakes.
Do an experiment, Mick. Wait a second. He said do an experiment. Mick, you didn't know what an experiment was when we first discussed this.
But you're saying that experiment has to have an independent variable, a dependent variable, and a control.
Yeah, I'm not saying that.
And okay.
Penn State, so Colorado State, the Institute of Physics, the National Science Teachers Association, they're saying that.
Let's say my independent variable here is my height above the ocean.
Height is not a viable independent variable because it doesn't cause anything, Mick.
But your changing position changes how much you can see of an object.
The independent variable is your cause. Height doesn't cause anything, like depth doesn't cause anything.
Height changes your view position.
No.
It will change what you see.
It doesn't cause anything, Mick.
It's a variable which is tied to a result. There's a direct correlation between the height and what you can see.
Correlation is not causation, Mick. And height is not an independent variable, Mick.
Seriously?
Yeah, height isn't an independent variable.
Well, what is independent?
Time. It has to be something you manipulate and then you see a change
No, it has to be your cause. Not only it has to satisfy. Shut up for a second. It has 3 criteria it has to meet. Number 1, it must first exist. Number 2, it must be able to vary and manipulate it. Number 3, it is presumed.
It seems very definite. Very definite.
I'm out of here.
You are able to manipulate height because you're able to give the variable height different values dependent on the angle.
Are you listening to me? It had to satisfy 3 criterion, clown.
It's a variable. Basically, you vary the input.
Clown!
You take
Clown show!
Right, let's see if it hits all 3 criteria.
He just won't shut up.
Let's see if it hits all the 3 criteria that we've spoken about. So the first one, height. Is it real? Discuss. Is height real?
It's real. It's a real variable. Something you can change, and it has an effect. When you change the height, things change.
You clown! Let me ask you a question.
Stop calling him a fucking clown. Stop insulting him. The fucking behavior here is goddamn ridiculous. Shut the fuck up.
You clown.
I'm a fucking mod here.
You're a
so
clown
shut the fuck
too.
up. Stop.
Yeah,
fuck you. I'm a goddamn mod here. So shut the fuck up. Stop insulting.
Okay,
The
so
fucking
listen.
behavior
So
here
listen.
is goddamn ridiculous.
Let's do it the other way.
This is the Wild West.
Yeah. Fuck.
Yeah. Height is an independent variable. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Clown.
Fucking children. Shut the fuck up.
The output is how much of the island you can see. So that's the dependent variable.
You see what you've
so
done,
there's a mathematical relationship
So
that you can measure.
what's your naturally observed phenomena?
What?
See what you have caused.
The hiding of islands behind the horizon.
What's the horizon?
Persuaded by these
It's
guys.
the edge
What's
of
the horizon?
It's the
What's the horizon?
It's the edge of the oceon.
No, what's the horizon? Is it the lead?
Just told you what the horizon was.
I suppose
told you where the edge
of the sphere.
Edge of a sphere, yeah, that's a
Not
good way of
actual
putting it.
though, is it? This horizon. It is the limitation
Sure
of
seems
your
to be.
view when you observe across the plane of the Earth. It's not
Why is the
actual.
why does the
But no,
definition
no.
say apparent? Why does it say apparent
Which definition?
of horizon?
Probably just saying apparent because refraction is a factor.
The line at which the Earth
it's not
the line
actual.
listen, the line at which the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet. Appear.
That would mean it's because it's
I guess
not actual.
someone cut out there,
not
but
because of
did they say
refraction.
appears to meet? I mean, they don't. They appear like they're meeting, but they don't actually meet. Obviously, one is just obscuring the other.
Yeah, that's why they call it apparent, Mick. It's where the sky appears to meet the ground. It never does.
Yeah, of
That
course
means
it
it's
doesn't.
apparent, Mick.
Hey,
Yeah, of course.
Can I ask?
Obviously.
I'm dying to ask this question before he gets banned again. Mick, do aliens exist? Yes or no, please.
I don't know.
That's
I have a question.
Go on.
Is level curved?
Let me do that, chocolate. That's me.
Oh, I'm sorry, man.
Not even had a chance to go yet.
Bev, get in there. Get in there. Go ahead.
Hey, listen, anyone that wants to ask Mick, since he's our guest here, a question, like just speak up and so we know who wants to ask.
I'm going. It's my turn.
Give it back.
Okay.
Get it.
I want to ask Matt. Do you want to ask a question next? Matt Philosopher?
Yeah.
Need some more lube?
No, wait till Bev and then you go next, okay?
Put him on the list.
All right. Yeah. I'm good. Go.
Sweet Mick, you still here?
Don't forget the KY.
Yeah. No. We're
You know-
going to get onto the
Yeah, we're
level being curved.
Just the reason I invited you here and the reason you came onto the thread.
All right. Yeah.
Is like let's take it right back to basics, right? We want to know about the curvature, right? So my thing is, I'm trying to get people to give us the best method they have for measuring the curvature of water level in a canal.
Yeah.
A mile long, let's say.
That's too short. There's very, very little curvature over a mile. You need to do about 5 or 6 miles.
No, how much curvature is there? Your calculator?
7.9 inches.
1 mile.
Yeah.
It's not a lot. The drop over 1 mile is only 0.66 inches.
0.66.
Yeah, that is 7 inches, isn't it? Yeah.
Oh,
0.67 feet. 0.67 feet.
Okay, so that's noticeable, like, isn't it?
It's hard to see.
So what would your... No, I'm not asking you to do it or anything. I'm asking you, what would be your method
that's a
for
good
measuring the curvature of said water level in a canal?
I would use what's known as the Wallace method. And the Wallace method uses raised targets. It's something that Jeranism did in Beyond the Curve at the end of Behind the Curve, their documentary, which you've all seen, I imagine. And basically what you do is you set 3 targets up. One is the camera, one is in the middle, and the other one is at some long distance. And you get them as high above the waterline as possible, but you make them all be the same height above the waterline. And then you look from the camera through the middle target to the end target. And you will see, if you've done it right, that the middle target is above the end target, which shows that the water is raised up in the middle.
Would you not, call a surveyor and use a level?
You could do, yeah.
Yeah. Do you think that would be a little bit more accurate than setting things?
Essentially, it's doing the same thing. The same thing.
Looking or actually measuring.
Well, no, that's what surveyors do. Essentially,
they measure stuff really accurately.
Yeah, they do.
So then, how do you handle the discrepancy when people measured across 25 miles and measure from
in water level?
The laser.
Yes, 0.04 degrees of drop. Of the horizon.
Of what? Of an apparent location.
No. Stop. No horizon. We're on water level in a canal.
Yeah, so
we're not going to the horizon. You don't need to do that.
Yeah.
You would just after the best method for determining the curvature in the water level.
That's then exactly what I said. Then you would set up these targets high above the water, so you get above any refraction or minimal refraction.
Yeah.
How high above
and
the water?
Then you see where the line of sight from the first target to the last target intersects the middle target,
So
and you'll set up like a
datum. The datum you are
scale.
using is going to be your sight.
I think Jedi was asking how high above the water, because refraction is obviously to you guys a big deal. So we want to make sure.
No, you don't need refract. There's no refraction in when we're measuring level of the water.
The reason why I'm asking how high is because the higher you get off the surface of the Earth, you're increasing the radius value. So, for example, if you have 3 lasers, one foot above the surface, one, pardon?
Enough to make a difference. It's like a thousandth of an inch.
It will eventually, with altitude, start making a difference.
But
especially, hold on, I haven't finished. If you're presupposing on a curved surface, your target is going to be angled away. Also, if you have a low target, a mid target, and a higher target, because of the speed of light, having to traverse a longer distance across an arc, you wouldn't necessarily notice this speed of light change or the time that light would take to get to the top target, because you've increased the distance between the two. Keep doing this with altitude, then that's exactly what you should find on your ball, and increasing the time it takes light to get from the laser to the target, and the target is curved and angled away over a distance of an arc.
We're doing 12 feet, all at the same height. So if it was flat,
I don't understand. I want this one now. I want this one now, because you're saying that we're on a ball. So if you increase the radius value of that ball, then this demonstration would take into effect. Correct? You will be able to prove your curve if you could demonstrate with altitude it took the lights longer to get from a target which was further away, because it's on an arced tangent, right?
Yeah, you could do that, but that's not a very easy thing to do. Like we're talking about an easy demonstration, like which you can do if you've got a 5 mile long body of water. You set up these targets 12 feet above the water surface, and you look along them, and you see that the middle target's raised up.
What would your datum be, though? Like, in order to measure a curvature or a drop or something,
The water surface.
The what?
The water surface.
And I call
the water surface is level, being
because the ground's going to
horizontal.
rise up as it goes out.
It
Anyway.
smells like a lot of bullshit going on.
What you're
Well,
measuring,
see,
if
that's
you,
the thing. That's
just,
perspective coming into play. So the object in the middle is going to look
Stop
like it is
looking at
risen
it.
up anyway.
Dude, did you not just hear what he said?
Did I just say?
The datum that you are using to determine drop is a level.
It's the water level.
Is the water, yes, which is horizontal.
It's level.
Yeah. Thank you.
No, it's level. Which is not horizontal, it's level. Different things.
There we go.
Yeah,
There's
they are
two
the
types
same
of level. There's two types
There
of
are
level.
two types of levels. What?
Yes.
What? The real one and the fake one, right?
No. There's true level and there's apparent
The one you
level.
can see and the one you can't see. Right.
True
There's
level.
the one you
True
can
level.
see, and then the one that they
I've done
say.
construction since I was a kid. Level is fucking.
There's the one you can see, and the one they say is curved.
In construction,
The one you can see, the one you can see, and the one they say is curved that you can't see.
construction, apparent level and true level are pretty
You
much
probably
the
haven't
same.
lifted a fucking hammer in your life, by the way. I can tell by.
No, they haven't. Anyone who talks like this hasn't had a
I own a
job.
lot of hammers.
I can show you a
I
hammer.
don't believe you, bro. By the tone of your voice, you've never lifted a hammer in your life. I'm a worker.
I've got
a hammer.
I probably own more hammers than you do.
And I'm a worker. You've never lifted a level in your life.
Can the real
I
level
own like
please
5
stand up?
different levels.
Doesn't matter if you own them. Do you know how to use them?
Yeah.
In order to say that level is curved, you have to prove R, which you failed to do tonight.
We're talking about like what water.
Bullshit is what we're talking about.
Water's always
Right.
what are you talking
It's
about?
gonna be
Bro, I
relevant.
can,
It's gonna be
I can hear
relevant.
I can hear by the way these guys' voices cracking. They're fucking just feeding us bullshit, man. I could already smell the bullshit coming out of them, bro.
Think my voice is cracking?
I know it is.
No,
Mick,
the professional.
I don't think.
Voices-
Hold on, guys.
I was laughing about the hammer.
Guys.
Sharp ears can hear. People that are lying or just too dumb to realize that they don't know what they're talking about.
Vagabond.
Vaga. Give it a second.
Get on my
Don't you think that's a bit hypocritical?
We all know. We all know.
insults.
We all know. Whatever. I don't know what you are. I don't know what you are.
You broke up though.
I don't know what you are. I don't know what you are, but you're one of them, and you know you are.
I'm a retired video game programmer. I program Tony Hawk's Pro Skater.
So,
You know,
so AK,
yeah, that's not all you are.
Your fucking life.
What programming
That's
language?
not all you are.
Video game programmer.
Hold on. What language
Hey.
you use?
Oh,
Guys,
since I retired.
Anderson Cooper.
Life.
Anderson Cooper. He's just a reporter, guys. Anderson Cooper is just a reporter.
What programming language you use?
I do actually have a lot of hammers.
He is a programmer. He is a programmer.
What,
That is
what
true.
programming? What programming language you use? That should have been like right off the bat. You should have been like, "Oh, I use C++, use C, use C
Sorry,
sharp."
you broke out. We use
Sure.
C++ in programming video games. I'm mostly programming JavaScript now, though. If you look at the refraction simulator link I posted, I'll post it again. You can do a view source on that, and it will show
time, bro.
all the
You
code.
We don't need your simulator. I'll just play Skyrim.
out of your fucking mind, bro. I'm not gonna waste 30 seconds on that shit.
I have a question.
Killing your own stuff.
What happened to Fallout 76, Mick? Damn.
Mick worked on it. That's what happened.
Hold on. He said he used C++. What was one
I'm
of the
blaming
things
Mick for
that you
76.
Hold on. What is one of the things you use in C++? Main things.
What do you mean? What do I use? Like programmed in it?
To release.
That
To release.
Get him.
That is probably the only true thing about him is that he
Hold
programmed.
on. No, I don't. I haven't heard a legit answer on developing right now. I'm a developer. I develop in C sharp, but I know some C++.
C++ you use new and delete, or you can use malloc and free.
What is it called when you release resources? What is it? What is it? What is a deconstructor for that?
you're freeing the memory. So it could be a dereferencing, and it could be garbage collection. But it depends what you're talking about. There's lots of different ways of doing these things.
All right, so you give me the garbage collection. All right, what are pointers?
You're breaking up there, so
what are pointers? No.
He's
He's verified. We know he's a programmer.
How do you?
No,
what are
I like talking about
pointers?
programming.
Garbage collection is easy. One of the easiest things you can figure out. What are pointers?
Pointers?
Just ask him what's a stack.
That should have been a 2-second answer for you right there.
Buffer overflows.
No, sorry, you're cutting out, so I can't hear the question. So, can you repeat the question?
You already repeated a question.
I hear everything.
You just repeated the question.
No, I was asking if that was the question.
Buying time.
Okay. Now you had the time to look for what is pointers.
You have the guy in his ear explaining.
What?
Yeah, your programming skills are very.
I can't hear what you're saying. Why don't you type it in the chat or something? Because I have no idea what you just asked me.
Yes, because you're gonna search and look it up.
I've got a website called Cowboy Programming. It's cowboyprogramming.com, and I've got loads of articles I've written in there about programming, and they're all really complicated and technical. So if you doubt my programming abilities,
don't make it real, bro.
And if you want, you can go and look at the credits for Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1, and I'm listed there as the lead programmer.
My God, I could hire a fucking writer to write me a fucking article with a fucking neurosurgeon tomorrow, bro. Doesn't make me a neurosurgeon.
You could go to
You're asking me I don't know, high school level questions like what is a pointer?
Exactly. Exactly. So this should have been like, oh, dude, the pointer is this and that. It's garbage.
No, I know what a pointer is. Like I started programming it in Z80 or 68K, well later 68K, and a pointer then was just one of the registers, like one of the address registers in 68K. It's a location of a variable in memory.
What is this now?
Yeah, but where's
you finally looked for the answer, did you?
Yeah, bro, but where's the curve?
I know what it is.
He knows what it is. We know that you're good at programming and manipulating stuff, and you can show it on your simulator, but you're not really, because you can't, list the variables. Like you're just gonna give us a simulator.
I'm telling you the variables. The variables are they're right there in the simulator. But the temperature gradient would be the one that you'd want for doing an experiment.
Yeah, but where's the curve at though, bro?
How come water is always flat in video games?
It's just the easiest way of programming it.
Or is it because that's
way more complicated?
Yeah, because
it's because it's the easiest way of programming.
It would be a little weird if you programmed it with curve, right? Because
it would be complicated. It would be hard to do.
It would be pointless.
Not real.
Yeah, if you want it to look like it does in real life, when you look at the water.
It is actually programmed with curve in things like Microsoft's Flight Simulator or X-Plane.
But how does it find its own level?
I've been tracking
it's
not what you think
with a lump in the middle.
It's like saying, how does a pendulum find its own level? No,
it's not. It's like asking how does a fluid find its equilibrium. That's what they do.
Because if it's in disequilibrium, then it moves towards equilibrium. That's just
it doesn't have a big lump in the middle, does it? I think that's what it means.
It doesn't have a big lump in the middle. It's a sphere.
Water curve? How does a body of water at rest curve?
By being attracted towards the center of the Earth by gravity.
Gravity. Here we go.
Gravity.
So how come gravity? So how come no scientists can demonstrate gravity and replicate it?
I've heard that word.
You can demonstrate the effects of gravity.
Sure,
no, but they can't. They can't demonstrate what they're actually claiming. It only works at a planetary level.
Excuse me, Hollywood. We really wanted to give Most Mad the opportunity to ask a question as well. We seem to be veering off again.
I have to be going soon anyway. So.
Next up.
Can
I have one question?
If Mad doesn't want to go ahead.
Are you
Mad, you got something?
Sorry, he must be AFK.
Let's give Mick a little breathing room. How are you doing, Mick? You all right?
I'm fine. This is all fascinating stuff.
Yeah, it's all. Yeah. Okay, good. Professional.
I understand that people are passionate about their beliefs and they get angry sometimes. Not a problem.
Who's getting angry?
All right, next.
I heard a few raised voices.
Cool as a cucumber.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some people who just yell all the time, so it doesn't necessarily mean they're angry either.
I just don't like liars when I figure
I'm
them out.
angry.
Oh yeah, I'm angry.
Does someone have a question?
Once I figured out this thing was a lie, I'm furious. So anybody that comes in here, they better have their shit correct.
Waterball, go ahead and ask your question.
Hey,
man.
sorry, I was my phone got frozen.
There he is. You good? You good? If you got a question, go ahead, man.
Yeah, are you familiar with the heliocentric?
All right, go ahead, James.
I have a question, if that's okay.
James. Hang on a minute. No, James is going.
Mad philosopher,
Go, James.
please. Mad philosopher, please.
All right, so Mick, you're obviously aware of everything that happened post 9/11, correct?
I wouldn't say everything, but I'm familiar with things. Yes.
Right. Sorry, I guess I should have reworded that question. Everything, like the wars that have been fought since then.
Yeah.
Since like we invaded Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, Syria, all of them.
Against it.
Right. Well, I'm asking. So, do you know what those countries were doing prior to 9/11?
They were just sat there with a bunch of oil.
Right. No, that's not actually correct. That's not all they were doing. Each one of these specific countries, the ones that have been invaded post 9/11, all back their money. All of those countries backed their money in gold and silver, and denied central banking in their country. It denied backing their money with the U.S. dollar. Since then, every country that we've invaded, Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria, Libya, all.
Okay, someone cut out the.
He broke up. Hey, James, we lost you.
Oh, sorry. Since then, all of these countries have backed their money in gold and silver, in U.S. dollars. They no longer back their money in gold and silver, and each one of them have incorporated Rothschild central banking. So, I guess my question to you is, how the fuck can you turn a blind eye to all of this shit and not see how evil the Federal Reserve and these Freemasons, the Rothschilds, all of them are, and you just go to all of these conspiracies trying to debunk them instead of seeing all of the evidence right in front of your face?
Good question, and I'd be happy to answer it. I think the reason I don't turn a blind eye to it. In fact, I think that things like that, the corruption that's endemic in the American system and their foreign policy, is something that we really need to look at. I might not agree with all the exact details of that link.
What do you think about
posted.
it? Don't say we need to look at. Sounds like a political statement. What do you think?
You're asking, like, why do I debunk? The reason I debunk is that I think people need to focus on things that are real. I don't think the flat Earth is real, and I think people spending all their time. I know
you need to focus on things that are real, but you keep reifying things that are not actually.
Yeah,
real.
wait, this is
doing that.
Because what I see myself doing is I'm kind of like a force multiplier, for want of a better word. If I can actually help a lot of people not spend their time on nonsense,
well, then
they'll be spending their time on real news.
Wait, hold on.
Who are you to dictate what is nonsense and what is not?
Yeah, what's
related?
Hold on.
Genius of the group.
This is related.
Obviously, it's what I personally decide to focus on.
Are you,
for example, like the flat Earth?
Save us.
Hold on. Do you not see this world,
my friend? Are you the intellectual that can save us?
Hold on, let me
I'm trying to help.
Help.
So then, do you not see this world organization, this world secret society or world government trying to establish itself? Do you not see that?
I don't think there's a single organization. I think there's lots of people with their own self-interests. There's lots and lots of corruption. There's lots of powerful people who are doing things for themselves.
Cool.
Under one banner. They're all doing a bunch of things under one banner. Do you not? I'm asking you, do you not see that?
You think the Chinese are all doing the same thing? You think the Russians and the Japanese are all doing that?
Yes.
Yeah, bro. This guy just doesn't have the balls to wake up, bro. Fuck it.
Have you looked at the Forbes list of billionaires?
Forbes.
Dude, that includes everyone that has trillions in private.
I thought you were busy with important things, not Forbes.
Well, so look at them. Look at
what the hell?
the variety of people that are billionaires. There's over 1,000 people in the world who are billionaires, and they're very, very different people.
Publicly billionaires.
Well, yeah, but that's all we have to go with, isn't it? So if you're just imagining things, that's just something I can't really comment
It's
on.
not
But what we
imagining.
actually see
Do you
is that
know
people
all
who
of
are in power are very variable. There's lots of very, very different people, and they all have their own interests at heart. So there's obviously a lot of corruption. There's a lot of problems, and that's what we should be focusing on.
All right, so wait, real quick. This is related to Most Mad's military kind of thing that he's talking about. So when we went into Iraq under the presumption of weapons of mass destruction, what's your opinion on that? Because you're like debunking stuff. So like at some level, so like what's your opinion on whole the weapons of mass destruction?
I think that they basically made up a case for going into Iraq, and that they essentially lied about the weapons of mass destruction by just exaggerating evidence that really wasn't there, like the stuff about Colin Powell said about the labs really wasn't.
So why
evidence.
can't you imagine them doing this at a different scale, a different subject? Why can't you imagine them lying to you
imagine them doing it
about other things, dude?
Was that a conspiracy though? Was the weapons of mass destruction? Was that a conspiracy?
People, I think, conspired to modify the evidence to make it seem like there were weapons of mass destruction. Yeah.
But
The whole Iraq thing started with a secret conspiracy. You know that, right? The Sykes-Picot Agreement.
I'm not familiar
The
with
whole geopolitics. The Sykes-Picot Agreement was a secret agreement with France, Great Britain.
It's a secret. How do you know about it?
What was the other? The Ottoman Empire
Well, the Flat Earth is a
decided that
secret.
they were
You know
gonna
about
they were gonna divvy up Iraq. This happened in the 20s, right? So this
Makes sense. I mean, they
current
were doing
Iraq
that
war-
type of thing back then.
Yeah, so the current
colonial
Iraq
powers
war
were
is a base. That is the basis of the
Yeah,
entire
no, the Middle East is
The whole
completely fucked
Bahrain,
by the
Kuwait, all that stuff.
The colonial system basically just messed up Africa and the Middle East. So it's this,
but
the
that
mess
was
is
a
what we're
real
dealing with now.
conspiracy. That was a real conspiracy. I mean, you
Yeah,
can Google
people-
it. It's called the Sykes-Picot
So
Agreement.
I mean, there's thousands
PICOT.
of there's lots of real conspiracies.
Oh, I'm just glad you admit it because you believe in a conspiracy theory.
Yeah,
you
yeah,
believe in
earlier you
9/11
denied
was a
everything.
conspiracy among
I read a book.
19 hijackers. It was a
I read a book
conspiracy
in
of
the
19
introduction.
hijackers, right?
Yeah, well, more than just 19 hijackers. There would have been a lot of other people. There's like who financed it. Then there was the organizational things. So yeah, there was a lot of people involved. So the conspiracy.
Well, I'm just saying the official story is a conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
Is my point.
Yes, I'm not
so
sure.
calling
if it's
other theories a conspiracy theory is just saying just a different
There's
conspiracy.
a difference between a conspiracy and a conspiracy theory. I mean, a conspiracy theory is just essentially, in the scientific sense, a hypothesis. If you want to get scientific, but
I believe in the lone
It's-
wolf theory of 9/11, like Lee Harvey Oswald. Like there was just one person flying all three airplanes.
that's just silly.
I mean, I know it's silly. That's the point.
So why
It's
are you saying that?
ridiculous. Because when the government says it's a conspiracy, people believe it. When they say it's not a conspiracy and it's just some lone nutter, they believe that too. Like you just believe anything that comes across the television set.
I didn't believe the weapons of mass destruction thing.
Well, it came
From the
across
start
the
that was,
television set that it was a big lie. But if,
Yeah, well,
if the,
I didn't
the
believe it,
television, if the
they
New
was-
York Times didn't out that, then everybody would just believe there were weapons of mass destruction.
Well, how? Oh, you're going to go to Iraq and find them for yourself?
Well, they could just put them there.
You can
and
actually
just find
you
them.
can, you can
that's
measure
what
the
they could
curve
do.
of the Earth yourself. It's hard to do things in geopolitics for yourself.
May I just ask a question? May I ask a question quick? This has come from one of my friends that's just messaged me. What's your opinion on Jeffrey Epstein? Did he kill himself? I mean, considering we're talking about conspiracies. Just a quick one.
I think he probably killed himself.
You sure he's dead? Good. Yeah,
He might have been allowed to kill himself, and that's about as far as I would go in terms of conspiracy there. But I don't think he was murdered by someone coming into the cell and strangling him.
And what about
seen
what about his overall setup? You know.
I think he was a
What
bit of a
about the
perv.
broken hyoid bone?
That broken hyoid bones
bone.
happened quite commonly in older people with suicide strangulation because it gets more brittle with age.
Well, I've seen
No, thank you.
two,
I got a
two
message from
forensic
a friend of mine as well.
pathologists with a total of 50,000 autopsies between them say they've never seen it in a suicide.
I don't know, but I've looked at a bunch of
Unless it's at a
actual.
unless it's a height, you know what I mean, like 16 feet, something like that, not the 4-foot bunk.
There's been scientific studies that predate this by decades that show that the hyoid bone is commonly fractured in suicides, just by regular, like hanging from a bunk bed type suicides.
Well,
Thank you for your time, Nick. Thank you for answering.
Can I have my short question?
I should also say the hyoid bone wasn't the only bone that was broken.
Well, I'm not familiar with anything other than that right now. I could look it up, but
There was three. The hyoid bone was fractured, and the vertebrae underneath that had 2 fractures, and the cartilage had lateral tears in it.
The people who actually performed the autopsy say that it was consistent with the suicide. Now, the Epstein family hired another pathologist who attended the autopsy, and he is saying that he thinks that it might have been a murder.
Where's the video?
Yeah,
Where's
Michael
the security
Baden.
footage?
Conflicting opinions.
Real.
Any what?
Well, the independent one is saying it might have been a murder, but the one that's got paid by the government decides to say, yeah, it was.
No, the one who is paid by the family is the one who
Said it
is
was a
saying there's
murder.
something suspicious.
The
Now,
independent
the
one?
family have already said that they think that there's something suspicious going on. So they're paying a pathologist, and he's giving them an answer that conforms to their suspicions. Now, does that mean that they've influenced his opinion? You know, are they going to like fire him and get someone else if he doesn't give them what they want? Who knows?
Well,
But,
Cyril
yeah,
White, who's a famous forensic pathologist, saw the autopsy report, and he says that it's more consistent with murder than suicide.
well, perhaps you should
And
do
he's
a
not getting
survey
paid
of
by
all the
anybody.
different pathologists. But
Well, yeah, that's
we'll
why
see.
you like
We'll
when
see.
something like this happens, you have a coroner's inquest, right? And then you get a jury of, people to judge the evidence to determine whether it's a murder or suicide.
Yeah,
That's
that will
what we
happen.
used to do in this country. Well, we'll see if it happens, because I seriously doubt it.
It seems like the family is kind of heading in that direction, but I don't think they would win such a case because they don't really have the evidence to back that up.
Well, it's not really winning. It's getting people
Will be
to
winning.
look at the evidence. I mean, from one perspective, I guess, but it's not really a win. That dude's still dead, suicide or murder.
Yeah, but then they can sue the government and bring down people in power, which would be pretty impressive.
Why was the photo of his body not him? It was somebody else's body.
No, it was him.
Yeah,
the
but
photos look very different in different situations.
Why did you recognize any birthmarks?
You're comparing it
tell that
to
you're-
photos from 10 years earlier, and also he's dead.
His
so
left
the
ear
blood
was
is all
showing. You
flowing.
can compare it. You can compare it to his
Guys,
left ear from
the
photo.
blood flows down to the lowest point of their body. It's called lividity, I think, because you get all this pooling and purpleness.
How
And
do you
when
just
someone lies on the side,
without even questioning it?
I'm questioning.
You're not
it.
even
I've-
open.
I've-
You're not even open-minded. You never thought about it. You just automatically. You're like
Well,
automatic.
no. The reason it seems like I'm not thinking about it is that I've spent an awful lot of time already thinking about it.
That's pretty weird.
Like I was on.
Is your default
So,
position to
you-
support the official story? Is that your
No,
default
it's not.
position?
No, it's not. My
Okay.
default position is to go with whatever I think is best supported by the evidence.
I don't think you've actually seen the evidence. Like you haven't seen it.
Yeah,
like
but
a
what I have
coroner's report.
seen is it doesn't really suggest murder to me. Like there's things like the cameras being switched off or the guards sleeping on the job and things like that. Yeah, you can say that's very suspicious, but that's just something that's been happening constantly at that particular prison for the last 5-10 years or so, because they're grossly understaffed. It's a federal prison, and the federal prison budget has been cut, and they've got more prisoners there than they should have. All the prisoners are
Okay, well,
overcrowded.
name one instance. Name one instance where a person has committed suicide like that, and everything has been all the cameras from that location has been.
That prison has only had about 3 suicides in the last 30 years, and I think a very small number of actual suicide attempts. So
okay, he wasn't just any normal prisoner, was he? He was an extremely high-profile prisoner. This was an extremely rare case. So I get what you're saying if it was just another bloke coming through the prison system, but it was not. So, I mean, that's why what happened is highly suspicious.
I can certainly see that, yeah. And I think with hindsight, he should have been put on some kind of more full-time suicide watch. But
then what if those guys fall? But what if those guys fall? But what if those guards fall?
He was essentially. Yeah, well then they wouldn't if he was put on a proper suicide watch. You know, they've actually got much more rigorous checks and balances.
Yeah, but then those guys can fall asleep.
That's
The
I
people
think
that
the
don't
doctor
fall asleep, any guards can fall asleep.
You're making
You guys know
hypothetical.
we got 3 theories. Before he got moved into the cell where he committed suicide, someone did try to strangle.
We got conspiracy theory, coincidence theory, and incompetence theory.
So someone
You're
did
going
try
like
to
with the
kill him
incompetence
before he
theory.
actually
Like,
supposedly.
I am
everybody
going
in
with the
places
incompetence
incompetent.
theory. Historically speaking, incompetence happens
It's hard
a lot
to make
more
an
than,
argument against the federal
than
employee
evilness.
not being incompetent.
Federal prison, and it was very underfunded.
Okay, look, basically, the end result is here. If Jeffrey Epstein went into a court trial, they had evidence and would have subpoenaed, or at least tried to subpoena, Prince Andrew, who was one of the main people involved in this situation. So whether Epstein killed himself, was killed, or was relocated, that's the reason that he's gone now. He couldn't go into the courtroom. It would have opened up too much information on Prince Andrew.
Possibly, quite possibly.
It's not quite possible. The main woman testifying in this trial is the lady that's living in Australia. She was the one that was in the first initial case that was actually abused by Jeffrey Epstein on his yacht, and they've got the photographs of her with Epstein and Giselle Maxwell, or whatever her name was, the co-accused or the co-charged in this case. I mean, it's blatantly obvious why he had to go.
Okay, well, I really have nothing more to add on that. You know, I think he probably killed himself. Maybe he was allowed to kill himself. I think it's unlikely that he was murdered, and that's, you know.
Wait, how did he kill himself? With what?
He hung himself with, I believe, a blanket. Or maybe some
and you know how thin those blankets are, tissue paper, dude. There was nothing to kill himself with, but you think he killed himself.
No, he was in a standard cell at that time.
Yeah, no. There was nothing. No, he wasn't in a standard cell. No, there was nothing.
They said he tore the blankets into pieces and made a rope.
Yeah.
So he weaved himself a rope in the cell with the cameras off.
You could actually
a rope of tissue. Okay,
you could do that actually.
Okay, cool.
Nick,
but I don't know.
Have you ever stepped a foot inside of a prison?
Well, only in tours and things like that, like Alcatraz and Folsom Prison.
No.
But I've never been arrested or anything like that. Spent time in jail.
A fully functioning prison. Have you ever been in one? Okay, so the blankets in prisons, they are fucking thin. It would not be able to support Jeffrey Epstein's weight.
People kill themselves all the time with those blankets.
You just braid it up a little bit with a few things. Yeah, obviously people kill themselves in prisons. And they do it by hanging.
But dude, here's the story though. We're talking about the McWest. We're talking about the official story, bro. Okay, so he hung himself with his sheets. Okay, now I'm telling you that those sheets are tissues. Okay, but you say that that's fine. You can hang yourself with tissues. Now, can you demonstrate this?
I'm saying that he hung himself with the sheets, so I don't know how he did it.
And I'm telling you that the sheets are tissues, okay? And you think that people can hang themselves with tissues.
Okay, hold up.
I'd have to.
Hold up.
I'd have to see the actual sheets.
Is it possible that he was told, can you threaten a man like that? Hey, end your life, or we're gonna do this to whatever your family or.
Possibly,
Is it
but
possible?
I think he knew what was coming down the line and he decided to kill himself.
So when are you going to decide to kill yourself?
Hey, Hollywood, chill out, man.
What if they do that to Mick and he's going to do that? Like, what? I don't know. What if that's like his, like, that's how they, I don't know, man. I'm just possibility. I've already told people.
They do it to me.
I've already told people if I get
nice.
suicided, don't believe it. I've already told people if you get a letter with my fucking handwriting or something, don't believe it. Like, I've already said that. So it's possible to anyone, dude.
I got a flat Earth challenge.
I'm still interested about aliens, though.
What we ought to do is do 200 proofs in 200 hours, and every hour on the hour for the next 200 hours, pull up the 200 proofs and debate them one by one. Each one gets an hour's debate.
Well, any other conspiracies or theories?
Yeah, I really have to go. So if you got any last questions, then speak now.
I have a question.
Thanks.
If that's okay.
Thanks for your time.
My question would be, what do you think people's criteria for evidence should be? So when you see a claim and some substance presented for that claim, how should people look at that substance and decide whether it holds ground?
Well, good evidence is evidence that's verifiable and testable. So if you can verify, repeatable, testable, verifiable. It's the three criteria of evidence. But verifiable is probably the most important one. But then if you got reproducible, that kind of verifies it naturally. So things like, I don't want to get into a big argument again, but like the observations of Catalina is evidence that is verifiable and repeatable, and you can test it. You can do things like change the where you view Catalina from, and you can go to Catalina and measure it. No, it's not every day because the weather is sometimes quite often actually you can't see it, but on a clear day it's visible with the naked eye. So yeah, if it's those things, verifiable, repeatable, testable.
Mm-hmm. All right, thank you.
Anything else?
Thanks for coming by. I just want to get that out there.
Right.
Thanks a lot. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks. Stop by again.
Maybe some other time. And yeah, if there's anybody who wants to have a more extended one-on-one discussion about this type of thing, I do have a podcast, and I would like to talk to people, like more varied people than I have been talking to. So if someone was interested in being on my podcast, maybe have a quick look at it. It's called Tales from the Rabbit Hole. TFTRH. Yeah, and just send me an email if you would like to be on there.
The inverse is also
just say a rabbit hole.
We've got one of our members here, Dr. Science. He does Flat Earth Initiative and Friday Night Fights. So it's a more structured sort of debate. So that also might be.
It doesn't have to be a debate.
No. I know. I'm just saying it's a more structured format where
it's actually just kind of a chat, really. I like talking to people about where they're coming from and why they believe what they believe, and how their opinions change over time. Yeah, things like
I have a question for you. Have you ever thought of going to SLAC up in Menlo Park and going into the Stanford Linear Accelerator and look at that structure, which is probably the flattest structure in the universe, I would say. And you could do some tests in there, kind of go from the reverse angle. Now you have something you know is flat, and see if it then comports with the reality of curve or straight.
Well, I mean, if you know it's flat, then it would be flat. So I'm not sure what test you could do.
You get the plumb line at the ends that won't be, right?
Well, at each end it would be the same. Well, no, they wouldn't be. They would diverge from each other. But yeah, you could do that on the surface.
Be parallel, wouldn't they?
Right, and then the other thing
they would
one way.
But you don't need to have a flat surface to do that. You just need two lines that are some distance apart. But the problem is, how do you measure this angle? Which you can actually do. You can do it with good surveying equipment on buildings. You can see that
just measure the water
leaning
level.
away
Just
from
measure the curve in water level. It'd be easy.
That's a good point. Let's do that. Wallace experiment.
It's the same inclination that you'd have for the Nile River, right? We're talking about 8 inches, every 8 inches every
inclination for a river. Well, that's what rivers do, isn't it? That's what water does.
Downhill.
It finds its own level, doesn't it? It keeps going until it.
No, it doesn't find its own level. Actually,
it actually flows down to the ocean, Zanuck.
it finds
Yeah,
stability.
and the inclination is the same as that building.
It's called sea level. Have you ever heard of it?
Yeah, and the sea level is curved all the way around
Weird
the
that,
Earth.
and it's not level's horizontal.
How can water be curved? How can water be curved?
Okay, relax.
So Mick, the other question.
Let's fight the flat Earth.
Mick, the other question.
I'm going.
The other question. So there.
All right, I'm going now.
See you later.
All right, Mick. Everyone, Mick.
Nice try though.
Zanuck, be quiet. Zanuck, he says it's fine.
Last question.
Zanuck, Mick's trying to leave. Come on, dude.
The last question. You guys have had the whole 2 hours.
Last question. Go for it.
Well, I haven't said anything personally.
Yeah, but we have a little relationship, Nick. We actually worked on your curve calculator and added one little bug on it. Remember that a while back?
Yeah. There's a few people who did that, but
anyway,
thank
so
you.
what about looking at mountains? We're looking upward, getting away from the water refraction. Again, I like getting away from this refraction element, and look at the angle of those peaks versus the horizontal to see if that comports with reality as well, or what they should be for how high they are and how far they are away.
You can do that. It does require a little bit of bit more math, for want of a better word, working out the angles and things. There's some very good examples though. I think like the twin sisters or the three sisters. What was it called? In Oregon.
Yep.
Mount Hood.
Mount Baldy, and then what's the other one over there? And
there's. I'll just post the link.
11,000 feet, and then you're at sea level at some point, looking up at that mountain, saying, "Okay, does that have the right angle for how far?"
Actually, the best thing is to be on the top of a mountain, looking across the tops of other mountains at distant mountains. And I posted a link of that type of thing.
Right.
But it's essentially a very large-scale version of the Wallace experiment. But you do have to kind of accept what the height of the mountains actually are,
right?
Which not everyone can accept, because it's all based on numbers.
That's a great picture, by the way. Yeah, a lot of people here actually accept the altitude indicators and the air density measurements.
They just did the world. They just did the world record.
I don't.
326.
I don't.
Mick, who are you talking for? A lot of people.
I accept measurements of altitude. I don't accept the model.
So when you basically in a helicopter and the altimeter says 1,000 feet, you don't think it's correct?
I believe there's an error within a certain range.
All right, so I think I've answered that question. But
We only have one shot at this guy. Okay, a little left. Okay, now factor in the spin. No. God damn it, man. Okay, what direction are we? East, west, north, south, northeast? Factor in everything. We need to know exactly the direction, the spin of the earth, and how to combat it, or else we're gonna miss. There's no spin of the earth. Take the shot, retard. But that would mean Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong, and you miss every single shot when we do this. If we miss this shot, our location will be blown. We've been here for 4 days shitting in little cans. Tell me the spin of the earth. Like, okay, down to the left 16 inches. No. They saw us. I missed a shot. I guess it was spinning a little faster than I thought. Oh. Globe, Earth, sniper. I can see the mirage. No, that's the target. Must be a mirage. Well, I've done the calculations. 8 inches per mile squared. I wouldn't be able to see him. It's a mirage. I'm not taking the shot. It's him! Like, every sniper just shoots people. That's a fucking mirage, or that means Neil deGrasse Tyson, the bike thief with the answers, is somehow misleading me. Globe, Earth, sniper. Okay, if you factor in the curve. This is clearly a mirage.
and cosmology is somewhere in between there. And in fact, it was it was a long time before scientists sort of decided, oh, the Earth is not just a geocentric sphere; it's actually a heliocentric model. Makes more mathematical sense, and that wasn't until the 1500s. So you're right to question it. I mean, it is true that this isn't super obvious, just like looking outside, and if you don't have any education about the history of the knowledge of this subject, then it might be confusing at first. But that shouldn't surprise you, because all of knowledge and reality is like that, somewhere on that scale. Planting tomatoes is easy, building iPhones is hard, figuring out the shape of the Earth is somewhere in between.
Yeah, I like that.
I'm curious. Kathos asked you a question and said, what was the best argument you had for flat Earth when you were a flat earther?
Oh gosh. In my opinion, I could still argue like against this dark matter or dark energy problem. Like, I still feel like, you know, our understanding of deep space could use some work.
Yeah, I agree. I was just telling my brother and I were at a Griffith Observatory yesterday, but I was saying that I think that dark matter and dark energy would better be named unknown energy and unknown matter, because that's really what it is. It just sort of got that name. So it's actually,
you know, my friend that works at NASA.
Can I ask? So dark matter.
Sorry, can I say this? Well,
go ahead, Kelly.
Okay. I'm sorry, dude. What were you saying? I couldn't hear you.
Go ahead and what did your friend at NASA say? And then,
my friend at NASA, yeah, dude. He literally,
I've never heard of flat Earth.
He
dark matter is evidence, bro. So I think you're full of it.
Oh, I hear you. Okay. Other than that, you know, nobody's ever truly measured the horizontality or the curvature of water. So you just have to like really press the issue, like, why do you think there's no experiment that can prove that? That's another thing I would talk about, is water being level. But either way, my friend that works at NASA, he said, what if the 83% missing mass and energy is the potential from other universes that could happen? And he was like talking about like the golden ratio and like 1.618, and how like they believe that there's all these like other universes happening.
yeah, and at that point, I mean, it's anybody's guess. It's kind of, and that's why they say that there's all this unknown mass. You know, nobody knows. If they knew, then it wouldn't be dark matter. So Toby says there's no such thing as an ex-flat earther. In your experience, Callie, is there such a thing as an ex-flat earther?
I don't think there's such thing as a flat earther that has no doubt in a flat earth. I think every flat earther has some doubt. If you want to come at me about me being a flat earther, I had doubt when I was a flat earther, that's for sure.
So Kathos says that there are three things that convince Kathos: Selenilian eclipses, gas pressure without a container, and flat water.
Saying that the Selenalian is impossible on a globe because they called it the impossible eclipse or whatever is just like you're appealing to definition fallacy and other stuff like that. And it's not impossible on a globe. We measure refraction near the horizon, and all observations of a Selenalian, you know, the claim is like, oh, you see the shadow on the top of the moon. Show me that. Okay, where did you see that? That's the claim. You're saying that this is what's happening during a Selenalian? I've never seen that. I've never seen something that's quote unquote impossible on a globe. during selenelian. People just say that something happens during selenelian, that the shadow appears on the top of the moon and the sun is on the horizon and blah, blah, blah. But where is it? And yeah, you got to show me perfectly horizontal water. Okay, running around claiming that you know that water is perfectly horizontal all the time. Well, water can get cold and it can, bend and warp as it's freezing, and you get you measure the surface of ice and it's not really flat.
Oh, okay. I know that ice freezes
You
flat.
think about surface tensions, there's surface tension, there's meniscus, there's densities, there's turbulence of the air. There's all kinds of reasons why water is not going to measure flat, right? Like, show me where you measure perfectly horizontal water.
So Jenna, why are you saying that you doubt that he used to be a flat earther? By his own account, he used to be a flat earther. Are you saying that he didn't
I don't
know that
trust
he
it.
was?
I just don't trust it. It sounds manipulative. Like, what better way to keep people on the fence or to be an anti-flat earther than by saying, I used to be a flat earther, but now I'm not, right? I went back to the globe, right? I found out flat earth isn't real, man. Water doesn't rest
Dude,
level.
if you talk to the people, listen, go talk to the people that were in Earth Awakenings in 2021 and 2022 and ask them if I was really a flat earther. Because
So,
I
like,
used to run around really arguing for flat earth. Like, you can't tell me I wasn't.
What were your arguments?
I was deep in these fucking discords, really arguing for it. I debated FTFE.
Yeah.
I debated
What
McToon and Ruhith. I debated Matthew Learns. I debated Matthew Learns in the position for flat earth. I really did.
Okay, that's fine. So you learn you learn some flat earth arguments and you flat earther against the Globers. That's what it sounds like to me.
He's telling us from his own account of his own personal experience that he was a flat earther. I believe him.
Well,
okay, fine, sure.
Yeah, there was. You know what else, dude? I used to disbelieve the ISS. I now believe the ISS is. I used to disbelieve that the moon landing.
That's fine. Like I'm not denying an ISS. I'm not denying an ISS. I'm just refuting that it's not nearly as fucking far away as you think it is.
What's the topic now?
So again, dude, what was your
bring up
flat earth evidence did you use when you were a flat earther? What were your evidence? What did you use in your arguments against Globers?
Oh, I would say things like, do straight lines exist on a globe? Like, every time I draw a line, is gravity affecting the vector, the direction that I'm trying to move in a perfectly horizontal path? Like, is gravity truly making every straight line a curved line? And I would just ask Globers all the time. I would also say things like, what's the shape of the surface of any body of water? Is Earth a giant polyhedron? Like, things like that. I would say, give me a cup of space-time. I would tell people, is space-time real? Like, how do you prove space-time? Like, go get me a bucket of space-time. I would talk about how, what'd you say?
I said there's nothing there about...
You got me going on and on, dude. Ask me what I would argue about it.
So, Kelly, who are the main people you'd listen to, like Whitsitt or QE or Nathan Oakley, or who? Like, which of those were you kind of into?
At first, yeah, I watched Whitsitt's videos. I used to watch some dude, Good Times for All. That dude Awar, AEWAR, Awar, and the moon map stuff. And I used to watch Bro Sanchez. And then when I found out, I didn't know about Globebusters and Mark Sargent. When I found out about them, I didn't start watching. I just ended up watching, I guess, debates with Whitsitt.
Abyssal plains, man. Over half the Earth's surface are abyssal plains. Flattest fucking place. Over half the Earth's surface is flat, curving water on the top of it. Okay, sure. Whatever.
Yeah, one of the things that made me feel like, is nobody going to really address this? Like, in my mind, when you assert that water is level, water's flat, water proves the shape of the earth, like, what got me feeling like, I don't know if I'm on board, I'm on the same boat as you guys, is you got to think, like, okay, you're claiming that nobody's ever measured the surface of water. Are you claiming that we don't know?
Do you have evidence of bending water? Like, you know, can you show us bending water?
Yeah, so I'm cracking up, right? The abyssal plains, these underwater plains on the ocean floor, are some of the flattest places on Earth, covering more than half the Earth's surface. They are usually found 9,800 to 20,000 feet below the water's surface, covering over half, more than half of the Earth's surface. More than half.
Yeah, that
Yeah, what
sounds
I'm
right to
saying
me. I
is,
don't have any problem with that.
what I'm trying to say is, how are you measuring the horizontality of the surface of a body of water? Like, you're saying it's level, it's flat, and I'm saying, okay, cool. Where? Show me where you measured that. And then it's just, oh, well, you can't. Well, you didn't. So what's up with that? Because there's people out there claiming that they did measure the surface of water, and they're saying that it's not perfectly flat. Like
Zero.
oceanography, and these
There's
satellites
no
are taking stereographic imaging of the ocean, and they're trying to get the depths of the ocean as like these satellites travel across the globe.
So you're just gonna keep ignoring the fact that the abyssal plains are the flattest places on Earth, covering more than half of the Earth's surface?
I agree with
How
you.
you have
The abyssal plains are flat.
so you have moving water on a surface that covers it on a flat surface that covers over half of the.
I
You see
agree.
what I'm saying?
No,
At
sorry,
the
I'm agreeing
base.
with what you posted. I'm not agreeing with the way that you're reading it.
What's wrong with the way I was reading it?
You and I have different definitions of the word flat.
Flat is flat, buddy, and this comes from geography. This is not my definition, okay?
Yeah, so
Go argue
you are
with
equating
geography.
flat
Yeah.
with being a perfectly straight line, and I'm equating flat with being the same elevation.
Same thing.
So you would say they're the same thing. I would say they're
Splitting
different.
the hair. That's
Well,
all.
the
You're
circle
just splitting the
is
hair for the sake of
equal
argument, Matthew. You're not even making a
No,
relevant
that's the
point.
fundamental difference.
Well, the
Bro,
circles are
let's
equal
take a moment of remembrance for Stephen Joseph Christopher, who was a concave earther, but they used to call flat earthers retarded, and they're just a great person. But what happened to them? They threatened the president. So first they threatened Obama on an internet post, and they went to jail 5 years, but they got let out before then. And then they threatened Trump years later, and then they went to the mental institution, and then they passed away there.
Okay, buddy, stop. You interrupted an entirely different conversation with your political babble.
Well, they were the reincarnation of the Christian God.
No one cares. Shut up.
Mute this guy.
Okay, go on, Matthew. What were you saying?
I was describing that if you want to talk about the word flat, we would have to agree on a definition, and saying that Jenna and I have different definitions. I was explaining my definition of flat means
You don't get to change definitions to suit your bias, Matthew. The definitions are the damn definitions. That's how we communicate with each other because things are defined.
We need to agree on what the definition means. So I'm saying, what if we just said that the abyssal plains have the same altitude everywhere?
Then you're splitting a cunt hair and still not making a fucking point.
I'll help Matthew out. His point is that it works in the globe model to say that the abyssal plains are flat.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
I'm wondering by what means did they even find out if it's flat? They probably did this this method that I'm thinking requires Earth to be a globe.
I think it's sonar surveys usually. That's how they've mapped the surface of. I mean, the underwater surface of the ocean. I mean, the bottom of the ocean.
Yeah, and that's how they know that they are the flattest places on Earth, covering more than half the Earth's surface. So you mean to tell me that more than half the Earth's surface under the water is flat, but the water on top of the flat surface is fucking curving? Go ahead and draw that for me. Like, you have a pretty fucked up ball Earth if you were to try to draw that out.
Yeah, it's at 55 past the hour. The thing that you quoted where it says the abyssal plains are flat, the people who wrote that agree that the abyssal plains are flat and the surface above it is flat. The surface of the water is flat. However, what they mean by that is that it's a constant elevation.
What?
They don't mean that it's a straight line. The straight line wouldn't fit on a flat abyssal plain.
Straight line wouldn't fit on a flat plane.
Flattest
You realize
places on Earth, covering more than half the Earth's surface, and somehow you get curvature out of that?
I'm saying that a flat line, if it's a flat plane that is at the constant elevation, what they mean by that is a curved surface that has a constant elevation. So if you look at 55 past the hour, that shows the difference.
Oh my God, help me, Matthew.
Yeah, it's a real train wreck, isn't it?
No, it's just your misunderstandings of definitions. I mean,
no, there you go again. There you go. You're posting a graph, a drawing. That cool, good for your graph, good for your drawing, but it's not dictating anything about reality. Okay, it's not dictating anything about reality like what I posted about abyssal plains, which dictate about reality. The ocean floors are the flattest, covering half the Earth's surface. So that's not curving. Over half the Earth's surface is not curving. Show me what that looks like. Can you draw that out for me?
Who's claiming that flat means curved? Is that right? You're basically claiming that flat means
That's
curved.
what he's telling us.
Is this rock bottom yet?
Yeah, flat means curved.
How about
55 past the hour?
Yeah, flat means curved. You're
flat level. Oh my gosh!
You may as well say flat Earth is racist. Is that an argument? You may as well, bro, because it's.
No, it has nothing to do with race.
Means curved. Like, can we read out the definition of flat and place them and have some?
Would you like me to explain?
On top of it for you, you retard. My God,
I'm not retarded.
Be embarrassed of yourself, bro. You should be embarrassed for yourself.
Like, I'm neither embarrassed
nor retarded.
You, Matthew. Oh my gosh.
Oh no, I don't need your sympathy.
Shocking stupidity.
It's crew for takeoff.
No, I'm pretty smart. I'm not stupid, and I'm not embarrassed.
So flat means curved. Curved means curved. Horizontal means curved. Level means curved. Well, how do I describe my desk, bro? You know, can you leave some words for flat for us? We can't call it flat, can we?
Yeah, if you look at the diagram that I posted at 59 past the hour, if there's two distant cities, there's the red line is a perfectly straight line between them, whereas the green line is a flat line along the surface of a flat being constant altitude.
Stop it, Matthew. Your diagram is not the definition of flat.
I'm describing to you why we have a problem with the word flat, because you and I mean
So
different things.
you're having problems with the word flat. I don't have any problems with the word flat. You're the only one having an issue. You're telling me the flat curve.
Right.
Wow.
If you mean by flat constant altitude of elevation, then that curves. If you mean by flat a perfectly straight line, then that doesn't curve. And my claim is that these things that you're citing about the abyssal plains, they are meaning
flat.
that they have the same elevation.
Flat, in or to a horizontal position. Now let's look at the definition for horizontal, shall we? Horizontal. Parallel to the plane of the horizon at right angles to the vertical. The horizon is on the surface. It's on the surface. You can't get 90 degrees from the surface of a ball. Okay. And
don't mention
and then we've got you have to derive it from the center of your ball card.
Don't mention 90.
I recognize some QE in you if you say Baltard. It means you've been listening to too much.
In your tard sphere. That's what I've been calling it, a tard sphere. Yeah, so you've got flat, you've got horizontal. I believe I even have level in here. Yep, level. In a horizontal plane or line with respect to a distance above or below a given point. So the abyssal plains are horizontal below the horizontal waters. They are flat. So what's your definition of flat, Matthew?
Equal altitude. A whole plane that has the same altitude. Same
So
elevation.
then you should probably send your change of definition into like Merriam-Webster or something, don't you think?
No, that's just what everybody.
That's just what.
Well,
that's just
not
what.
everybody,
No,
not you.
no.
That's what people understand to mean as level, like a
No,
flat
that's
plane.
what you're saying it to mean. Okay. Go ask a 5-year-old what flat means. They're not gonna give me this psychobabble, Matthew. It's that simple.
I'm
It's flat.
describing.
Can you describe some things that are flat for me? Are tables flat? Yeah, tables are flat. Cool. Are mirrors flat? Yeah, mirrors are flat. You know what's cool about that? Also, mirrors being flat is that you get these awesome reflections on the surface of water, just like a mirror. Mirror reflections. You wouldn't get a reflection like that on a curving surface.
You know, when you go to measure everything, nothing is actually truly flat. And if you think about it, things that are flat are more likely to break. So, like, why, if there is a God, why would God make his universe in such like a fragile state, like where he's just making
What
everything
are you
flat?
fucking
That's not even
talking
what we
about?
observe in nature.
Flat things can break. So what?
It's just all this sophistry as if like
This
flat
is
is just how
some
things are, and it's not even true.
bullshit.
We don't even observe flat in nature.
What?
We don't. I'm saying like
We
nothing's
don't.
flat.
Oh my god. Planes,
Yeah.
dude. Go back to geography. Flat fucking
Yeah,
planes.
the only
Flat lands.
true
Flat lands.
two-dimensional planes that exist are in
Flat.
geometry. Exactly. There is nothing truly
Stop.
two-dimensional in 3D space.
Not flats.
Oh my god.
Horizon is flat. The horizon. That's not Earth, is it? Oh.
Now he's talking about two-dimensional now.
Kelly, you mentioned God creating
like,
it. When you were a flat earther, did you believe in that there was a creator who made the universe?
Honestly, for a minute there, I was like kind of conflicted about God when I was a flat earther. But then I came back around. I was a Christian my whole life, and then I questioned it. Then I came back around.
Got it.
How long were you a flat earther? When were you a flat earther?
Well, I was watching Bro Sanchez in 2018, and then some point he dropped a video that was AWAR, Lost History of Flat Earth, and then he showed the moon map, and he showed like all the mud flood buildings and stuff. And I was like, oh shit, Earth is flat.
So
And then that went on.
you saw a moon video and a mud flat, and that was because Earth was flat. Interesting.
You know, the AWAR 6-hour documentary is called Lost History of a Flat Earth.
Yeah, but your explanation of why the Earth was flat was because moon map and some fossil reservoirs, I guess.
He's not trying to defend it or explain it. I was asking him his history.
Yeah, what I
why
asked
he believed it.
What did you hear? What I asked him? When was he a flat earther and why?
Yeah, he's explaining why.
He just said because he saw a moon map and what was the other thing? The mud flats. Mud flaps.
I don't know. Like, you could either just let me say it, or you could try to, like, I don't know.
Did you say it, dude?
Oversaturate what I meant. Yeah.
I asked you, and that's the two things you said.
No, you're trying to change what I said.
What did you say then?
Yeah, I was in the middle of saying. I was saying, Matthew asked me what initially made me start thinking that the Earth was flat, and it was AWAR's 6-hour documentary called The Lost History of Flat Earth. In the last 2 hours of that documentary, he shows the moon map and he shows the AWAR. The A.E. Gleason's.
So, in other words,
Yeah,
you believe the
right now. Yeah.
Okay, you paused. I thought you finished. So, you believe another man about what the Earth was then?
Yeah, there you go again.
Well, I mean, that's what you just said. You saw a video that's some documentary. That's another man explaining you why the Earth is flat. Again, another man give you an explanation instead of you going actually doing stuff yourself. Try to figure it out.
So how did you measure the perfect horizontality of the surface of water? How did you do that?
The perfect horizontality? Is that even a word?
Yeah, you think water is perfectly horizontal or something? How did you measure that?
Did I say that?
Callie
Okay, so you never measured that. So where do you get this idea from that Earth is flat?
Many different experiences that I've done and experience that I've had and observed.
Okay, like what?
Oh.
So you want to come at me because you think I appeal to an authority that, like, somebody else's measurement is my, like, my Bible. Like, I'm a scientism Bible. I just trust the authority. But, like, and then I ask you, okay, so what's your Bible? Where'd you get your information? You don't say
Water's always level, dude. What are you talking about, man?
Okay, what is that based off of?
About water being level? The way water tends to seek its natural equilibrium of levelness? What are you talking about? What do you mean where that comes
Yeah, in a large body of water, you would be affirming the consequent. I'm asking, how did you measure the perfect horizontality
is that a
of a large
Is
body
that a
of water?
measurement? I'm sorry, was that a measurement?
I was like, what is the authority that you gave that made you think that Earth is flat? You gave
Personal
authority to
experience,
people
bro.
like Dave Weiss and Winston and Eric Dubay. Because they're just telling you Earth is flat and you don't
funny.
even have a measurement.
I didn't hear of what's it until after I was a flat earther.
And that's my point. Like, I'm literally just showing you, like, you don't have a real reason to believe your position either. Mine is actually based on people going out and making evidence.
So Callie, why would it be wrong to just say it seems flat?
It does.
All experiences that you have here on Earth is a stationary, non-rotating Earth. The claim that it is a ball hasn't been proven. Who measured the Earth curve? Who measured Earth's rotation? How did they get
Look
the
up the
speed?
Bedford level experiment.
How did they get the speed? How did they get the speed? When did they go to the center of the Earth?
Gyroscopes show
They do not. Stop it. So the claim you're asking me for claims of Earth being flat, but the thing is, nobody has proven the Earth being a curve. That's the claim, bro. Everything else points to a stationary and flat Earth. Of course, there's topography, bro, but
So, Callie, you said you doubted God for a minute while you were a flat earther, but then are you still a Christian now? You still think God exists? I mean, you have to answer if that's too personal.
I do want to answer that, but I feel like I'm saying a lot of stuff. But I'll keep it short, dude. Yeah, like I got really sick, and I thought the reason I got sick is because I ate a lot of bread. And I was like, the Bible tells me to eat bread. The reason I got sick is because of bread. The Bible's full of lies. Maybe they're trying to affirm.
wow.
What the?
Yeah, I'm weird. I'm speechless, bro. Okay.
I'm pretty stunned on that one too. Wow. Okay.
Oh, flat earthers. The United States Geodetic Survey, National Geodetic Survey, is the organization responsible for measuring the shape and size of the Earth in the U.S.
Okay, citation. Citation.
Oh, I had a follow up for Matthew about that, but Matthew took off.
Yeah, I think Matthew. Yeah, hold on, Canadian Atheist. Citation first. Citation.
Just go out.
Demonstration.
Just go out.
Primary.
Just go out to the NOAA website. You can find their areas of responsibility.
Yeah, just post it so we can read exactly what you're talking. Just post it so we can read. Everyone can read exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, Matthew's been working with Callie lately. I don't know what the deal with those two are, but they've got some inside track. Like if you mute one, the other one leaves, and they come in as a team.
Yeah, it's crazy. They both just left after his last explanation of how the Bible tells you to eat bread.
Yeah,
so therefore,
it's so off topic and so batshit crazy that it should drive him back to a flat Earth, not the globe.
Triangulation networks. Triangulation networks have been used.
Dude, post citation. Okay.
Hey, I need you to show me a curve on a triangle.
No one's asking you just to ramble on, and then at the end of it, post some scientifically or say some scientifically illiterate question. What you should do is post citation, demonstration, and then the practical use, or something along those lines. Document what you're talking about. Documentation. Because we can just use your own logic and just disbelieve you, and now your battleship is sunk. Canadian Navy.
Because you guys are too lazy to.
All about us again. That's not. It's about you. Okay, if you're too lazy to post citations, you think you're reading from. That's you, not me. I think. Oh, I know you are misreading and misappropriating these citations. Because I'm pretty sure they do not say what you think they say.
Anything that refutes your position.
Incorrect. You don't even know my position yet. So you are incorrect. You think flat is a shape. That is not my position.
Flat, normal.
No, flat is not a shape. Flat is an adjective. Nouns, shapes are nouns. Adjectives and nouns are not the same thing. Earth would be the noun. I think Earth is Earth-shaped.
Earth has a shape, yes.
Check or hold. Earth is
And
Earth
it's
shaped.
spherical.
Earth is Earth shaped. Check
You're
or hold.
asserting that without evidence.
Let's play your word games without so that
Okay,
you're
now the word game. These are the actual definition of words. Words have meaning. If you're unable to understand that the word flat is an adjective, adjectives are not nouns, they're adjectives. Shapes are nouns. If you're unable to even jump over that level of understanding, which is very low, that's like 5th grade level. If you're unable to get there, which causes you then to not post citations that depict the earth as not flat, that's where we got the problem here. Because you don't know the difference between an adjective and a noun. So try again. You've been here
triangulation
long
networks. Why are they wrong?
into a question, as predicted. See, this is why you need a poster citation so I can teach you the difference between the adjective and the noun. If all your evidence, all your proof, all your citations, have you come up with a question at the end of it that demonstrates why you're not posting your information? You don't know what it's telling you.
Book on surveying to understand geodetics.
I can't tell if he's just rambling on or immediately talking since I unmute him. Which one do you think it is?
Yeah, I don't think he realizes he's being muted.
So, yeah. I had a question for him, which was, can he show me any surveyors that shoot grade across the surface of the earthly bodies of water?
Should we see if he's listening? Or you're still? He's only talking. He's not listening.
Unmute him. Unmute him, Crit.
Intro. Any actual human survey.
He's just going on and on and on.
Crit. Keep him unmuted. I want to play this game.
But has technology been used and shown to be effective, such as the GPS system?
So you mean to tell me
other space-based systems?
that you just don't stop talking? You mean to tell me that you've talked this whole time on mute? You just talk over people, you talk through people? That's what you do? I have a question for you. I have a question.
I heard your question.
Okay, so
I heard your question. I tried to answer it in fact, I gave it my introduction to my answer was.
Okay, just answer it.
All right,
it's a very easy yes or no.
On the count of 3, are there surveyors that shoot for grade across the earthly bodies of water? Yes or no? 1, 2, 3, unmute him.
I believe the simple answer to that is no. Now,
okay, thank you very much. Go back on mute. Right, because you want to know why? You want to know why they're not shooting for grade across the surface of the surface of earthly bodies of water? Because it's not fucking curving. They would need that. They would need to be able to measure some sort of fucking slope across the surfaces of these earthly bodies of water to even determine, right, that the earth is curving, right? You need the fucking water to curve, and it's not doing that. And surveyors are not shooting for grade across, the surface of ponds or lakes or the seas. They're just not doing that, right? What surveyors are doing are measuring levels of levels of levels. No curvature. So, is he still talking? Mute?
I don't know.
Are you still talking? Anyway, yeah, even engineers, right? Engineering surveyors, they're not shooting for grade across water. They're not taking any kind of curvature into consideration. So is Lamb still talking? Is Lamb still Lamb of not God?
Yeah, it's Canadian atheist. He's just really triggered by flat Earth.
Why so triggered by observable, testable reality? Mental.
Well, he thinks that flat earthers are all theistic, and he's got a problem with theism. But what he fails to realize is 100% of the astronauts, 100% of NASA, all theistic. Or at least they're working for a theistic organization, and they lied to get them. The person working there just lied to get themselves in. Because when you work at the federal government, you take an oath to uphold the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. That you bear true faith and allegiance to the same. That you take no mental reservation. You make this oath without any purpose of deception. And you ask God to help you do it. No atheist can take that oath. It says in it, you're taking it without any mental reservation. You take it without any deception or purpose to deceive. So you can say, oh, there are a few of them, they're closeted atheists. Sure, okay, maybe. Proof? Where's your proof of these closeted atheists? So he's got a problem with flat earthers when his logic is that all these people in NASA are in on it. They're all atheists. They're just representing. The current director of NASA said he's personally spoken to God, Bill Nelson. God has personally told him, come out of retirement and lead NASA. I know you've had a long, fulfilling career. Military, NASA astronaut, politician. You retired. Now you come out of retirement. God bless you, and make America great again. He's the guy. He's the only guy, as claimed by God, who can return men to the moon. So here's the atheists wondering, what are they going to do now? Because if America does go back to the moon, that's proof of God. If America doesn't go back to the moon, well, it's also proof of God. Because you attach yourself to this God-fearing, God-loving organization. And over here, I'm like, what the fuck? Show me your God. Prove that. Like, this is why Bart Zabel triggered so many of the astronauts. Because the astronauts will lie to the American people. They'll lie to humanity. But they wouldn't lie and risk their eternal soul. They wouldn't put their hand on the Bible and say, I went to the moon. Because they wouldn't do that. And they just became violent.
Are you done? Hello?
We're listening.
So
please tell us.
I never mentioned NASA. I didn't bring up.
God, instant freak out. Dude, who cares?
Let it happen. Let it happen, Crit.
Just let
it happen
spaz.
naturally.
It's just kind of like it's hard to hear a grown man cry. I mean, yeah, maybe I should tap out, but I mean, you see all the tragedy in the world, all the very heartbreaking things. And here's a grown man crying on the internet.
Only tactic: ignore, mute, overtalk, deflect.
You're cutting out pretty bad, Canadian atheist. Sorry. Mic check, Canadian atheist. You're roboting pretty bad.
Can't even answer a simple question about
you're roboting.
Why are triangulation networks wrong? Of course, that's I don't care about all of the God. Yeah, like hello. Okay, I'll have a few seconds till I get close to something. Roger, check one. Any better?
Much better.
Okay. I'm gonna ignore that crazy rant by Crit, I believe his name is. I didn't bring up NASA. I didn't bring up God. I have one question. Why are triangulation networks wrong?
How do you have a curve and a triangle? Except for what's measured inside the triangle.
Triangulation networks are a centuries-old method of measuring the Earth.
Okay, and I don't
People who really understand the math.
I don't disagree with you.
Go read about them.
Show me.
Go research them.
Show me the curve on a triangle. Show me where the triangle curve.
Go read about triangulation networks.
Show
and then
me
go pick
where the
apart.
triangle curve.
No.
On the surface. Can you show me that?
The triangulation network practice includes accounting for spherical trigonometry, because big triangles don't
show me the curve
180
on
degrees.
a triangle, please. You're roboting again.
Yeah.
Robot. Robot.
Okay.
Robot. Sounds real weird. Yeah, you're roboting pretty bad.
I just explained to you, but you don't like to comprehend. Triangles overlap.
Matthew's back. Dude, why'd you block me?
Because you DM 2 messages every day, or your app does, or something. I was trying to figure out how to turn that off without blocking you. I don't mean to. I mean, is Roy to be your friend? But
just say unsubscribe.
Oh, sorry. Okay, yeah, I'm not super good with Discord.
Yeah, go say we're friends and we're talking, and all of a sudden I get a message like blocked. I'm like, huh.
Okay, I just unblocked you.
Because then you don't want science and space news.
I'd like to have a clean Discord with as few notifications as possible. Nothing personal against you. I just, you know what I'm saying? It's like if somebody DMs me.
But okay, so you want people to be your friend and DM you, but DM you important stuff, not just like, not like a set schedule. Like here's a DM or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just like asking you questions so I can tell you where to put the settings. Because you can have your DMs turned off completely. You can have DMs set where you only receive DMs from friends. You can have DMs set where you only receive DMs for people on servers you share. This is why you just say, "Hey, I want to be your friend, but don't DM me the news," and then just unsubscribe.
Yeah, sorry. No, I thought that's what I was doing, and I didn't when it said block. Wasn't expecting it to do all the other stuff, but I just re-added you. So sorry about that. I'm back on.
Yeah, no worries. I was just kind of stunned. I'm thinking of all the globalists that blocked me. You know, I was like, Matthew, like.
Oh
really?
yeah, no, I didn't mean for it to be like that kind of blocking. So okay, thanks. No, I appreciate you describing that. I'll figure it out. Thanks for re-adding me.
Yeah, no worries. And then, so you don't want Science and Space News, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Just double checking, because I thought maybe you might have changed your mind there, too. Because some people have reconsidered to be like, after I don't DM them for a week, they're like, or something, like, dude, can I get the news again? I'm like, yeah, certainly.
Well, I'll ask you if, yeah, that may happen to me, so we'll see in another week. Maybe I'll be like, wait a minute, I kind of want to see.
Yeah, it was kind of like a refreshing thing to look at. But yeah, I get the whole gambit of feedback, you know, so it's interesting when you get something that's like a block, you're like, wow. But yeah, I got you that it was this circumstance was like not the same, or not really that.
No, you're right. I should have asked you first about it, but I was just playing around with this stuff. So thanks for letting me know. Remember that.
So what do you think of Cal? Are you did you just happen to leave with Callie, or are you guys working together lately?
We had a staff meeting with our main controller, who we thought was going to be off on July 4th, but he wanted to call a staff. No, I'm kidding. He was in the middle. I asked him a question about his journey, about his belief in God when he went through a time being a flat earther, then he wasn't a flat earther, and I forget exactly what I had asked him. But right in the middle of his, he was talking about the Bible, and right in the middle of his explanation, somebody muted him.
Oh,
okay. So I called him up, I DM'd him, and because I wanted to hear the rest of his story.
Okay, good. Yeah, because I thought you guys have been coming in together lately. I thought it was just by chance, or what the scoop was.
Chance. I mean, I've seen him a couple times here.
Yeah, he was never flat. What did he say? Because the only time he said here that flat earthers deceived him, or they tricked him, or like flat earthers had lied to him into thinking the earth was flat. That's the only time he ever says like why he thought the earth was flat.
So yeah, he says that he had debated with me back in 2021-22 timeframe on the original 24 or 24/7 Discord 2.0 or whatever. I don't remember that specifically. But
were you even around? You weren't even around then, were you?
Yeah, I was. Like, I remember
2022. Jeez.
When Helio ran the, or I mean, he's still around some, but Helio ran the 24/7 2.0.
Yeah, the server's still there. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's just not as used. I remember the days when there was the arena on that 24/7.
Okay. Yeah. I didn't know that you were around that long.
In fact, I debated Nathan Thompson in the arena once.
Yeah, 2020. April 9th, 2020 is when you joined the server. You originally called yourself NASA Learns?
No. If you look at my name, that mods have.
Oh, that's currently okay. Yeah. That's currently your name. Okay. It went all the way back and added comments from back then. Yeah. So, yeah, April 9th, 2020 at 9:39.
That's when I joined?
Yeah, you said Nathan Thompson gave me an Earth is Flat flyer, and I did an August Beach, Huntington, Sunset Beach, and that's how you found the server.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, that's pretty cool. I never heard anyone actually join because of the flyer. I mean, I know a lot of people hand them out. You know, they printed like I don't know how many lots.
Yeah, well, I think Nathan Thompson himself gave me one. If I'm not
Yeah.
mistaken.
You're talking about the one that's got it full. It's a trifold pamphlet. It's got all the logical fallacies on it and all that stuff. And then
Yeah, I think it has like 10 reasons or something.
Yeah. Okay.
But I asked him about the math on the one where he says an airplane going 500 miles an hour would have to dip 2,000 feet every minute. I was like, that doesn't sound right.
No, that's a lot. Yeah. Every minute, he said, or every.
Yeah, every minute. Let me see if I have access. I'll see if I can find it.
So 500 miles per hour is about 733 feet per second. So if you go 1 mile, that would be like 8 miles, something like that or 5
Right.
seconds. Every 5 seconds, you'd have to 52, right? Okay, yeah, 52. Okay, so every 5 seconds, you'd have to drop 8 inches.
Yeah, so he accidentally multiplied by or divided by 60. So I think that's what happened. There's an extra factor of 60 there. It's number 2 on the thing I posted at 38 past the hour.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, this is a different one, a different fold. What's on the front the other side?
This is just an image I found on the internet, and so
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I don't have my own scan of it.
Yeah. Yeah, this isn't the one that we made. I don't know how long it's been. Or didn't really made, just people put their input into it and what it looked like. So you said it was number 2? Oh, 2,779 feet every minute. Yeah, that's like, yeah, something's crazy. Every hour, I guess? Or so what if you multiplied that, let's see, 7. Yeah, I'm not sure where he's getting that. So because that's like,
yeah. So I did
for
the math.
every hour. Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
I did the math. So if you're going 500 miles an hour, that's 8.3 miles per minute. So 8 inches per mile squared gives 555 inches, which is 46.3 feet. So that's the right number. Every minute you would have to drop 46 feet. So that's what he should have said. But it looks like he accidentally multiplied by 60, and if you multiply by 60, you get 2777, which is what is listed on this flyer.
So that would be every hour you drop.
Yeah, but of course these are non-linear; these are circular. So, yeah, it doesn't quite work like that either.
Yeah, it'd be more than that on a circular object, like a track. The plane would be on the outside lane of a track, so it'd be a further distance than on the surface. It'd be a larger radius.
And it depends on where you're counting from. So, like if a plane is going a quarter of the way around the globe from the starting air point, by the time it gets a quarter of the way around the globe, technically it's going down at 500 miles an hour. So it'd have to drop 8 miles per minute. So that if he does it that way and averages it. Anyway, so just for 1 minute, you can't be 270, 27.
Yeah, that'd be like crazy.
I haven't seen Nathan Thompson around in a long time. I mean, I met him a couple times, and he used to be. I mean, 3 or 4 years ago, he was active on Discord.
Yeah, he had a kind of a falling out with a lot of the people. Yeah, I'm trying to remember even the last time I saw him. It was like on a Globe server. They just made fun of him. Just kept calling him the P word over and over again.
That's rude.
Oh, snap. We got Alpha in here. What's up, man?
So no measure of
Hey, what's up?
drop over distance thing. So pilots must assume Earth is flat and non-rotating. If you've ever had a go on a simulator, it's obvious that it's referenced as flat and non-rotating. And as you're talking about, there is no observable dip or anything like that. Plane's just by level over a flat surface.
Yeah, they tell you that they use the Earth as flat and stationary to quote unquote simplify the math. Or what if it's just flat and stationary?
Also, it's measured flat for simplification, so it's measured flat then.
Or they do it to simplify the math. I guess both work for me. If it works in the math, according to globalists, it works in real life. So they're simplifying the math to make it work in real life and in the math.
Sure. They're also they're adding a bunch of unnecessary steps that we don't even use in practical application.
Yeah, and then sort of factoring out at the end anyway.
Well, they factor in curve after the initial flat Earth measurement.
Yeah, I heard was it I can't remember, one of the pilot guides had said, yeah, the Earth is rotating at a constant speed, so you don't have to account for it since it's a constant. Like, okay, so it's stationary then. No, it's rotating. And what? Okay, so how do you account for it? You don't. Okay, so you know it's rotating because you don't account for it, and you wouldn't account for it even if you would. Yeah. So can we just say it's stationary then? Okay, you got us. Sure, it's stationary. See, it's something for everyone because now the globals can say it works. The math works. Geez, Canadian is still fucking up. Look at his claim now. If flat earthers can't understand geodetic surveying, if flat earthers can't understand this, why the fuck do you keep asking?
If we do understand it, and we do understand that they're not shooting for grade over the surface of earthly bodies of water.
Yeah, no, the idea is to evaluate his worldview. Inside his show, he's irrational. He's not a very rational thinker. Because he'll ask today, tomorrow, the next day, over and over again, nothing new under the sun, continue to ask questions from a group of people he thinks also doesn't have the answer or has the wrong answer. The dude's whacked, man. He got so beat up in the debate arena against Theist that now he just wants to win something. He wants to win the internet.
Nah, don't ban him. Let him make an example out of himself.
Yes, as he finally decided to go on mic. He used to only text Skank.
Mm-hmm.
And it was yeah, enough of filling up the chat with just garbage.
Yeah. Yeah, Canadian Atheist, They don't shoot for, and you already said no. These geodetic surveyors are not shooting for grade across the surface of oceans and stuff like that. So, that's because there is no slope. Okay, the slope over the surface of water measures 0.
Well, someone's hacking a lung up.
Yeah.
Oh, who was that?
You just hit the vape pen real hard.
Yeah, quit smoke. Oh, your husband?
Yeah.
That was like, put down the crack pipe.
If you can refute triangulation networks, I will become a flirter. Waiting. Oh
Whatever
my
that
gosh.
is.
Show me the curve on a triangle. Canadian atheist. Oh my gosh.
He'll become something that he's not. No, this is your journey to become who you are. All on your own. Don't put me into your mess field supposing about trying to find yourself. You go find yourself on your own. I'm pretty sure that's exactly the same feedback not only flat earthers will give you, but everybody will give you. Except for maybe vegans and atheists. It's like they just seem to always be wanting to convert people who didn't ask. Atheists, vegans, and people who do CrossFit. Always out there trying to tell people something. It's like that joke where the police officer's arresting someone. You got the right to remain silent. Impossible. I'm an atheist. Impossible. I am a vegan. Impossible. I do CrossFit. Imagine the flat Earth with Canadian atheists in it. I can't.
This is a super torquey.
Oh, I didn't know that, T-Dog. That crack doesn't make you cough.
Yeah, crack has never made me cough.
Do they drug test like teachers and stuff, or are you guys just whatever?
Maybe some teachers somewhere, but I work at a private school, so no.
Okay.
You want to know why crack has never made me cough? It's because I've never
'Cause you don't do it?
done crack.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bot crack, Matt.
Come on, shout out to that first hit, everyone. That bell ringing sound.
I'm just like curious. How many are there any crack using astronauts?
Rodrigo Ferrari Nunez has a whole series called Space Crack.
Yeah.
Like lots of shows that are really good. I'll find you one. And they're really good. He fucking rips them apart. Yeah, he says those bright-eyed people that work there must be on crack to believe that shit, to come back for more. Man, it's so hard to find anything online anymore. Space crack should be pretty fucking easy to find.
Yeah, apparently this guy Bill Williams was on some sort of TV show, worked for NASA. Is like a crack user.
Space crack? That sounds like it should be a strain of cannabis, man. They got green crack.
Moonweed. I can't wait to smoke moonweed one day. The idea of there being moonweed is too cool.
So here's your tax dollars supporting a crack habit. Bob Williams explains his experience with crack in NASA. See, like drug testing people. It's maybe that's the thing, right? Like on the government dole. Like, are you using your money to buy street drugs? Like welfare recipients and whatnot.
Okay, good. I found the space crack.
There's a movie, I Come in Peace, that's about space heroin.
Where's his intro? Okay, here's the space crack. Yeah, this space crack shit is great. It's a great word. So, you guys talked about this Fly Me to the Moon movie?
I saw the preview for it, or I mean the trailer.
It was great, huh, for a trailer?
Yeah, it looks like an interesting movie.
Think about this. If you were a flat earther with your shit together and wanted to make a document, all right, the story is with flat earthers, if you want to talk to someone about flat earth, you better clear it through the moon. Talk to them about the moon first. You'll never get to flat earth if you don't start with the moon. If they're going to defend the moon, you probably won't get near flat earth with them ever. So that's kind of the rule. So if a flat earther had his shit together and had money and was connected to the industry or was an actor or was a producer, this film would be the best you could do. Go ahead, show the showtime behind, the show business behind NASA, and don't mention flat earth. It's really by far the smartest thing. Not that flat earthers are smart, but that's by far the smartest thing they would do is make this film. So I think we should own it. This is the way I'm looking at it.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how close the movie is to the trailer.
I always feel like space travel and NASA and the moon missions, all these things are completely non sequitur to the topic.
Well, those are big words. What do you really mean?
That topic has enough content on Globe people. people who think the Earth is a globe and also think NASA's faking it. If you were to take all, like the group of people, like you put them into a pot of all the ones who think NASA's full of shit, flat earthers would still be a minority in that group.
Well, I can't think of a better audience to try and go do street activism in front of. You know?
Yeah, I kind of feel it's the opposite. It would maybe have a blowback effect. They would think, oh yeah, NASA's full of shit, but you're even more full of shit.
There couldn't be any more blowback. That's like saying, oh, you're going to make us look dumb. We couldn't look any dumber. There couldn't be any more blowback.
Well, I mean, like push them back into the arms of government. If they see like one side is flat Earth, the other side is just a complete government stool pigeon, and they're sitting right in the middle at the moon missions are fake. Yeah, I think they'll see both sides as like equally crazy, but one side's a little bit more functionally normal.
I just want flat Earth to have be a truth movement again. When I started, it really felt like we were truthers.
Yeah, and that's where you have like that Venn diagram of people where, like, you basically the conspiracy theorist. Guys like Joe Rogan or Alex Jones, they're all in on how much government lies to you, but they love NASA. These guys are huge fanboys. Because what they did was the government had something for everyone. There's an app for that. There's a government program for that. Somebody wants something there for you, and so no one wants to kill their sacred cow. Like, you could go in and say, hey, we want some government reforms, and if you say NASA, Alex Jones will be fighting you tooth and nail. Yeah, Scott Kelly was just in the news earlier.
For what?
Talking about him and his brother are now like biologically different organisms or something because he spent so much time in space and his brother didn't. It's pretty weird. Yeah, I kind of vaguely glanced over the article and I'm like, huh. It's like one of those things I was maybe post the Daily News. What Scott Kelly and I can't remember his other Ryan Kelly or I can't remember.
That's funny. I don't remember either.
Andrew, I think.
Is that what? Oh, okay. Like he's got
so
a
so
twin.
here's how news works though. Like maybe Scott Kelly said, oh, there's some biological differences now, even though we have the identical genes, because I spent so much time in space, there's some biological differences. But then news media gets a hold of it and reports on it, and that's boring. So they say they're completely different. Like,
yeah,
what's the most clickbait thing we can say? Scott Kelly is now completely alien, new biology, blah blah blah. And they're like,
yeah, space travel completely changes physiology.
Right?
Like,
yeah, there you
he
go.
morphed into some other type of species. Like he adapted. He physically, I got you. It's clickbait. That's what a lot of these science. That's what is interesting. Okay, about science and space news. How bad it's gotten in terms of clickbait. Those writers have got like zero clickbait. Right? No one gives a shit. No one cares about the space travel. No one cares about the new CGI photo of the moon or whatever. So they have to write these articles to get people to click on them so that and they get their ad revenue. And they're trying their their damnedest, their dickens to get people to click. And still people don't click. So they're like, what the fuck? Now they got to come out with even more batshit crazy headlines and theories and comments and like every day it's like asteroid just missed Earth. You're like, oh shit! You click on it and you're like, according to computer simulation theory, had Jupiter not been there, 8 asteroids would have zoomed past Earth. Like, dude, that's totally different than what you said. Than what the article said. Your article said that asteroid barely misses Earth. You didn't write in there if Jupiter wasn't there. I'll watch these space crack ones look pretty funny. In Fiction We Trust.
Rodrigo's stuff is really good. I can't find his intro to his show. His intro is so good. Let's see if I can find it. Nope. Shit, I'm gonna have to go to his website. Wherever that is. Here it is.
I think a flat earther here claimed to have proof of the shape of the Earth being flat. I would like to see it.
That's funny. What would you see? That's a funny claim. It's like, I don't have any water in this glass. You're like, show me. It's like, all right. Check
You
it
have
out.
you have an empty glass. You show me an empty glass. That would be awesome if you could show me the empty glass.
I'll show you a body of water. How's that?
So you can't show me a glass then?
Yes, it's called a body of water. Any body of water will answer your question.
Wait, you said you have an empty glass. Can you show me the empty glass?
Yes, I can show you the lack of water in a glass.
How?
The same way you can see the lack of curvature when you're looking using your eyes.
Wow, dude, that was quite a leap, dude. We went from empty glass to shape of the Earth. Pretty good science, right? That's science, right?
It was exactly. You asked what possible method would show a measurement of nothing.
How could I defeat such an elegant and all-encompassing argument?
Well, how could
Sir,
you ask such a dumb
I tip
question?
my hat
You
to
go,
you.
if there's no curve, show me
The
it.
Earth is flat.
Show
The Earth
me
is
it.
flat. You're right. You're right,
If
man.
it's curved, show me. It's measure.
I'm sorry, dude.
Measure flat for me.
Hold on,
Right?
breathe. First of all, breathe and relax. Right?
Dude,
Don't
I'm
yell at
under
me.
control, dude. Don't.
Are you
You're
sure?
the one. You're the one that thinks you got shit. Now let's just settle down for a sec. Let's say
Yeah.
you and I were
Let's do
standing
that.
side by side.
Let's do that.
Let's just say we were standing side by side, and we looked across. Let's just say a body of water of any size, right? And we launched a toy boat or anything, a big boat, a little boat, but we stood together.
Eventually it would disappear.
Right. So what we're wondering is, when would the curvature of the Earth make it disappear? Do you know how far away that would? I'll give you a hint. It's like
Well, that
McDonald's close.
depends.
It's
It
like
depends,
McDonald's
right?
close. I'll just give you a hint. It's not far away. Right? It's like a sunset. Do you know that? Have you ever seen a distant sunset? And do you know that?
I've seen a sunset. I don't know if it meets your criteria of a sunset, but what I've
I asked if you've seen a
I
distant
believe to have
sunset.
witnessed a sunset. Yes.
Well, here again. Have you seen a distant sunset?
I mean, if looking at a sunset, in an open ocean is a distant sunset, then yes, I believe I've seen that. Right. I mean, if you see the sunset in Hawaii, right, like you're basically, I mean, is there a more distant sunset
Hey,
you
Rich,
can
I'll call
see?
you right back. Okay. Thanks. The thing is that
Yeah,
physically,
he's arguing with scientists on flat Earth. Can you please call him back?
physically, you think you're clever, but physically, I want you to know that there is no distant sunset. That's an optical effect.
Okay, so you're lying to me then. So there was no right answer to the question.
Actually, I'm done with you because you're fucking retarded. So you don't know anything.
Do
So
you have a
let's
source
start
for that?
again.
Do you have a
Let's
source
start
for that?
again that we're standing side by side. Because I don't need to argue. We're standing side by side and we're looking to measure the thing that you came on with. You're like, show me flat. Right? That's what you're
Right.
saying. And I was like, okay, so let's look for curvature. So when I come up with lack of curvature, that's like the empty glass. Empty glass, lack of curvature.
So you're denying that we can photograph the Earth from space, correct?
No, sir, we weren't talking about that. You were talking about measuring the Earth.
Right. What types of tools are we allowed to use? To
Right?
measure?
I mean, we took this circle for you to get back on track. So you're back on track. You asked me to show you a measurement of nothing.
Can we use all our tools to measure the Earth, or just the tools that you're okay with that you can use?
What I asked, and you didn't listen, is if we stood side by side,
Right.
what would our expectations? Where would this curvature of the Earth happen? And can we go look for that?
Right.
If
So
you know
when we
it's-
fly probes,
It would be
hold on,
an
so I have a
8-inch
question.
drop. If we looked a mile away, it would be an 8-inch drop. Do you agree?
Okay, that's fair.
Okay, good. So if we did that together, wouldn't that be cool?
Okay, that would be cool. Can I ask
Maybe-
you a question? When we send space probes into space,
Try again.
He's just gonna keep not answering your question, Dan.
I know.
This is fake Judge. He thinks he's a scientist, and if he is one, and what a sad situation we got on our hands.
But he doesn't have logic in his argument because we'd be talking about the physics. We'd be talking about the numbers. He doesn't talk about it. He doesn't care.
Well, let me unmute him, and then if he's any more trouble, I'm just gonna keep him muted because he's not answering your
Put him
questions.
on mute.
Put him on mute. Yeah, he's not answering your questions, Dan. So I'm gonna let him attempt again. If he's not answering your questions, then I'm just gonna keep him on mute. He's just an obfuscator. He doesn't want to answer anything.
I answered his
Go
question.
ahead.
I said I agree.
No, you
first of all.
didn't.
I did
You
answer his
You're
question.
gish galloping. You're
All right,
gish
put him back on
galloping to
mute.
different
He's
topics.
done.
There you go. He's done.
No, you're gish
He's
galloping to
done
different
for
topics.
answering the question, right? He asked me, "Do I agree?" And I
Shut
said, "I."
the fuck up, dude. Just answer when he asks you a question. Answer his question, and then maybe perhaps you can ask one. But don't gish gallop to 10 topics when he's talking about one. All right, fucking
So
scientist.
the suggestion is how come we're not showing a measurement of nothing? So my first question was good to you. It's like, how would we do that? And you go, what do you mean? I said, well, if I don't got any water in the glass, I don't got any water to show you. So I think we could go back to there and agree that so far we know what we're talking about is. So let's go. What are we looking for now? In the glass, it would be water, and in the observation of the Earth, it would be shape, or what we call drop.
The Earth doesn't exist. It's not a real place.
Well, that's a great move too, but we can't discuss physics then. I
He's
agree.
muted. Go ahead, Dan.
What we're trying to find is the limitation of physics, and do things match up? Because science gets a little silly sometimes. By the way, this whole crate space crack series is great. If someone could grab the link, it's worth having. Rodrigo's pretty cool. So yeah, if we could stand together, like I said, as 6-foot observers, stand on a body of water and shove something out there, it should be 8 inches obstructed or drop something, a mile away. By the time you get a couple of miles away, you should prove that whatever happened at 1 mile is progressive. So what I ask you is, in your measurement of the curvature of the Earth, is there any progressive nature? Because that's the word that works the best for me. It has to not be a still cherry-picked moment 7-8 miles out where there's a bunch of shit blocking the horizon. We can talk about the real things that cause obstruction whenever you're ready. But what your claim is, show me a measurement of nothing. And I'm like, okay, I have lots of them. I can parallel.
You're saying the pictures of the Earth from the moon are fake, basically.
Why does he keep doing that? Fake Judge, why do you keep doing that?
It's a different conversation I'm willing to have, but it is a different.
Why can't I ask that question? Why is that question?
Because you sound schizophrenic. You sound schizophrenic when he's asking you one question and you're starting another conversation about something else.
Why can't I ask my own question?
Because you started the first question with why won't we show you a measurement of 0? You're like, why won't you show me flat? And I'm like, fuck, that's all you see.
But you're not showing me flat, right? You're showing me pictures of a refractive.
How about demonstration? What's the word demonstration?
Which you are confusing for flat. Right?
What does the word demonstration mean to you?
All right, wait a minute. He's talking about pictures. You were talking about standing next to him on a body of water. What the fuck is wrong with this guy? What pictures were you seeing when you were standing next to him on a body of water and looking over that body of water?
I was never standing on a body of water with him, right? That was
his example was that. Why didn't you follow his example? What's wrong with you?
We should stand together. We should stand together and observe the world. If you want to talk, you could do that. But if we were caring human beings, we would stand together. We would look for what you asked.
Okay, so you're going to fly me out to Hawaii?
You don't need to go to Hawaii. That's cute. But okay, if we flew to Hawaii, we would then stand by side at a body of water, assuming that would be the best place to demonstrate curvature of the Earth over distance.
Yeah, real quick. No, hold on a minute. Just a second. Do you think water changes from place to place? You think the water in Hawaii is different than the water in, let's say, the Gulf of Mexico? I'm curious because I think there's a lot of people in here that are dumb as fucking rocks. And like this guy, he's got the IQ of a road cone. So it sounds like he doesn't understand that water is the same everywhere. Do you think water is different in Hawaii, Fake Judge? Huh?
I'm not sure what that has to do with.
What has to do with your claim that if you go to Hawaii, things will operate differently? Yeah?
If we're just going to have a mute war, I'll leave, right?
Yeah, well, the mute war is because...
shut up, idiot.
You're pretty stupid, right? So I'm trying to get the audience to realize that you think water's different in Hawaii, right?
But that's not true. I don't think that.
Okay, so then water's the same wherever you are, right? So any body of water will do. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm not going to be interrogated.
Well, it's up to you. Interrogation.
Let the guy talk, Alpha. What are you so scared of?
Yeah, all right, let's ask you. Do you think a body of water is different in Hawaii than it is anywhere else? Brown Recluse?
Water is different, yes. Let me ask you a following question.
Really? Water's different. So, okay.
No, don't do that.
Let him. Brendan,
don't just
you gotta let him.
no, hold on. I got this. Don't just answer one word to his question and then respond with another question.
Yeah.
Why don't you elaborate on your answer?
If you would allow me to, I will, but I'll be muted if I do.
No, you won't. Go ahead.
Okay, so if the question is water the same everywhere, the answer is no. Obviously, the water in Lake Michigan is fresh water. The water around Hawaii is salt water. So if that's the question, water is not the same everywhere. Does water act very similarly? Yes. So maybe clarify and you won't be confused.
You know what the topic was, you big fucking moron.
Maybe clarify and ask specific questions.
You're being a fucking ass clown right now. You know what they were talking about. For you to be not situationally aware where you're at right now, what room you are, I think that's fucking stupid. You know we're talking about the curvature of the Earth, don't you know
maybe
that, Brown?
ask specific questions.
Yeah, specific questions. You know what they're fucking talking about. Not unless you're being disingenuous and ass clown like you're trying to do right now, laughing and shit.
Well, again,
then you already know the topic. Shut the fuck up. The topic of the server is that we're looking for the curvature of the Earth so that water, the mechanics of it, are going to be different in Hawaii. That's what the question was geared towards. Now, your dumbass is thinking that we're talking about the elements of what it's actually made of. So we're not talking about that. Fucking retard.
Maybe ask about the
Yeah?
water mechanics as opposed to if
Yeah,
water's
that's
the
what we're
same.
talking about. We don't
Well,
need
you didn't
it's
ask that
implied,
question. You said,
dumbass.
"Is the water the
All right.
same?"
You know why you get fucking muted?
Because you're
You're fucking
insecure.
stupid, dude. Yeah, scared. Go ahead and tell us how the mechanics of water, since you fucking wanted to be pedantic, tell us how the mechanics of water are different in Hawaii then. Go on.
Alpha, you know you don't want me to talk.
Oh, no, I do. Talk to Brendan. I really don't want to speak to your stupid ass because you're too stupid to speak to me.
So do you want me to talk or do you not want to speak to me? Those are two different
to him,
things.
not to me, dumbass.
Respectfully, Alpha, I want nothing to do with him either. He clearly is not following the room whatsoever.
100%.
Yeah,
I know what you're doing, Brown. You are
tactic.
no. I know what your tactics are. You're trying to question the IQ of this room just because they have a flat Earth mindset. You then are trying to question and exalt their intelligence by differentiating between lake bodies of water versus salt water. Are you serious?
I'm simply trying to.
You're simply trying to spew shit out of your mouth, and you're done. Come on, Mood Alpha. He's done.
All right, go ahead, Mimi.
All right.
I'll secede.
Nah, you don't have a choice. I'll
done.
nothing. Shut the fuck
Look,
up.
it was
Thank
a
you.
fair enough debate point. He's talking specificity.
Huh?
Way to derail the fucking room. Good job.
That's all he's good for, dude. Really. Like, and seriously, if somebody has some actual point to bring forward, let them speak. Give them the mic and shit. Which I'm willing to do.
You believe in lake water being fresh?
Yeah, and salt water. Like, he knows what the fuck we're talking about. Every single
Yeah,
time.
he knows
He's
what
been
we're
in here a while.
talking about. He's just been a fucking dickhead.
No, he's a dickhead.
But can you answer the question, Brown? Fill in for your boyfriend.
Let's see if he can stay on topic. Go ahead, numbnuts. You have the mic.
No, you have my mic.
Numbnuts. What a QE thing to say. How cute.
Yeah, I got many different derogatory terms for these assholes. So
It's
numbnuts
just someone's
work.
It's someone's go-to. It's someone's go-to.
I haven't said one derogatory term, so how does that?
I don't give a fuck about what people say. I say what I say. Go ahead, Brown.
What if only one of your nuts was known?
Yeah, another derail. Come on, let's talk to this idiot. We're not worried about derogatory terms right now.
Yeah. You get to steer the
Go
topic
on, bro.
you want to, man.
Answer what Chubbs has to offer, or if not, then fucking stay on mute, dude. I don't care.
Okay, I'm happy to stay on mute.
Yeah, so you got no evidence that the Earth is curving.
No, it's flat.
Like your fucking,
we've been
like your compatriots are fucking. Go on, dude. If you're gonna talk, I don't want to fucking be talking the same time you are. Go.
Yes, you do. As soon as I talk, you'll talk over me. We've been through this, Alpha. You know that's what you'll do. We all know
Dude, you do this every time. Just fucking answer the question. We don't care about your feelings.
Well, again, I answered my question and I was muted for it, and then now you're telling me specifically
You're going
how
again and again. See, you're just carrying on. Just
he always does this meta
we
fucking
acknowledge you hurt.
conversation, bro.
Okay, you all right, buddy? We acknowledge you.
Fucking
Now,
meta conversation
carry on.
about the room. Evidence of Earth curvature. Fucking go.
It's flat.
Fucking right it is.
Now everyone applaud for Alpha.
Hey, you said it, dumbass. You got no argument. Your Cavendish fell through. Every fucking argument you has, Cavendish telling me horizontal attraction. Fucking stupid.
Alpha, do you want to talk to me or do you not want to talk to me? Because you're saying two
I
different
want
things.
you to bring evidence of Earth curvature. If not, just shut your dumb ass up.
I already said it was flat. What do you want from me?
Hey, fuck, if that's all you're gonna say, then all right, we'll wait till the next globe champion comes in here. Simple as that.
I'm happy to. I'm happy to.
I got my headphones on, and I'd prefer if you stopped giggling like a bitch.
Weiss is trying to get people rallying around going to do activism around this movie release this weekend. So if anyone's got any guts, go outside, bug people at that theater. I think it's going to be a good idea. I don't think we're going to get that much head start in conversation too often. So if anyone's into street activism, next weekend's going to be the time to do it around that movie, Fly Me to the Moon. Weiss has material. You want to order like business cards or shit to hand out. But I think we can ask patrons, what they think on the way in, what they think on the way out. It should wake people up as to the salesmanship that it takes to get to the people and what it takes to get through Congress. We were talking about it yesterday in terms of false flags and how they have to start wars with, or like World War II, with a campaign to sell it to the people. And I think they've sold us on a consistent habit of war and playing world domination that U.S. doesn't really need to do. I think when flat earthers go backwards, they say that we're all backwards and against the grain. To me, I think we're going back in history to find out where we made a wrong turn. It definitely seems like a hard turn of 1958, 1959. Coincidentally, that's when NASA came around. So to me, this is a great point in time. In 60 or 61 it was, I think, Eisenhower left office and warned us that he'd lost control of the country from that office. Beware of the military-industrial complex. The next president was killed, and the U.S. was no longer, capable of being a leader in the world, and has become a hypocritical joke.
Preach.
So I'm excited to be a flat earther, even if they fucking figure out it's not flat, because I know what flat earth always meant to me. And it was a position, it was an empty platform to talk about truth and to talk about what is. So I don't mind what I'll be honest, guys, a lot of shit flat earthers say is bullshit. So that's like, throw out half of it as bullshit, and I got 50% left. And half of that's explainable. So I'm now down to like 25% of what we say being worth a fuck. And I'll take a coin toss there. So now I'm down to 12.5%. And to be honest, if you were cutting a business deal, it's a pretty good percentage.
I'd flip another
So
coin.
if I'm only 12.5% right as a flat earther, I'm going to go with that. But because it's real. It's something of contention. The reason why I say that is I was always a Macintosh guy, like 1 in 10. If people mention computers, I wasn't there. I wasn't in the game. That's not what they were talking about. So I've always been an outcast. So I like being a flat earther. It's always been the way it's always been a fight. I've always been an outcast. And I've always gone against the grain.
I don't know what all these percentages mean that you're cutting down, like certain flat earth types of arguments or what. But I've always understood what we said in 24/7 to be the things that we're getting people to realize that the earth is not a globe. So I don't know what arena or people that you've been around that you're saying that you're flipping coins and you're reducing flat earth to like that percentage. I'm not really sure.
You know who David Weiss is?
I know where we stand here with the David Weiss. Yeah, I know that. But what I'm saying
he
is,
tells people that rockets are balloons.
yeah, I know all of these things. But like what I'm saying is, people that say that they're flat earthers and then go on and say dumb shit are not that. So people that do and stand up for arguments that can be scrutinized and we can hold each other accountable, those guys are flat earthers. The guys who are in a prolific mindset to be like in front of an audience and saying things, those guys, they're outdated. They were useful in the, I guess you could say, for people to actually think about the question, but they're not useful in articulation. There's no way that those guys are what we are in 24/7. We differ vastly in intellect. So I'm just saying that percentage that you're using to actually give a demarcation to what truth is for a flat Earth is probably your opinion, and it's not like a real statistic. So I'm just saying, putting that out there for everybody in here.
I say we.
All right, let me ask you a
for
question
everything.
then, also, because I have to deal with lots of flat earthers all the time. Because I do get
Yeah,
out.
we do it too.
But I'm talking about because I do get out physically, not just
go for it.
Not just the internet, not just Discord. One day you'll find out what a narrow world you. And here's what I want to ask you. I'm asking you advice. If I got to deal with flat earthers, 40% of them are religiotards. Another 40% are conspiratards. And I can't talk to either one of them. They're going to be stuck in their fucking agenda, routine, and rhetoric. So even if one in 1,000 I bump into are a flat earther, 4 out of 5 flat earthers I can't.
Yeah, people like to I would say this: people that are flat Earth believers, they don't know that the Earth is flat, and we've come across a good number of them in here in this chat. So it's not about just getting out and doing street activism. It's about the people that flow through the internet. So people that come in here, whether or not they think that the Earth is flat or they know that it is, I think there's a difference. Because people that say that they believe that it is are only 99% sure that it's flat and stationary. But then they would stand by, stupid points. They have no way to refute any of the arguments because it doesn't seem like something that's super important to them. They would just say they know it by, proxy of seeing a video. Like, oh, I've seen this video and this guy, Whitsitt or what's his name? David Weiss are saying some wonderful things. And they come in here and they'll say certain points, but they don't know how to articulate themselves. So that's just the way the world is, man. It's the way the world is. People don't apply themselves to any of the arguments. And that's not just like saying, that's not just, because, fuck, you could say that you're a flat earther and just be an anti-flat earther. I mean, these guys that, like Brown Recluse could say it, Ariel could say it, that doesn't make them a flat earther. That's not the demarcation of someone who is a flat earther. That's not it.
I think we should get away from this meta commentary and focus on the facts. That's what I think.
Well,
anyway.
I think flat earthers should show their face in public, and I don't. There's not too many appropriate places to do it. And I think
I get what you're saying is like be more out there with the truth and forthcoming and all of this. But isn't it the point to actually have the argument not be able to be taken down as so weak as some of these guys are? Like, it's all about the argument. Why would somebody's face need to be plastered to that argument? It just needs to be the argument that stands up to scrutiny.
Oh,
I mean, I get what you're saying. Like,
I so disagree. Here's what it is. If I was knocking on doors, or whatever, people have their life. They're complete. They have their day. They have their routine. They got their family. They got their job. They have their bubble. For me to come along and go, hey, I'm offering you religion or a vacuum, whatever the fuck I'm selling, flat earth, whatever. They're content. For me to be able to think, oh, can I enter your bubble in your contentness and shove my better thing in there? Whether it's a religion, a belief, a vacuum, whatever it is. Nobody wants to be bubble burst. Nobody wants someone to come along and go, oh, I've got better shit for you. You want to discover it yourself, and through satire and humor and a smile, I can't tell you how many people go, wow, I've never met a real flat earther. They don't think they really exist.
Yeah, I have a different opinion on that. You might end up like Flat Earth Engineering. What was his name?
Yeah, that's if you're putting
Brian Mullins. You're talking about Brian Mullins?
Yeah. So what if you have a career, yeah, and then someone comes on a witch hunt with you because you've shown your face as a flat earther, and they come after you, and then you've got to shut up, otherwise you lose your license.
Right, right. Well, that's exactly what does happen, and it's the people you see are self-employed. The people
Yes, a lot of us
Yeah,
are.
he's
or
he's talking
unemployed
about
or unemployed.
or unemployed. Yeah, he's talking about the guys who don't have like a dog in the fight of the, like, let's say the the workforce. The workforce.
Yeah.
If you're not like someone who's a who's got it under an employee, that if, let's say, it would be that the guys that we argue with, on their mind to go into your employer and say, hey, this guy, he's not competent enough to work for your company, and then threaten where you work. Then yeah, because like most of these guys that come in here that say that the earth is flat, they got jobs, they got places to that they support where they're at, their livelihoods, and they don't want some idiot whom they argued with to go to their employer and say, guys, we got to like petition against this guy to be at your workplace because he's not competent. Because they already want to take you down because you took down their argument. Why give them another reason?
Yeah, the reality is, though, the people that can't go out and do stuff should be spending money on material to send other people out. In other words, I put a link for Weiss's
we hear what
thing,
you're saying,
and if
Dan.
somebody wants to support, they should buy the cards and tell someone else, here, go to the theater, hand out cards.
I've just found it's not an effective method just to like push it onto people face to face because they're just not interested 9 times out of 10. Like
But
you
this
start
audience
pushing
is
it onto them, and they just all they come back with is I don't care.
But this
I feel
audience is different. This is
I know
an
this
audience.
audience is different because they came here on their own. People have to sort of be looking, like even these dumbasses that come in here and sit in here every day and for some reason try and argue it with no points. I don't understand that. But for people that just come across it naturally and maybe are curious to learn, they're going to be the ones that you're going to convert. If you go out and start preaching on the streets or like talking to people, I've done it. I do it on work sites and everyone just shuts down. They couldn't be fucking bothered listening. They're too busy. They got too much shit going on.
Agreed. But then again,
so I moved
Here's the
forward on
thing.
that. Those people should support the people that can.
Yeah, Dan, the point that you can make here is that you can do that if that's what you want. If that's what's inside of you to go out and do, then go fucking do it. Do it the best that you can. But
Right,
like
so
you can't.
I'm trying to encourage others. Right now.
Yeah, that's fine. Listen, fuck, dude. There's many ways you can do this. Street activism is just one avenue. It's one of many. There's many other ways you can do
Nobody
it.
does it. Nobody's doing it.
Yeah, I know that.
So this is a
But
great weekend to do it and gain some momentum back from the 2020 shadows, where here we are. We're flat earthers. We're out here. Yeah.
No one's saying not to do it. It's just
do it. Just
go do it. It doesn't matter. Like you can do it.
Yeah, it doesn't. I don't. Listen, man. There's nothing wrong with that. But I've been around this arena for quite some time. We know what the things that actually get the people to stop and listen, and that's when they're not able to keep spewing the. When you have one of those types of conversations, people can just talk and talk and talk and talk, and they're going to overtalk you, and they're not going to let you speak. And here we can at least have the ability to control conversation, whereas out there you wouldn't be able to do so. So in here, people can actually stop and listen to our point of view. Because if somebody's saying something that's incorrect, or they're mischaracterizing you, or they're not listening to the conversation, or wanting to have their own agenda, they're not able to continue. And that is the most important part, when somebody's able to stop and listen, especially the audience, because we're on 24/7 to YouTube, to Rumble, and we got an audience there as well. And some people stumble in from those places. They're like, dude, I was listening to the conversation, and thank you that you stopped him from speaking so I could hear your point of view at least. And they do tell us that. They come in here and they want to know more. But because we have the ability to do that in a genuine, like outdoors conversation, you can't shut someone up. You got to let them keep talking their shit until they overtalk you or whatever. So it's a bit more. The dynamic is different. But if that's what you like, then go and do it, man. And then somebody wants to help you out in the cause, so be it. I don't think anybody should stop someone from actually speaking truth that way. But at the same time, it shouldn't be like that's the only avenue.
Right, but the point is that this film is worth rallying around for the next week or two, because it's very, very much what we would have made if we made a flat Earth movie.
Dan, you got a link to that?
Yeah, I posted it. It says movie trailer in the middle of all those links. It's fucking, the trailer's great. And it's really about what I was talking about how they had to sell space to the people. There's a great version of Congress, I think it's 57th or something Congress, and they had to outline all the words, in space because they were all brand new. They literally, when they had to sell NASA to Congress, they had to sell space to the people first. All this Disney shit, it's all like kind of part of it.
Yeah, it's a big pile of bullshit. But I just want to, real quick, just to the point that we're making here, we are making a difference. We know that some of the people that work in professions, like a gentleman in here, his name is Brendan, if he's still in here, he's a meteorologist. And, we had the conversation, I don't know, months ago, when he had an encounter with QE and 24/7. And he got him to start asking questions. I mean, he may not be a person that says he's a flat earther all the way, but he does see a lot of the points that we make in here, which is kind of the thing that if we didn't have this forum, if we weren't on 24/7, if we didn't have ways that people can come in here and visit with us, then he would have not known that as somebody that works as a meteorologist. So that's really cool. I mean, we got people like that.
It's just a hard conversation to come up naturally in real life. Like, how do you come across that? As soon as if you just throw it out there and start talking about it, the first impression people get is just, this is weird, and then that's all they can think about, and then nothing gets digested. What you're saying, they're not even there. They sort of brick up. It's not a natural sort of thing to bring up, but if it comes up in conversation somehow, yeah, go for it.
But in this case, the conversation is going to be opened up because there's going to be a bunch of people talking about whether space is.
Yeah, man, go get that shit. You know what I mean? Like, do that shit.
It's not about space being fake. It's about, is space flight possible?
It's about hiring a saleswoman to sell NASA to the people, is what the movie's about. I think that's the Scarlett Johansson character.
Yeah.
She's the media chick.
Yeah, people have bought into the idea that government can do all kinds of supernatural special things. And yeah, getting that out of the mind frame. I mean, that's why people are so much bootlickers too. Like the way they see an astronaut is like the way they see the police officer or the firefighter. Some sort of cream of the crop person who is just out there doing God's work for God and country.
Mm-hmm.
If you can deprogram that, they're already on their pathway to like being a free thinker, an individual. It's not going to be like, hey, look how they lied about the moon. Look how they lied about the taser. Look how they lied about the war on drugs. Look how they lied about weapons of mass destruction. If any one of those get them to where they need to start questioning government, yeah, more power to you. But I don't think this one in and of itself is specially unique or has some sort of special superposition. I think it's quite the opposite. If people are talking about spaceflight being a very difficult thing, it's going to buy them even more into the globe. That's why you get people like Elon Musk and Joe Rogan and Alex Jones. These guys are constantly questioning the role, size, scope of government, but they are completely bought in on manned spaceflight and manned exploration of space.
Yeah, I don't know. Isn't Woody Harrelson known for being like a rebel?
I
Like,
don't know. I don't
I'm
think
just
so.
thinking. I'm just thinking that they're speaking out when they're making this movie to begin with. You know, they're showing the process. No, I don't think anyone knows what really happens in the I haven't heard anyone mention it. Whether or not they really launch, or whether
I
or not
mean,
they really fake it.
just a surface search of Woody Harrelson and activism. He's like a green energy, vegan, climate scientist, cannabis. I mean, this guy is like, I mean, he's really bought in to like climate change and all kinds of stuff like that. So I would say no, he's not flat Earth adjacent. He's probably quite the opposite.
Gosh, if you're going to separate all those people that you mentioned that he was, I mean, we only got tree huggers left. In other words, Flat Earth needs to fucking come adjacent with someone, some kind of green movement, something.
Exactly.
You know,
Exactly. No, if you've got this guy who's using NASA data to justify his green lifestyle, I don't see it as a pathway to flat Earth to have him also reject NASA because manned spaceflight is impossible. That seems contradictory to me.
How can we say that space flight is impossible? I can you know, so see the argument that, you know, the previous ones have possibly been faked, you know, but even if you take that aside, how do we determine that it's impossible?
looks like Woody Harrelson took on COVID. If you look him up, conspiracy, Woody
Dan,
Harrelson.
code words.
Well, I'm
Sharona
just
or whatever.
saying that this guy seems to be against the grain. Not sure.
Yeah, Hollywood liberals are generally audiovisual club members. Yeah, that's no. It's what you get. Like why the audiovisual club is so large because it covers
All right.
right and left wing.
Here's what I'm saying. If you made a flat Earth movie, nobody would watch it. If you made a NASA's fake movie, people would.
Yeah, they didn't say NASA's
So
fake.
I'm
They
calling
said the moon
I'm
mission.
calling this a flat Earth movie.
The moon mission is fake, specifically just manned spaceflight. The rest of NASA, they love it. They want more of it.
I'm still calling it a flat Earth story.
Yeah, but so Woody Harrelson, even say he bought into the concepts of the movie, he's saying manned spaceflight was propaganda, but everything else NASA does is saving humanity from greenhouse gases.
I just think you put words in that guy's mouth, and he's not the only person involved. I'm saying the entire production could be flat for all you know, but they can't make a flat Earth film. This is if there was an area of Hollywood that gave a shit, right? But what could they do?
Yeah, the flat Earth film was like Lord of the Rings. It was also Thor, Ragnarok. Just the idea, because a lot of the globalists, in their infinite wisdom, will tell you that because of the physics of gravity, a flat world is not possible. So you show them in a galaxy far, far away, inside their own model, flat worlds are possible. That would be the flat model, the flat Earth movie. Show them a planet that's flat. Then when they got the contradiction, they're holding the logical contradiction in their hands. Flat and not flat, or possible and not possible at the same time. That's when you can that's your flat Earth movie. That's when you get them to start thinking about their worldview. Right here, all they're doing is telling you that government lies, which they already know, and they parsed out the science part out of the government and said, hey, the government did this amazing, crazy show of hubris, but here, let's get on green power in our 17-minute city. And
how often do movies come out with our subject matter?
This isn't. That's what I'm saying. This isn't the flat Earth subject.
Well, I'm owning it. I think we should. I think you're missing the point. It's only for a week or two while it's being talked about. We can talk about space openly with normies.
So this normie has a question. Why is manned space flight impossible?
They just haven't proven to have it together. If you watch that Trial by Orion video, they spent 8 years making us wait for what they told us was a safe capsule, and it was never the case at all. They didn't come up with one shield for radiation. They wear a little thing like the dentist, and they tell them to hide behind the water. The truth was they didn't have a craft, but they had it hung up on the capsule and radiation. But they just didn't have any ships ready. So it's like we waited 8 years. Look it up, Orion Trial by Fire. They made it seem like we've been waiting on safety measures in the capsule. Bullshit. Here's the real deal, and I can't spend all day on this. From the ISS, there is one image ever of a rocket coming up from Earth, and it's from 2018, and it's in
Do you think
post-production.
space is a place that exists that you can even go to begin with?
Low Earth. Yeah, I mean, there's a deep sky. There's
Almost
stuff
had
we see in the
orbit.
sky. But they don't show Earth in real time from space. They don't show.
So you don't go with the gas pressure without a container thing?
I don't know enough about what happens outside. See, most everything in our physics is based on consistent pressures and temperatures. Things behave differently. So if there's, let's say, a dome, what if it's just fucking ice? It's certainly not a structure. What if it's gas? So that's very similar to ice. Isn't that the same thing? If we start talking about forms of gas and vapor, I mean, like it's a little complex.
So you think flat Earth could still exist within like an idea of like a very expansive universe with gas balls and dirt balls and
No.
things orbiting each other and all that?
No. I say
okay.
if there's a vastness, I would probably assume it's more left and right than, the Big Bang, infinity, forever expanding. If you were a piece of expanding space, where are you expanding into? That's so funny. It's like, oh, more space. What do you mean? It just creates more space. So now space makes space. Like, the whole thing is pretty silly. So I just questioned physics. I think they ran amok around the time of the dinosaurs when things became entertainment and everyone was building these entertainment science facilities called museums. There was quite a bit of competition, and the Smithsonian, and who really flew first. It's all like super political all of a sudden at that point. There's something at that point where the oil industry paid something like the not Fetzer, forget what it's called, but where all the schools got the same curriculum dialed in. They started dumbing everyone down. And then the grants all went to the colleges. So I think like education and some of our technologies seem to get stuck based on the speed of the oil. And for instance, now we don't need explosions anymore.
I have a question. If you said that they were reducing the school's curriculum so that we get dumber, but I know that the children specifically, or like the younger grades, have been hit with or given more advanced topics to cover at a younger age, as the what is to be covered by a curriculum expands. So again, they're like a child who went to 5th grade in the 50s is learning less, learning lower advanced topics than a child who goes to 5th grade now. Like in terms of complexity at the very least.
There's a report. What I was talking about before was called the Flexnar report, and there's an article I just posted about 100 years later. What happened over that time. I haven't read it, but I posted it here. Let's see it. Here's another one on its impact. A lot of the Flexnar report was to really narrow the oil industry taking over other industries, like in this case, pharmaceuticals.
In this one, in what you posted, the abstract is that the resulting elimination of proprietary schools and the establishment of the biomedical model as the gold standard of medical training. This transformation occurred in the aftermath of the report, which embraced scientific knowledge as the advancement, as the defining ethos of the modern physician. I don't see that. I don't think it has anything to do with oil companies and pharmaceuticals. Like I'm sure you can extrapolate there, but I don't know how this report specifically illustrates those points.
It's marking a point in time when people got in line, and eventually it was the media got in line. In other words, first science got in line, media got in line. Everyone plays the party line. There isn't a lot of. It's going to get hard to get grants on herbal medication, for instance, or whatever, tinctures and things, natural medications, while they're busy pushing for the other stuff.
Right. So real quick. So, but again, just based on specifically what you posted, do you think that it's a poor methodology for people specifically in the same field, this field being medicine, to be in agreement with how the basis in which they operate, and again, this basis being the scientific method, or again the ethos in determining how we come to these conclusions and how we can determine if our medicine is even effective? Don't you think humans should be, quote unquote, in line with each other at the very least as to how these things are working and how they work in congruence with our understanding?
Yeah, except that my focus was really on the limit of information and the what looks like mainstream being narrowed into an agenda, which turns out to be something you know of as the New World Order, which means people don't mean shit. Basically, is what that means. People are inconsequential. Even governments are inconsequential as they keep getting voted in and out, where corporate contracts last longer than governments.
I think it's an incredibly valid point to say that the government and the people therein lie to their constituents and operate on a sense of corruption and corporate greed and and all these things. I don't think that's by any stretch of the imagination impossible, right? But to say that from that everything that these institutions or the government or any federal individual regardless is saying is inherently deceitful and inherently lie. I think that's like saying that all cops are bad. Obviously, not all cops are bad. Well, there are a shit ton of bad cops. Some cops, whatever percentage may be, are doing everything that they can within their power to create a better outcome with their position of power. And the same thing applies to politicians and NASA employees and all this fucking shit. So like a lot of them, an undeterminable number, are using their positions of power to deceive and to lie and to gain personal benefits and to benefit those around them, right? Selfishly. But does that you can't then extrapolate that all individuals that fall under their umbrella are doing the exact same thing? It's just we have to examine every thing with a grain of salt.
Yeah, I think it's more about the university system and how they end up with monies. I forget the name of the grants that they get, but it's worth being.
Grants. It's like just so many grants.
Well, there's some particular stuff. I don't know the details.
Well, I'm just saying there are absolutely through lines from a completely let's say morally neutral position that could be used for the greater benefit of and the specific benefit that it's designed for, right? And all of those factors have been used by certain individuals very clearly in order to corrupt and to lie and to deceive and to gain and to exploit their positions and to exploit the boundaries of what we were talking about in the first place. But you can't say from this one specific evidence, and even if there are multiple specific strains of evidence.
Okay, look at the title of this then. Rockefeller Philanthropy and the Flexnar Report. In other words, I was only mentioning the Flexnar Report, but what I was talking about, I think, was Rockefeller Philanthropy. I think that's You know, in other words, were there people directing where we were going to head? And were there limits put on us while the oil industry took a stronghold, which still owns today?
So I 100% concede the fact that corporate, those with the elites of the world and those with corporate interests do try their absolute hardest to exert their influence on the government and on the rule makers in order to benefit themselves. Again, 100%, right? But it's also like in this specific incident, again, I haven't read this whole thing, that Rockefeller Philanthropy on the Flexner Report, right? That the Flexner Report and then the findings thereof in the alignment of the medical community with the scientific community were incredibly altruistic goals that were simply funded by a unaltruistic individual in order to seem more altruistic, right? So like again, Rockefeller could have had next to zero influence on it, but been using the fact that he spent money on this altruistic source to gain goodwill to benefit himself in the long run, right? So again, it very well could be the fact that he was using this money to influence the Flexner Report specifically, but it also could very well be the fact that he was just using the money to gain the social standing for donating to the Flexner Report. So again,
But
you
I
can't
think
really
at
say either
this
way.
time you had the Bone Wars, where they were faking all the dinosaur shit because it was just too good. Like everything was news, everything was science, everything sold.
Again, 100%. I 100% can see the fact that people do fake dinosaur bones. They fake fossils. They fake, interesting discoveries of the ancient times, right? But you can't say that all findings from the ancient times, from dinosaur bones, from these things are fake because people fake
What I'm trying to get around is salesmanship. How things get sold to the people, because this is about programming eventually. Through the media, it's programming.
Well, I don't disagree with that necessarily. When we're talking about like the basis, you said like at first science had to get in line, right? And by that you meant science had to conform with the quote unquote worldview that the agenda that wanted to be perpetrated, right? So again, science specifically, as an example, regard from media, regard from the other categories that we're talking about, but science specifically is the methodology of finding truth, right? So when someone quote unquote gets in line with something that is the antithesis of truth, like, in my opinion, that the earth is flat, right? And they are, being the antithesis of the definition of what they are. So again, a scientist who doesn't seek out the truth is not a scientist, right? Flat earther who believes the earth is a globe is not a flat earther, right? So by definition, these are not what they are. So again, when you say the scientists who get in line, while they may, perpetrate as scientists and, execute the wills of others, right? Science as a body of knowledge is not, beholden to one or even a handful of individuals. It's beholden to the facts, to the science at hand, as opposed to the scientists. They're just the ones who do it. I'm just trying to illustrate how, again, we can't really make any general statements. Like again, like we would talk about like a racist person. Like a racist person would be like, all black people are lazy. And while obviously it is the case that some black people are lazy, right? It's not the case that all black people are lazy, right? So that is an invalid point and an unhelpful generalization. And it's the same thing when we talk to, about corrupt individuals in the government. Well, again, it's very important to talk about corrupt individuals in the government and talk about how we can stem this corruption and to what ends these corruptions have brought us and what damage they have done, right? But you can't then say, well, now all politicians are corrupt. It just doesn't add, that is not logically tracked like that.
It seems both in medicine and in science, money has ended up dictating things
100%.
In a weird way.
100%. Money is the ultimate voting machine, right? And money will have absolute influence over a certain number of people, right? We can also say that there are some people that money cannot influence. There's some people whose moral stand, like again, I would imagine some, the religious among us would argue that, like Jesus was above moral standings. And again, obviously this is a very, you can't compare Jesus to like your everyday individual, right? But like some individuals will not be swayed by money or influenced by certain individuals. They could be possibly extorted and threatened and all these other things, right? But the money specifically isn't going to influence these individuals. So now you have to come to, how do we determine with what the one individual is saying versus what the other individual is saying, So again, for example, like sugar, sugar, like obviously a study funded by Coca-Cola it would not be unfeasible that a study funded by Coca-Cola will show that sugar is not that bad for you, right? But if we compare that to all other studies non-funded by Coca-Cola that show that sugar does have a very bad effect on you over the long run and even on the short run in certain scenarios, right? Then we could be like, oh, maybe the people with these invested interest in showing that sugar isn't bad for you are giving us skewed results. And again, like with the military-industrial complex, like it makes sense that those with the military-industrial complex are going to show that their weapons and the things that they do are beneficial, and they're not going to put out studies that are going to show that they're non-beneficial, that would hurt them in the long run, hurt their stock prices. Again, that's all of those situations 100% occur. Like those are demonstrable situations that happen multiple times throughout history, right? You can't say that because the Koch foundation funded a study, it is therefore faulty. You have to base it on the other evidence available.
You made up that argument though, right? As an example, because I think their argument's the opposite. That it's sugars, because in Mexico they still make the stuff with sugar, but I think it's the fake sweeteners that are the dangerous stuff.
Well, again, if we 100, I'm pretty confident I can point to studies funded by Coca-Cola from back in the day when sugar was still in the things that proved that sugar wasn't a thing. But nowadays, high fructose corn syrup is far cheaper for Coca-Cola to manufacture and use in their products than sugar, right? So it would then benefit to show that high fructose corn syrup is better than sugar because it makes more sense for them financially in order to put them in there. Again, I can't say that 100% that is the reason that their quote unquote scientific papers are showing what they're showing. But if, again, once compared to other studies, we could be like, oh, sugar has these negative effects on you, and then also high fructose corn syrup has these negative effects on you, and those with vested interest in using these ingredients.
And then they argue over the title. Can they still call it sugar? Like in the case of sugar beets, compared to cane sugar.
Well, it's kind of like equally to like when you would invoke something like cannabis, right? If you look at the original strain of cannabis, you would have a very balanced CBD and THC quantity, which almost would probably not make you feel high as it does with the modified strains that you find nowadays. As for buying. Why do I say this? Here's the deal. I say this because if you look at white sugar or any industrial sugars being used nowadays, this is nothing more than an extremely processed food put to its unnatural scale, right? If you would just get a sugar, if you just would eat everything.
He cut out. We just heard if you were to eat everything.
Yeah, I thought I've been having some internet connections too. I thought when he cut out, I'm like, damn. And then all of a sudden I heard you talk. I'm like, well, I'm still connected then.
No, I think he cut out.
Let me tab. Let me tab back in to make sure he's not. He might have got muted because that is a little off topic. Like dietary stuff. It's one of the things too. Like you can highlight. Oh, Clay, you're back. Okay. Yeah, you disconnected there for a while.
Well, when did I disconnect?
You said that if we eat everything.
Yeah, something about sugar.
That wasn't Clay. That was some other dude.
30 seconds ago.
I was watching. It was Clay. He was
30 seconds ago.
Oh, sorry. So I don't know where I stopped, but sorry, I didn't catch that I was disconnecting. Anyways, so the deal is what I was saying is if you look at the natural cannabis plant, it's actually not really dangerous at all. It barely will probably make you high, or if it at all makes you high, because it has this balance of CBD, THC. Anyways, but what why I do this comparison is if we look at white sugar, for example, it's nothing more than an extremely refined processed sugar. If you look at honey or fruits, this is natural sugar. This is actually what is meant for your body. This is actually how it was created or how it came to be on this earth. However you want to look at it, whatever you buy in or what you believe. Anyways, if you look at white sugar though, or even furthermore, genetically modified corn syrup and whatnot, this stuff is almost like equal to chemicals. It's fake. It's highly processed. It's not natural to your body. Therefore, it is highly dangerous to be consumed. That's why they put it in such high dosages, either in cereals, in other sweets, especially in soft drinks and so forth. This is a killer. Like it's literally actually poison if you think about it. You know.
Yeah, I think
And it's highly addictive too.
I think my point
Right.
specifically, in regards to the greater question, to the topic at hand, is that when we talk about NASA lying, when we talk about the government lying, we talk about the big lie, right? I'd say that obviously the government lies, and obviously, out of everything that NASA said, I can't say that 100% of it is not 100% true. I think nothing that anybody ever says is 100% true, right? But with that being said, I don't think that everything NASA says is 100% false. Right, they do go out and they do gather statistics, and even on a quote unquote flat earth, there are things that can be determined by the instruments that NASA are using, like barometric pressure and types of clouds and weather patterns and all this kind of shit that NASA does monitor. And so you got to determine what is and is not false based on its own merits. You can't say because NASA said it is false. That just NASA. If NASA said the sky was blue, again, you'd be like, yeah, I agree with that, but I still think NASA is a lying corporation. Like, again, that's a relatively fair stance to take, right? But you can't say that because NASA said the sky is blue, it is false. You have to take every instance of fact on its own merits.
So what was the sugar comparison meant to show?
It was just that Coca-Cola, who has vested interest in previously putting sugar in their drinks and now putting high fructose corn syrup in their drinks, right? The studies that Coca-Cola produced have to be monitored with the view that they benefit from sugar and or high fructose corn syrup not having negative adverse effects. They benefit from,
Wait, this is funny. This is almost like back then with the cigarettes,
Yeah, 100%.
It is obvious that sugars that have been highly processed, but there is no fibers at all anymore, no nutrients, nothing. It's just the pure sugar. It's like, it's even worse than cocaine. Do you guys know that white sugar is worse than cocaine when it comes to addictiveness? They have tested this with rats. They have put rats into a cage and they gave them the decision between getting sugar water and cocaine. And the thing is, the rats always chose the sugar water, just plain water mixed with industrial sugar.
Yeah, Clay, real quick. Well, I don't disagree with you at all. It's a little off topic, as everyone's complaining in the chat.
No, it works in. This is how you work it in. Sugar added to food, the high fructose corn syrup. Nixon did that. And he did that based on Operation Paperclip and German World War II scientist who had done experiments on how to make livestock more docile, more easy to manipulate. And if you give them a high caloric, low nutrient diet, they basically are easy to maintain and easy to manipulate and have them basically do whatever the farmers wanted them to do. And that's what they got here in America. You could see, like, not only are people, they say there's a food crisis, people starving. Here in America, you got people eating themselves to death. Like they're too fat. Like it's like the rest of the world supposedly say there's not enough calories to go around. There's more than enough.
Who's saying there's not enough calories to go around?
Yeah, talk about the food crisis and feed my starving children. I don't know if you're familiar with these groups that are charities that
FEMA, yeah, it's a very
yeah.
popular organization. So,
Yes.
but
Oh,
again,
you have heard of it. Okay, so
yeah,
they
I
talk
did.
about there's starving children in the world.
There are.
There's a food crisis.
There
At
is.
the same time, people are eating themselves to death in America.
The issue is not food. It's not the amount of food; it's food availability. Again, those who are very poor don't have money. Like especially in America, they don't have poor. They don't have money. And granted, there are social programs that allow these individuals to get, money to purchase food. But again, it's the availability of the food. Like again, a mother with 5 kids who only has $100, is only gonna have $100 to split between her and her 5 kids. Then she has to figure out some other way to get food. So again, it's how we disperse food amongst people that is the issue, not the amount of food that we have.
Yeah, I think you totally missed the point there.
Did I? Because again,
Yeah,
I agree
about
with you.
adding calories to food, just adding sugar to
Look,
everything.
it's because it makes it taste better. It makes
No, it adds calories. It's not
it
about
also
taste.
it also well again, why would they do it? They're not doing it to make us fat, in my opinion.
Fat, yeah, to make you fat and docile, high
Well,
caloric, low nutrient.
I think they're doing it because sugary food tastes better than non-sugary food, and people are willing to buy things that taste better. Again, it's more addictive. It's 100% more addictive, but it's sweeter. It's a more palatable taste. Like again, cranberries taste like shit. Cranberry juice tastes delicious because it's filled with sugar. Again, sugar tastes good to us. That's why they put it in shit, because we're willing to buy it. Again, while we are getting fattened up by consequence. Again, if we didn't like how sugar tastes, then they wouldn't put it in it.
They put it in because it's addictive and it drives sales. That's
Exactly.
all they do it for.
Again,
Yeah.
because we
Okay, we get it.
because we like
We carry on?
it.
We understand. It's very good. You've made the point.
You guys sound pretty cranky. You should have a Snickers.
You're not you when you're hungry. Even though, has anyone ever been satisfied by one Snickers bar? If anything, I feel worse after a Snickers.
Well, that's the deal, right? Couldn't sell it if it wouldn't work that way.
Well, again, it's just all marketing. Again, like 100%. Like, but with that being said, some of this marketing is only as valuable as people's willingness to buy it. You can market something fantastic, like the Fushigi ball. Anyone remember the Fushigi ball? I was just talking about this the other day. It's this stupid toy that was advertised all over Disney and Nickelodeon, and it was just a fucking glass sphere that you were meant to do tricks with, right? But it was literally just a glass sphere that they sold for $40, 2 payments of $19.99. And then I fucking got one for Christmas, and I was like, this is just a fucking glass ball.
It's for contact juggling.
Exactly. Thank you. Yeah, again, it's for contact juggling, which again technically is in the thing, but again, as a child, I was just sold on this
What do you
magic
think
ball.
you were getting? A crystal orb that you're going to allow to see in the future?
I thought contact juggling would be easier.
Oh, no way.
I thought you could just put it on and it would slither across your hands like one of those worms on a string, and it'd be like one of those. But no, it was for contact juggling. But again, I just
2 low payments of $19.99.
again exactly, yeah. So, but like. Again, it was my willingness to buy it, right, and a bunch of children's willingness to buy it that landed it on Nickelodeon's, primetime.
Well, it
advertising
was your
spot.
parents' ability and their willingness to buy it, right?
Right,
You didn't go work in a coal mine. You don't sound that old.
100%. But it wasn't them who wanted it. It was my influence
of course.
on them.
No, I know.
But the marketing was for me. It wasn't for them. The marketing itself was aimed at me as a child.
I had to work in a coal mine, Rich.
I could tell.
How
was work as a canary?
In the coal mine?
Mm-hmm.
Couldn't have been that bad because you're alive.
I made it, man.
Your
Maybe
one
just weren't
job
good
was
at your
to die
job.
first, yeah.
I was one of the lucky ones.
Chirp, chirp. I'm proud of this one.
You forgot mute.
No, like this is when they're trying to rein in their own. You know.
Flat Earth, though, you know, by flat Earth by definition, as well as like religion, just encompasses everything. Like when we talk about the Earth, it inherently encompasses everything on Earth. While everything on Earth might not be on topic, quote unquote, flat Earth encompasses everything. You know, it encompasses our understanding of everything.
Maybe yours.
Well, Rich, I know you're a globetard, and I know I am too. So again, we don't have to bicker.
That statement made you sound flat earthery. I think you need to take a little break.
I've been deep in this, so again, I 100% get that. But again, I'm a globetard, you're a globetard. Again,
I thought you were.
Again, I'm just trying to illustrate that, like, that by flat, but if the Earth is flat, like again, the discussion of whether or not the Earth is flat encompasses our understanding of everything that we know, everything we've been taught, how we accumulate knowledge, right, on a fundamental level, right? So you know how we accumulate knowledge and everything we know encompasses everything, you know.
Well, that's more just like your worldview, and although I understand where you're coming from, haha, flat Earth worldview, but like
I'm talking about the purview of the conversation.
But I just don't. It's not all encompassing. Like it's not. Flat Earth isn't a way to ascertain knowledge.
No, but again, if flat Earth is true, hypothetically, like from a flat Earther perspective, if flat Earth is true, that means everything that we've been taught is a lie, and there's a big lie again that is perpetrating this nonsense, right? And so again, how you come to determine truth on an individual level is important in the conversation.
Yeah,
that's all I was trying to illustrate.
I got you. And for some reason, their dogma is just better than our empirics.
In my opinion, it's I think my evidence is better than a flat earther's, but I can't mute a flat earther in order to shout over them, you know.
I know you guys believe water wraps around a spinning ball, man.
Yeah.
Yes, we're spinning space monkeys.
Spinning space globetards, curverts.
Because of some what? Because of gravity or something?
It's multiple reasons, but gravity is a demonstrable phenomenon.
I can't even begin to fathom how many times gravity's been explained to you.
Dude, you haven't explained shit, man. We all see the effect. What's the cause, man? You gonna tell me mass attracts mass?
I'm telling you, I've heard you have this conversation before. So I see
I've
no
had it
need
with
to
you, haven't
repeat
I?
it. Probably. And I've already probably explained it to you, so it's not really worth it. What's your favorite band?
I'm really into the band Lawrence right now, Lawrence. It's about two siblings. That makes sense.
So despite the fact that we see water at rest flat and level in reality, like fucking every fucking lake I've looked at and pond, it's always flat. You guys just imagine that it wraps around a ball, a spinning ball.
That's crazy, man. You've never seen a lake when the water has been like rough.
Well, then you never seen a fucking lake.
Well, I get subdued respectfully. Again, we would disagree. Again, I have seen, you know, a water curve around a sphere. If you look up, like, you know, again, the ISS footage from that I posted before. Again, you and I
from space.
Yeah, again, you and I disagree whether or not this is actual footage from space, right? So again, but I can see a curve, right? And I can demonstrate a curve, but we disagree as to whether or not this is an actual demonstration.
Well, you see a picture, right? You don't see the curve, dude.
It's a live stream. It's several live streams, several
Whatever,
videos.
man.
So again, it's a collection. It's a body of evidence. So again, it's not one picture I'm looking at. It's a bunch of different pictures, a bunch of different collections of videos.
All right, man. However you want to put it, dude, it's still a picture that you're looking at, right? You've never seen it for yourself, have you?
No, I have not been to space. Absolutely, 100%.
Have you been to France, subdued?
Dude, your argument sucks, man.
This is a simple question.
No, it's a shitty argument, man.
Simple.
Well, again, I'm not even an argument. I'm stating we're in disagreement as to whether or not this video is an actual represents reality. You know, again, we can be not in disagreement as to whether like a photo of me, right, again, or a photo of like the Eiffel Tower, whether or not that represents reality, right? We could be in agreement about that, but we will be in disagreement as to whether or not this ISS live stream represents reality. You know, so again,
because I can look at you and say, "Oh yeah, that is a photo of you."
right? But the Eiffel Tower, like, have you seen the Eiffel Tower in real life?
Like
Can you go see the Eiffel Tower? Can you go to fucking space? That's the difference. You can make these stupid subjective arguments all the time. We can go there. We can verify.
If the Eiffel Tower has been a complete dupe this entire time, then you can't actually go and see it. It's been a fabrication.
Whatever, dude. You make these fantastical claims like fucking I seen a unicorn fucking and fucking here's the picture, right? Believe me. Like fuck off.
I'm just trying to illustrate the differences in our disagreements. Again, if we can both agree that the Eiffel Tower is a real thing that exists.
It's not
on
a
Earth.
fantastical claim though. Like fucking, you can see the Earth from space, man.
But again, how is you can see the Earth from space fantastical? Because
it is, dude. Fucking nobody's ever seen it, man.
But that's your claim. Again, it's been claimed that people have seen
the fucking Earth from space, man.
No one here probably statistically. Again, but it's been claimed to have been seen from space, right? And then logically, if space exists and you were able to sit in space, you would see Earth from space.
Sure,
right?
In my imagination, it works just fine, dude. I get it.
100%. So then again, we're in disagreement as to whether or not space exists and whether or not you can get into space. Again, so but you're saying that's impossible, right? So how can you claim that that's impossible?
Do you believe in Bigfoot?
Hey, let us stick with this for a second. Dude, 1 second. How can we determine?
You've already said that.
1 second.
You've already asked, dude. Show us gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container.
It's a gradient. So beyond that, yes.
Great, it's a gradient. Still doesn't explain how we have gas pressure down here that we're breathing, right?
Yeah, actually, it does.
It does.
Okay.
So again, 1 second. So we all know that there is atmospheric pressure, right? Gas pressure by definition.
Where does the gas pressure come from?
1 second. Gas pressure. I was having this conversation with Alpha. Gas pressure by definition defines a container. By definition, right? Atmospheric pressure is what we experience on Earth that has a gradient extending into space. Right, so gas pressure typically is uniform within the container, not necessarily always, but typically, right? But atmospheric pressure is what we experience on the surface of Earth, and it differs with elevation. The atmospheric pressure is different on the top of Mount Everest than it is down here at sea level.
No argument, man.
Well, 100%. So we demonstrate a gradient, right? So if we extrapolate that, where the gradient, 1 second, Daz. If we extrapolate that, where the gradient continues to lessen, there will be a point where the atmosphere, quote unquote, is incredibly thin and unable to be breathed in, where it is no longer breathable atmosphere. It is no longer as multiple, as quantifiable as it is down here on the surface of the Earth, right? So when you say a vacuum,
so obviously something's holding it in, right?
100%. Yeah. 100. Something is containing the atmosphere on Earth, right? When we say a container, right? Again, it's by the gas pressure definition, it's a fixed real object or fixed real container. I think it's what the definition was. But again, if gravity, again, if you concede, again, I'm not saying that you are going to, but if you concede that gravity has influence on massive objects and gas has mass by definition,
gravity has influence on gas.
Yeah.
So gas doesn't fill the volume of wherever you release it.
Well, again, how do you define
it just fills the bottom of the volume?
Again, in this instance, again, on a relative scale, gas just expounds into the atmosphere, right? Again,
so no gravity then.
Again, gravity is a weak force, right? And defined by certain parameters.
When it holds all the water to a ball, right?
Please don't talk over me, right? Gravity is defined by the mass of an object and the distance between two massive objects, right? So gas is guys, are you going to talk over me or are you going to let me speak?
Yeah, it's just we know what you're going to say. That's the problem, right?
And you don't want to engage, and I get that. That's fine. But again, I'm just trying to demonstrate the proofs, the evidence.
He was just trying to point out you were incorrect, so we just pulled you up.
You guys don't want to engage, I'm fine with that. But
you just said that gas expands in all directions, right? Like
No, not necessarily. Again, heavy gas
You
falls.
said it, man. You,
Well, again,
you said it out of your own mouth.
I said gas typically expands in our atmosphere, right? But again, if you would allow me to elaborate instead of talking over me, I was going to continue that heavy gas sinks in our atmosphere, right? Lighter gas floats in our atmosphere and raises up, right? Due to several factors, right? Again, but typically
So gravity only affects some gases.
no, gravity affects all massive objects, right? But gravity is a weak force that only has certain influence on all matter, right? So again, lift, right? So planes, because planes fly, you can't say gravity doesn't exist, you know? Planes exert more lift than the force of gravity that is holding them down, right? You know, so again, planes don't defy gravity, they exude lift.
So do you think it's a weak force that holds all the water to the spinning ball?
It is. It's a very weak force. But again, when we talk about the amount of water on Earth and the gravitational influence of Earth on the objects that, you know, the matter that exists on Earth, right, is a much stronger force than, you know, the gravitational attraction between the next massive object would be, say, the moon. Again, but we would see that the moon does exhibit gravitational effects on the water, given that we have tides. Again, I don't know how you would explain tides.
I don't know that you line that up, man.
Again, that's the colloquial scientific understanding of how tides operate. There's lunar tides and solar tides, right? So again, that we can explain then why how we can observe these gravitational effects from the moon and the sun on the waters, right? You know, again, and tides are the demonstration of that, right? Again, if that isn't the demonstration, how do we explain tides? You know,
some places have like 3 tides, 4 tides a day. Some places have 2 tides. You know, like what? The moon goes back and forth that many times in a day?
What place has 4 tides?
I don't know. Look it up. I've read it before.
But I'm coming.
If you want, I'll cite it for you, right? Like if you don't believe me, but yeah, there is a place that has 4 tides, man.
Please and thank you. Please and thank you, cite it. And again, you know, I'm trying to come to you with all the evidence that I have, and if I'm going to give you a point, I'm gonna back it up with evidence, you know. Or again, if I can't back it up with evidence, I'm gonna concede it, or I'm gonna do my best to provide my evidence for it. So again, I'm trying to come to you from a respectful precision, but you can't just tell me to look shit up. You know, you gotta stand on your own points.
Amen.
So it's called Southampton Portsmouth in the UK.
Okay. Will you post what you're looking at, please?
Tides are measured in reference to sea level. And gravity was superseded in 1915 by bending space-time. So it's no longer considered to be a force.
It's pronounced Portsmouth, not Portsmouth.
Not that there was any evidence to begin with. There is no scientific evidence of mass attracting mass. Gas.
Well, real quick, Daz.
Molecules expand in all directions. There is no.
Real quick, Daz. If
gas
you
is not.
real quick.
You're interrupting me, dude. I see.
Oh, again, wait.
It's called freedom of speech.
My bad. Go ahead. Are you finished? All right, wonderful. If
Bro,
when you
you're
say,
interrupting me.
then I said continue, and then you didn't speak.
You interrupted me to begin with.
I apologize. You interrupted me as well. So please continue if you want to.
Go freedom of speech.
So gas pressure. So gas expands in all directions. It's not subject to weight. It has elastic collisions and collides indefinitely with other molecules of a container.
Right. What container is
So
this?
you say evidence you need to show us gas pressure without a container.
Right. So again,
be evidence.
as I said earlier, gas pressure by definition defines a container. Atmospheric pressure is what we.
So atmos is air.
Right.
Pressure.
Right.
So gas pressure.
Okay. But if when you use the term,
your definition isn't a demonstration, is what.
Atmosphere is also begging the question of sphere-shaped air. Air is not sphere-shaped; it fills available space and requires containment. PSI, pounds per square inch, against the container. So
we do not
gravity
disagree.
is a container.
We do not
So
disagree.
if you say you have evidence, evidence shows gas pressure without a container.
Right. Again, that's illogical in contradiction, right? Gas pressure, by definition, requires a container, right? We don't disagree that.
Which is accompanied with demonstration all day long.
It's not.
every day.
It's not gas pressure contains gas pressure.
Right. You're conflating gas pressure and atmospheric pressure, which is the
Not conflating. No, not conflating. I just said.
Not conflating.
The definition that you want to talk about, right, is accompanied
talk
with
about?
demonstration
You can get
all
louder.
day, every day.
Okay.
Where's your demonstration of it? Apart from begging the question by just pointing at the sky and saying, see?
Okay, so when you say demonstration of a container, right, what container is demonstrating holding in the gas pressure of Earth?
Are you serious?
Yeah, what container?
Just blow up a balloon, dude.
No, that's holding the container. Right, that's a demonstration of how that gas pressure within the balloon is being contained. But what container is holding in the gas pressure on Earth? What
You just
demonstratable?
have to show that gas pressure can be contained without a container. It's a contradiction in the sentence I just fucking said.
Right. So, but respectfully, so
You can't show that. So you're just waffling on, and it just happens every day. I don't understand.
Because there's a gradient.
When is it?
Less and less and less. This is why.
Am I waffling or am I trying to explain while you guys talk over me?
No, you're not explaining shit.
Okay, wonderful. Then if you'll allow me, again, obviously the gas within a balloon is contained by the walls of the balloon. Again, we are not in disagreement about that, right? But when you point to the balloon and say this is what's happening in the atmosphere, right? Again, I get absolutely destroyed for saying that we can observe the celestial bodies and and view the properties in thereof, right? And then apply those to Earth, right? So again, can we do that?
You don't observe shit.
Yeah, he's just said he gets destroyed when he says it.
Yeah, because again, you guys are saying, or not again, I'm not saying that you guys specifically, but again, I've been told in the past, right, that you cannot extrapolate truths from looking in the sky and then apply that to the ground, right? But we apparently can extrapolate truths by holding a balloon and then looking at the sky.
No, that's not what we're saying, though, dude.
Isn't it?
We're saying we have gas pressure, therefore there must be a container, right?
Right.
We're not saying there it is. It's right there.
And I'm saying I'm looking at planets and therefore we're standing on a planet, right? So how are we?
Not the fucking same, dude. Like,
Okay.
fucking show me the test that you did with that fucking planet, like we did with gas pressure.
Okay, 100%. Again, I just feel like now we're at a crossroads.
No, you are. I'm not. I'm fine, man.
Okay. Well, again, we're clearly in disagreement. So when I'm saying crossroads,
No, just
I'm
like
talking.
there's pictures from space, right? Like everything's fucking, in your imagination, dude. I get it.
Well, a picture is by definition not my imagination.
Depends on what the picture is. Like if it's a picture of a fucking unicorn, it's in your imagination, right?
No, then it's an
The narrative that is with that picture is in your imagination.
Is it a painting or a photo?
You don't look at a planet and go, oh,
It's a
look at
photo
that
of a
gas
painting.
ball.
And now you guys are talking over each other.
You don't look at anything in the sky and go, oh shit, look at that gas ball. You don't see that.
Can you see the air around you?
Yeah, like bullshit argument again.
You don't look at.
But he
anything
just
in
said
the
you can't
sky
see a gas sphere and you can't see gas in general.
masses.
So you can't see gas on the
What you're
ground
appealing
level.
to. You are appealing to be able to look at celestial bodies and go, there's a gas ball. There's
What's
what
this-
I'm talking
And it's
about.
this far away and
But
it
you don't
weighs this
see
much.
that.
Guys, I'm sorry.
And it all started 14 million
Your
years
logic
ago, right?
and argument is weak, and you keep coming back. It's just you need to go back to the
Maybe
drawing board
it would be
and come up
helpful
with
if the
something.
conversation went back to closer to a one-on-one. So if we could bump it down to like a 5-on-1, that'd be great.
Yeah, cool, fair enough.
As soon as I talk, I get talked over. Like it's instant at this point. Again, I'm not trying to disingenuously engage with you guys. I'm really trying to bring my best evidence forward, but then you immediately invalidate my evidence, right? By saying I haven't been to the moon or I haven't been to Saturn. And again, I
Well, that's the
I haven't.
problem, though, right, brother? Your best evidence is fucking in a place that nobody can get to, man.
It's not my best evidence, but
It is.
all right.
Yeah, all you have to do is show us proof by demonstration of gas pressure being contained without a container. And then that problem is solved. Why can't you just do that?
Show us gravity holding fucking gas pressure
I've
in.
established several times, right? That gas
There's
pressure.
just no validity to your argument.
Guys, I
It's
keep
just-
saying you guys
it's
keep talking over me. It's crazy.
Because you just keep saying the same thing, and you just keep saying it,
Right,
and
but you guys
we
keep
have to just keep saying it. There's no validity to it, but you just continually say it.
Maybe
again
try
and again and
engaging with
again.
what he's saying.
Well, we can't.
Oh,
First, I know
okay.
you can. I know you can't, but maybe you can let someone else who can do it then. I know you can't, but maybe someone with this, slightly larger intellectual, inability can.
Bro, you're doing so well, Brown. Don't ruin it now.
I get so upset.
I know. You
I
guys
get
are
that.
so
I get
unintelligent, man. I can't even talk to you. Like
I've been in your shoes before, but you're doing way better than I ever have. So I'm just trying.
Rich is on your level.
You're
Here comes Scott. Rich, Scott, let's go. You got your crowd
You
here.
guys just don't understand, man.
You're doing very well.
Thank you, Scott.
Yeah, very well. There's no proof of gas pressure without a container, period. That's the end of the discussion.
I've said several times, gas pressure by definition defines a container, right? By definition. So you're saying prove air where there's no air, right? Prove space where there's no space. Jump where you can't jump. You know what I'm saying?
There is. I think he just got it.
It's kind of a problem that all your proofs are like that, though, right, brother?
Guys, I really don't feel like you're engaging genuinely at this point.
I get it, man. I would feel the same way if I were you, dude.
Yeah, you gave yourself a burden which you can't bear.
You gave me a burden which I can't bear, which is what I was trying to establish.
No, let it go, man.
The words came out of your mouth.
Standards. If you've got low standards, that's not our problem.
I'm telling you, I agree to the definition of gas pressure, right? And then you're saying prove gas pressure without gas pressure, right? You're saying prove it doesn't have a container, even though by definition it has a container.
Okay, we'll give you the floor. You can talk to Scott. You can talk to Rich. They'll get you. They'll understand.
All right.
Carry on. Say it again and again.
We already understand them.
What you're trying to say is that gases can contain gases. We'll just have a demonstration of that. Show gases containing gases.
No, what I was trying to demonstrate before is that gases are massive in some way, shape, or form. They have mass, right? And then gravity, by definition, exerts attraction between two massive objects. In this instance, being the gas and the Earth, right? Again, the distance, but the effect on gravity is relative to the distance between two massive objects. In this instance, being a molecule of gas and the body of Earth, right? The further away you get from Earth, the less gravitational influence any massive objects will have. Right, that's why on the ISS,
it's like a cool story, right?
Hold on, you got to be stopped because you're assuming right now gravity is a thing has not been proven. So first of all, you're going to have to prove gravity exists as a thing.
Oh no, guys, I'm flying away.
That's definitely proof, brother. Fuck.
Gravity, right? Gravity.
Is there any point? Is there any point above the surface, dude? Right? At which point, right? That gravity is greater than the kinetic energy inside the gas molecule.
That makes no sense as a question.
I mean, that would be every point at which gravity or which gases are abhorrent to the.
Greater than?
If you can't tell me how seasons work, I don't believe in your flat Earth model.
Where is it stopping it? Where is gravity stopping the gas? Where?
Tell me where seasons start and where seasons
Dude, have you
end.
ever heard of the geocentric model, man?
That's why, but we're talking about flat Earth model.
Yeah, so the
flat
seasons
Earth
work
model.
even better on that model, dude. And
Exactly.
nothing fucking moves in the sky and or the planet doesn't move and fucking everything spins around, man. Like, fuck.
Dub, gravity
That's
is
exactly how it
creating a constant 9.8 meters per second squared acceleration down on every particle.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. You're assuming that.
It is. Maybe 100 years ago.
No, it isn't. It's not been proven. No, it's not a constant because it's not constantly the same at any distance. It's just not.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. You'd have to have a 5-mile tall vacuum chamber, then go tell me what you find.
Oh, that's the only way to prove it to you? All right. Well, I guess we're screwed.
No, that's not the
Back it
only
up,
way.
boys.
We almost
But
have.
you don't have a constant. And
guess
it's
we
not
can't-
caused by it's not caused by gravity as you presuppose it is.
Yeah, without that 5-mile high vacuum tube, I guess we can't accomplish anything in this world. We're all
What if it's
fucked.
horizontal? Would that do anything?
Yeah, you're just a blowhole. Anyway,
Well,
I was gonna go for a run today, Scott, but
You don't have proof of gravity.
you got no vacuum chamber. You can't prove it, man.
You don't have proof
What's
of
the point?
gravity. Because buoyancy and density overcomes your
What's
gravity
density?
presupposition. Like
Yeah, what's density?
gases are not behaving the way you claim gravity is supposed to cause them to behave.
You're saying buoyancy and density are sufficient? What's density?
Yeah, what's density? It's a good question.
I think the definition is you guys.
He got you there, losers. Oh, he got you there. Good.
That was clever. Yeah, but now maybe you can
When we
answer
say
what
buoyancy
density is.
density, you go, what's density?
If only it was as
You guys-
clever as the question, what is
Yeah.
density?
Do you guys even have a explanation for your term?
Well, what's density?
Yes, that's
You
the
don't know, do
question.
you? You don't even have any idea, do you?
That's your knowledge gap.
This isn't a spelling bee. You don't have to repeat it.
Can you define? Can you define mass, please?
I
Please
have
define
no
it.
idea what density
We
is.
haven't even gotten there yet.
Use it in a sentence. Use it in a sentence.
They just throw out these terms. They have no idea what they mean.
Yeah,
Weird.
imagine
Whatever,
that.
Scott.
Imagine someone stood up for getting a Nobel Prize, and they're like, "What is Flipperbergen?" He says, "Flipperbergen is the sufficient explanation to gravity." Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Have a good night. That's
pretty
it.
much
That's all
what's
you're gonna
happening,
get.
right?
That's the only thing in his paper.
Applause erupts in the stadium.
So, dude, show us wrong. Tell us what density is.
Why don't you tell me what your definition of density is?
Mass divided by volume. Now you.
Oh, so a mathematical fucking equation is density?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes. Yeah. By definition, yes. The
Do you
concept of
have it?
density.
Do you have a better one?
You gotta stop paying me in these numbers.
That's a good one.
I want cash. I don't want numbers.
I get it, man. You think in math, Scott. That's the only way you can think, dude.
Okay, how do you think?
It's the only way that things make sense in your world, dude.
Yes.
You
How
know,
do you
we use
think?
math to make fucking video games, and we can
Wait.
make them do whatever the fuck we want them to do,
Okay,
dude.
okay. How
Did
do
you just
think?
ask him for his what his density is so that you could just be angry? What was the? Are you gonna give what density is to you, subdued, or?
I told you what
He doesn't-
density
he
is to me.
doesn't
It's you
have
guys.
one.
No, you didn't. You said. Oh.
No,
it's
yeah,
not- it's
he's
not
talking.
math.
His quip is his answer. His
Yeah.
ad hom is his answer.
You said
Yep.
what density? Yeah. So by
Yeah,
what's
one of you guys is more dense than the other, right? Like, you get it?
How does this not bother you?
How would you know? Tell us
It's
how
pretty
you
apparent,
know
man.
that either Scott or I is more dense.
Just keep talking, man.
Wow.
But so, dude, do you see where they're coming from at the very least? Where again, in order to talk about something, you have
Yeah, no, I get it. This is a gotcha, man. Fucking, I've heard it fucking so many fucking times before.
dude. So, dude, real quick, again, I'm specifically not trying to gotcha you, but again, in order to talk about something, we have to be able to agree what we're talking about. So again, density.
Sure, and not many people agree on this fucking subject, right?
Well, very many people agree on the definition of density.
Almost everybody agrees.
A lot of
Yes.
people do.
Just you guys don't.
So again, when we come defining definitions, I'm not. When I do it, I'm not trying to be, the teacher in the room. I'm not trying to, be condescending. We have to agree on what the definitions we're using in order to, talk coherently to each other. We could all. If I spoke Spanish to you and you spoke English, some of the words sound the same, but again, they're completely different meanings, and we'd be completely illegible to each other.
To be fair, Scott, they may have the same definition of density, but they just don't know it yet.
Possible.
So not
Because,
knowing what
the example they use, right, of the
Oh, Daz, do you
saltwater.
want to answer?
So you don't know what density is your argument.
We do, mass divided by volume.
So that's
Now
a
you.
question, not an argument.
Classical music. So a degree of compactness of a substance, i.e., a reduction in bone density. So
Which is mass divided by volume.
We know what density is. We know what buoyancy is. But gravity, we don't. We don't have any evidence of gravity, of mass attracting mass. It actually was outdated by 109 years.
Okay. So is density mass divided by
You don't know
volume?
what gravity is. You don't know what gravity is. You're saying it's mass attracting mass.
Yeah, I know you want to move, but is density mass divided by volume?
How about you tell me what mass is?
So show us gas pressure without a container, Scott. Or shut
Yeah,
up.
really interesting.
You
Mass.
shut up unless you got evidence.
Didn't you hear we moved past that in the conversation? We get to this new
With
topic.
mass, dude.
Yeah, you just hand waved it. You haven't answered anything. So show us gas pressure without a
I'm
container.
pretty sure if you make Brown Recluse go through that again, he might have an aneurysm. So I don't think it's best that we go back to that topic.
I'm already
Well,
done.
just, no thanks for his word salad, but yeah, just show us a demonstration of gas pressure without
His
a container,
word salad?
and we can move on. And then we can move on.
It's funny how him clearly defining these terms is you take that as word salad. I find that pretty
So like
ironic.
you said, right? We got to come to an understanding. So what's mass?
Still waiting for gas pressure without a container, guys.
I don't know. What is mass?
Oh, I understand now.
Mass, by definition, is the amount of matter contained within an object.
Sounds good to me.
So what? You just measure all the molecules in there, or like how do you measure the mass in an object?
Well, if you go down to the base level, like an atom, like a helium or
So
hydrogen.
we count atoms?
One second, so hydrogen, right? Hydrogen has an atomic mass of 1, right? Or I'm sorry, I'm not sure that's correct, right? But atomic mass.
1 point something or other. Yeah.
Yeah, 1%, right? So again, that is the quantification of the amount of matter in a hydrogen molecule.
And how did they get that?
That's that I don't know the answer to that.
Oh, so you just take it for granted.
If you don't know the answer to everything,
You
you
just
don't know
use
the
an
answer to anything,
equation,
Brown.
right, Scott?
That's the way it works here. Yep.
I
You
get
have
it,
to know
man.
the answer to every last thing humanity has ever done
You're
in
fucking
order to
quizzing
claim
me, dude, and I
knowledge
can't
of
quiz you,
anything.
you fucking moron. Fuck.
We asked you for a definition respectfully, and I
And I asked right back. You said it's mass fucking divided by whatever, right? So I want to know what mass is.
I explained mass. It's the amount of matter within.
And
an
I
object.
asked you how the fuck you measured it.
Typically, it's measured by weighing.
So mass is just weight?
No, weight is determined off of mass, like logistically. And vice versa, technically. Again, we determine, but mass is the amount of matter in an object. Weight is, the amount of.
And so again, how do we measure the amount of matter in an object, dude?
Some objects you can count the amount of atoms, right?
You can count the atoms.
Some objects you can count the amount of atoms.
Stop the cap.
Some very incredibly small objects, yes, you can. Like in a graphite tube, like again, a graphite tube consists of a certain amount of atoms per hexagon, right? And then you can extrapolate how many hexagons there are, and you can extrapolate how many atoms are in this graphite tube, right? That's
amazing. That's amazing.
I agree, it's
That
amazing.
must be how you know the Earth's a spinning ball, right? You can count the atoms.
Yep, that's exactly right.
That's exactly what he said.
So, come on,
Exactly what
let's get focused. I know we've got the usual upset globies in here spouting off, but looks like there's a heap of people in here, so there must be someone new.
I think you're going to
Get
be
someone
disappointed.
fresh in. We can't listen to your same gurning and whining and moaning and obfuscation day
That's
in,
all
day
you
out.
have, man.
Come on.
And we're upset.
We're the only ones you got. Sorry.
Well, sure that's not true. Let's see.
Okay, all regulars, mute up.
Divided by volume. Like, fuck off.
It's the definition.
Sir Henry. Who's that?
This guy's over
Anglo
Counting fucking
Nazarene.
atoms and shit to fucking get the mass.
This guy's over here saying the slope's y equals mx plus b. What the fuck?
Idiots.
Yeah, there's loads of people here. Lolo.
Hold on, let me count the atoms.
What do you mean a triangle has 180 degrees? You counted every triangle?
So Brown Recluse, you've been coming back here for a little while now.
Yeah.
How long you been looking into this?
Technically, like 3 years.
3 years.
Yeah. Well,
you still haven't figured out. 3 years and you still haven't figured out the Earth isn't a bloody globe. Are you serious?
No, I've figured it out respectfully. I just disagree with you.
So you haven't figured out the Earth isn't a globe. You've
I
literally
have
just
not. Yeah, I
reconfirmed.
have not figured out that the Earth isn't a globe. I have not figured that out.
Yeah. So you've like reconfirmed to yourself the spinning ball religion over 3
Respectfully,
years.
respectfully,
All
you
right.
guys have confirmed it.
All right. So your 3 years. What was the best evidence you found for the Earth being a spinning ball?
Again, there's several, but again, I
Give me
feel
your
like
best.
the,
3
the
years.
first,
3
the,
years.
fir-
Give me your
the
best.
first one that comes to mind is the demonstration of the planets being real objects, right? So again, if we
What
could,
do you mean?
if we could determine, right, so obviously we can determine that there's a difference between stars and planets, right? And hence why we have different names for them, right? Stars appear as lights in the sky. Again, I'll concede that fact, right? Planets, however,
So do
we can,
planets.
huh?
So do planets.
Right, sure, but where I'll disagree with that, right? Is that lights, right? How we understand light to work. Lights cannot have shadows cast on them, right? We see shadows get cast on planets up above. We see,
You telling me that after 3 years, your go-to evidence is to make some assumptions about lights in the sky? Is that really what you're telling me?
No, I'm saying that lights and shadows are incredibly well understood on a humanity level, right? And so we can extrapolate this knowledge into determine that planets are real objects in our sky.
And you're not talking about the surface of Earth, then.
Exactly. So again, this
So
is
after 3 years, you begging the question based on your speculation about the lights in the sky. After 3 years,
100%.
Can you give us your strongest point then? After 3 years of intense research,
He just did. He said
that was it.
I know he did.
That was
That's
it.
That's very good.
That was
So
it.
you see a light in the sky. Then what?
That was my only point. It's that clearly that there, if it's circle up there, it's circle down here. That's my best point.
So that's what you're saying.
Yep, 100%.
Wow, that's retarded, bro.
That's all he's got.
Yep, I'm clearly
After
retarded.
3 years, damn.
I prefer curved.
Pool
After
balls
three-
around, so the table's curved too.
I prefer
Madness.
I prefer thank you. I prefer Satanist sheep.
After 3 years and nothing to do about the surface of Earth itself. Good
Right.
job.
Okay, so again, what about gravity? Again, we determined that we disagree that gravity exists as a concept.
Is this your next best point? Gravity.
It's one. I have a lot of points.
Right.
Then
Well,
again,
so far we've got planets. Doesn't tell you the Earth's a globe. Gravity doesn't tell you the Earth's a globe. So what else you got?
okay,
Come on.
It's pictures from space.
Pictures from space doesn't tell you Earth's a globe. What else?
No.
You got?
What?
There you go. So there we go. That's like by definition. Like if there is a picture from space, it would show that Earth is a globe, right? But you disagree
Right,
that
but
there
you
is
don't
a
know
picture
any
of
of those
space.
are real. You don't
Right.
know any of those are real.
Right. Right. So
So
we're in
it
disagreement
doesn't
there.
it doesn't actually tell you the Earth's a globe. It tells you you've got an image purporting to be the Earth as a globe that you believe in.
100%.
Right, but we're looking for actual verifiable evidence. You got any of that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what would that be?
I listen. I think this conversation alone has convinced me the Earth is flat. I think you just showed me the light.
What, you just
He asked
gonna
you
give
for
up
ver-
already?
he asked you for
Alright, sorry,
verify.
Sonny. Sonny, it's alright. It's
sorry.
alright. I'm spaz. So I mean, is that it? You go planets,
Yeah.
gravity.
I think that's it.
Pictures from the government. That's it.
I think that's it.
After 3 years.
Yep. 100%.
Well, I'm convinced it's a ball. That's it. I'm out.
Yep. Me too.
Rip.
I'm convinced
Yeah.
it's flat. So that's weird that we just switched positions just now.
You don't have any curvature, so how could it be a ball?
I guess it can't be if there's no curvature.
Yeah.
There we go.
Of course.
Boom! It's been shot in the
what-
face.
so-
Got to be a
so-
globe. Sandra Bullock
What
went
have
to
you been
space.
doing for 3 years then?
Oh, I guess
3 years of not finding any curvature and just what? Thinking about planets.
I guess I was just waiting for you to come along and show me the light.
See, I know you're coping and you're doing this little passive, bitchy,
Yeah. Well,
global
Cyclone.
with no evidence.
Yeah,
dance.
Cyclone. As soon as you
But
came in
cut
here,
that out. Cut that out. Just have an actual conversation.
right, Cyclone. As soon as you came in here with an adversarial tone. You're like these crying globetards, right? They're giggling and snickering.
Because I'm hearing the usual. I'm hearing the same guys that have been here every day for a year doing the same shit. That's
Right.
why, Brad
Right,
Recluse.
Again, I would
You
say that you
understand?
guys are doing the exact same shit every day. Again, like when
Yeah, asking where the fuck the globe evidence is.
But then when it's presented,
you guys saying, "Oh, the planets, no. Oh, the gravity, no.
no,
Just from the
yeah,
space, no."
no, exactly. Again, we agree on what's happening. We agree on what's happening. We're just in disagreement as to whose fault it is.
You're not giving us any.
Right.
Right. Because, I mean, if you actually had those points and believed them, you would argue them instead of being like, yeah, you're right, that doesn't actually prove anything. Pretending to be sarcastic when in reality, you just know you can't argue for them because they're fallacious.
No, from my perspective, and instead of assuming my perspective, right? I'll tell you, it's not. I'm not giving up because I realize I'm wrong. I'm giving up because I believe I'm engaging with disingenuous actors.
So why would you even be here then?
Because sometimes I have really good conversation. Sometimes I have really good conversation. Sometimes I have really good conversation.
You can't. Well, I mean, we could have had a good conversation.
Could we
you
have?
already decided, I guess, from the beginning that you weren't going to have a good conversation.
Is that what happened? Because
I just asked you what your best proof was, and then you started being like, "Oh, I guess there is none. I guess I'm a flat earther now."
No, I started to tell you what my best proof was, and you're like, "Okay, well, that obviously proves nothing." And I was like, and then I gave up basically because as soon as I brought up the next one,
you gave up. But if you truly believed it was a good argument, you'd have been able to say, "Well, no, it does actually prove that the Earth is a globe because X, Y, and Z." You gave up because you know it's a logical fallacy already.
Cyclone, respectfully, I gave up because I've been in here for 2 hours already, and you came in after 2 hours of debate. I've already been doing this, and I gave up because I'm
what was
tired
the best
right now.
evidence you presented in the last 2 hours?
That's up to everybody else. What my best evidence was.
Yeah, he talked about Rockefeller and sugar. That's his best evidence.
I did do that. I did do that.
You won't believe it, Cyclone. He just rehashed the same thing he always rehashes. So if that gets you up to speed pretty quick, then there you go. That's what he fucking did.
That's about it. That's about all I did. Yeah.
Same old song and dance.
Yeah. I did a jig this time.
Did you watch the movie Gravity, dude?
I did. I did not care for it.
Have you even heard Gravity by John Mayer, dude?
Why not?
I just didn't find the relationship between George Clooney and Sandra Bullock compelling. I thought it was funny that he wanted to drift off into space rather than get back onto the spaceship with Sandra Bullock because she got saved immediately after that. So they both could have been fine.
Really not the point that I was getting at.
It's a Jack and Rose situation.
So do you think that Hollywood has better effects than NASA?
No.
No?
No. Did you see the face swapping? Do you see the comping of George Clooney and Sandra Bullock's face in that? It's a bad job. They did not do good in that instance. You can see their heads floating around in the suit.
You don't see all the clips from NASA on harnesses and glitching in and out of the frame, green screen. Yeah, you not seen all those. I mean, you've been in this for 3 years. You must have seen the NASA bloopers.
No, I've seen some of them, but again, that was my Rockefeller Coke thing from earlier. Again.
So why do NASA have bloopers?
I don't know. Probably because they.
Well, that's not called.
Yeah, probably.
If space.
Why do they? Why do they have unused footage? Is that what you're asking?
Reality doesn't have. Bloopers.
Why doesn't NASA have unused footage?
No, why doesn't NASA have a demonstration of a physical dirt ball holding water in a lab? Funny guy.
No, it's like why?
A dirt ball in a lab that can have its own gravity and keep the fucking dirt around.
Why is there on harnesses and green screens, CGI waving in and out? Why is there obvious special effects bloopers?
What is this mask that we made in a lab big enough to support gravity?
In space. That's all you got to Yeah, Sandra Bullock wants to be really in space, guys. The movie said so.
Again,
happy 4th of July, you fucking idiots! Holy
shit! Spaceman, come and give us your best evidence that space exists.
I don't think you guys can handle.
I don't think you can handle reality, funny boy.
Reality.
Hold on.
You guys are drowning in reality.
Fucking giggly ass retard with no proof of shit. You funny bitch. Stop laughing.
You sound like you don't have anyone to spend for.
You dirty retard cunt. Ain't nothing funny.
Hold on. Time up. Chill. I want to ask the guy. Okay. Spaceman, your whole name, your whole thing, you're about space. Give us your best evidence for space being real.
The best evidence for space being real?
Yeah. What is it?
Besides the footage.
In there, dude.
Oh, you're right. No, it's all CGI. You're right.
Don't distract
All
him.
the
Wait,
footage is
don't
CGI.
distract him. Come on,
Sounds
Space. No,
like
you're being serious.
I literally just said the literal footage we have,
Sounds
but
like
you
you're a
retard.
comedian.
Explain away the footage.
The videos. Okay, how did you
Yeah, we
verify
just
that those videos were real?
Who's the science fiction author? No, hold on. Who's the author? Or no, who's the
You mean the
filmographer that you
director?
guys say?
You mean
Kubrick.
the
So
director?
if Kubrick's
obviously
dead,
Stanley
so
Kubrick.
who is creating the footage if
You can
Kubrick's
be a
dead,
director,
guys?
but
No,
you
it's
can't.
like Tupac,
Checkmate,
man.
retards.
No, it's like
Checkmate,
Tupac, dude.
retards.
One at a time,
He's
boys.
hiding.
Can we have any?
Chill the fuck out. Chill the
Checkmate,
fuck out. Guys,
retards.
stop.
This is audio chaos. Can't hear anybody.
Spaceman.
Just
Right.
all talking
Spaceman
over each
said
other.
it's the videos. Okay, how do you verify the videos are real, Spaceman?
How do you verify it's not real?
Well, I'm not the one claiming
You're
that they
the
are
one.
real.
Everybody else knows that the Earth is round, and you are claiming that the
If
Earth
you
is
say
flat.
so, brother.
The
Fucking preach it, man.
burden of
Preach,
proof
brother.
is on
Preach.
you. The burden of proof is on you to prove the footage is fake.
No, see, you're the one with the fucking story, dude.
95% of people will. Well, it's the flat Earth stuff. I'm surprised we haven't muted everybody already.
Well, come on, Spaceman. We're just asking, how do you verify that footage that you base
The
your
burden
space
of
belief
proof
on
is
real?
on you. How is the footage
You're
fake?
claiming it's real.
Explain that to me.
Spaceman, this just
Real.
shows that you've got no argument, dude, because you just keep on interrupting Cyclone with the burden of proof reversal. So it's
Well,
just
then why
showing
don't
that
you
you've
mute
got
me? If
no-
I have no argument, then why don't you mute me?
I don't
Stop jerking
want to
yourself
mute
off
you
and mute
because
me. Jesus Christ.
we're using you to show that you've got no argument.
Oh, I'm using you to show you everyone else you're a retard.
Instead of talking over people,
Hey, happy
All right,
4th of July, guys. Have fun spending it alone.
present an
I guess.
argument. then.
Sad Globe July.
Present an argument.
Yeah, he had to leave because he had no globe proof at all. That's why he left.
He was begging to get muted, man. Fuck.
Wow.
He's begging to get slapped.
So the evidence for the space videos are real is you have everyone thinks the Earth's a globe, therefore the space videos are real.
What up,
That's
Cyclone?
about it.
What's up, Miggy?
Nothing much. You got a party going on in here? I heard there was a conversation about density just a moment ago. I was listening to it, and the Globers in here are just going bananas because they think they have the answer. What is density, Globers? Can anybody tell me what density is?
All right, I muted Rich, so I'm gonna
Mess overall.
unmute him.
Yeah, sure.
Because he was being a dick.
Yeah, I just want
that's not like him.
All right, you're up, Rich.
Mess per volume.
Yeah, someone else just said it.
What did he say? Rich?
Go ahead, buddy. You can slow down a bit.
Buddy's not you. So what did he say?
Mass over volume.
Mass over volume. Okay, so if we're going to quantify that in the physical and natural world, how do we know that is concretely real? Mass over volume.
It's an analytical truth.
Analytical truth?
Yes.
So we're using. So let me just show you the baller's perspective, right? I'm gonna put it on display for you all. I want Scott Mackey or Rich or Bacon or anybody that's in here to tell me what or how we can quantify density as a concretely real thing. Go ahead, guys. The floor is yours. Mike, the floor. Anyone?
You're kind
They
of
were just laughing at me because I said it was a fucking equation, right?
Yeah.
So
Now
asking,
they're gonna be
how do you know
fucking
an
silent.
apple's really an apple?
No, we're not talking about apples really an apple. We're talking
my
about
God.
we're talking
deep
about
today,
we're talking about the quantification of density as a concretely real thing. So Brown Recluse, I know you were laughing also. I'm going to put your idiots all on display right now, so please, someone step forward and tell me how density is a concretely real thing. Go on. Your laughter is not laughter anymore. I hear silence. Where's the laughter?
Oh,
it's
sorry,
not funny
muted.
anymore, is it?
I bet
Go
maybe
ahead.
I can.
Wow.
I might be able to.
I can
Yes,
think of yeah.
Go ahead.
So I can think of an experiment that we can run. We can take two objects of a different mass but with the same volume and then compare their weight.
Yeah. So Rhinoceros, you're saying that density is a concretely real thing, yeah?
Yeah. I don't know.
Really?
I don't know.
You don't know
how it would be an
Okay, wait.
unreal thing.
Yeah. Hang on a second. Is density a concretely real thing? I need you to answer yes or no. No. Maybes. It could be. I need a yes or no. Is density a concretely real thing?
I would say yes, but I'm not sure what you mean by that.
It's simple. Does density exist in the physical and natural world?
Yes. Density is a property of
What?
physical things.
Okay. So how much density does an object have?
The density is a property of it, so it would be its mass per unit.
So how much mass does something have?
So mass we can define it as the amount of energy that an object has divided by
All right.
its
So
light
is that
charge.
a concretely real thing?
Which one?
Mass.
The amount of energy for an apple.
Yeah.
The energy of an apple.
Is that a concretely real thing?
What do you mean by concretely real? I don't understand.
So in the physical and natural world, can I touch it?
Yes.
Really?
You can touch the energy of an apple.
You could. Yeah, he doesn't listen to what he's saying. The energy of an apple. Can you touch that?
Oh, you're talking about energy? I mean,
well, you're the one that said
that's what you described.
We went. Listen, I want you to think about what's being said here. We went from density to mass, now to the description of what mass is, to now telling me that the thing that you think density was a concretely real thing, to now it becoming energy. So if you're saying that all of these things equal to something that's concretely real in the physical and natural world, I can touch it, then how is it that you're going from one thing to the next to describe what density is without giving me what density actually is? I'm kind of confused there.
I guess concretely real. So can you touch the color blue?
Yeah. Can you paint density? Can you hand density over to me?
I can hand you something that has a density. Density is a property.
Right. So if it's a property, so once again, is it something that's concretely real or is it a property?
I get in your definition of concretely real. Then no.
No. Yeah, my definition. No, I didn't define it. You are. You're actually telling me what density is. You said it's a property of something. Now, if a property of something isn't something concretely real, then how is it something that you're giving me? If it's a property,
I don't know.
The apple is an apple. The apple is an apple. The energy of an apple isn't isn't the apple. You understand what he's saying? You said
I don't think he does.
I understand that.
All right. So, is density a concretely real thing that you can hand me?
No.
Thank you. So it's a no now. And you just rectified the situation, which was you thought it was something concretely real. You realize it's not. And so what about the rest of the Globers in here, Rhinoceros? Do you think they're going to agree with you or disagree with you? How about that? Let's see what they say. Globers in the chat, type up and tell me if density is a concretely real thing, because Rhinoceros just saw the light. Now, how about you guys?
We agree with everything he said.
What, you agree? So density isn't a concretely real thing that you guys are saying in here. Oh, you guys don't know what density is.
I said I agree with everything he said.
You know what's funny is that you guys were laughing earlier when you were trying to get flat earthers to describe what density is in the physical and natural realm, and you guys can't do it. How funny is that?
I said it, and you ignored me.
I think that's hilarious. I do.
I said I agree with everything he said.
You said the word it?
Why does it
matter? I see.
You obviously weren't here for the prior conversation, dude.
Yeah, anyway.
So I wasn't.
So now,
Okay, so Alpha, we all agreed with him. Now what?
Yeah, so now what? Now you understand that you were wrong, and to say that something that density is described as is not something concretely real. It is just an abstraction, is it not?
That's not what he said, though. I agreed with what he said.
That's what Alpha just said.
Are you agreeing with what I'm saying or no? Because
no, I agreed with what he said. not what you said.
Okay, so what did he say? What did he say?
Hold on, Alpha, can you help me out here?
No, I'm not.
Well,
We're
hold
not
on,
helping
dude.
anybody out. We're getting Scott
He
to
said
agree.
he said density is a property of an object. I agree with that.
Okay, is a property of an object something that's concretely real?
He,
don't know what
said,
it means.
He said he didn't
I'm
understand
waiting.
the question.
I'm waiting for
because
Scott. I don't need another quote.
He said he doesn't know what you mean by that, and I agree with that too, because I don't know what you mean by that either.
Yeah, so when you guys were trying to quantify density as something, it is not something. You dumbass. You
He
can't
didn't
say
say
that
either
it's
way on
something.
that.
It's what?
It's
He
not
didn't.
applicable.
He didn't venture. He didn't offer an answer to whether it's something.
You did.
Well, we're not. Yeah, but you did earlier, and you and Brown Recluse.
I wasn't even on the. On the
it was
Stop, we
Matt.
didn't just have this conversation, dude, and you told me the equation, and that was what density was?
All right, Scott, are you saying you weren't talking about it?
Let me rewind it. Let me rewind the tape.
Yeah, so it's
Yeah,
mass
let me
divided by
rewind the
volume.
tape.
Just what Anacero said.
what is-
you
Mass
were.
divided by volume.
All right. So you said density is mass divided by volume. What is that, Scott? Is that a property of something?
Yes.
Okay. So how can you
Just what
abstract
Anacero
that?
said, or Yanaceros.
Yeah.
Yeah, just what he said.
Yeah, but how can you abstract that into reality? How do you know that's something? How do you know what density is in the physical natural world?
How do you give us mass divided by volume?
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm asking him. How do you hand somebody density, Scott?
You don't. You don't.
So then how do you
Yanaceros didn't say you do. That's why I agreed with him.
Yeah, no, I'm not talking about him. Stop using his words. Use your own. So how do you?
Started this by do we agree with them, right? And that's are we off
How
that
do you
question now?
Listen, Scott. How do you define density in the physical and natural world when you're dealing with stuff? You know,
I need
stuff.
to know if we moved on because I'll
No,
let
we're not moving
Yanaceros
on.
take
We're
back
not
over
moving
because he's
on.
new.
If you're not going to
I'm old.
answer, you're a
I'm old.
dumbass to sit on mute.
All right, I'll put myself on mute.
Good, because you don't have an answer.
Alpha,
So
why don't you
next,
just talk to me? Because
where did Brown?
were we
where did
having a
Brown
conversation?
No, because you are throwing your body into the gears for everybody else in here. You don't want these guys to look like utter fools, like I was about to take each and every one of them to look like. So Brown Recluse ran like a bitch, and Scott Mackey's in here. He doesn't know what he's saying, so he'd rather
really
put
give
himself on mute.
I could give
So
a
we're
shit
not gonna-
about what other people
Yeah,
feel.
I could give
just
a
want to
shit
talk.
about. Listen, no, because